Let's try that again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Welcome back to the final day of the 63rd annual meeting of NABE. 2020 was the second warmest year on record. Seven of the warmest years ever have occurred since 2014. We are simply not prepared. I am Juhi Dhawan. I lead US macro strategy at Wellington Management, and I'm a member of the NABE board. Joining me today are two prominent experts in the field of climate change. First up will be Spencer Glendon, founder of Probable Futures. Spencer's impressive bio is with you. What I thought I would do is simply share with you that he and I worked together at Wellington, and he literally put climate change on the map for the firm when no one was talking about it. Since then, it has taken off at Wellington. We have a dedicated climate research team, a large ESG function, a collaboration with the Woodwell Climate Research Center, and most recently, we're founding partners of the Net Zero Asset Manager Initiative. Spencer has the knack of understanding and identifying big ideas early. Today, he will share with us the physical climate risks that we will be facing in coming years and the profound impacts that we will see on society, economies, and capital markets. On the stage with me is Stuart McIntosh, Executive Director of Group of 30, and I think most of us here know him as past president of NABE. Stuart has recently published a book titled Climate Crisis Economics. I have it here with me, and I would highly recommend it to anyone who's wanting to learn more about this. It is really fantastic. Stuart will help us understand the type of policy actions needed to get us to a low carbon economy. More broadly, our aim today is for a collective discussion that will explore the role that individuals, companies, and policymakers need to play to make this transition possible. So with that, let me turn it over to Spencer to kick us off.
All right, thank you, Juhi. It's a pleasure to be there with you all today. I'm not actually with you. You're in my home instead of me in your conference room. So welcome to my home. I appreciate the willingness of NABE to do this from my house. And I'm here to tell you why we are unprepared. And when I say we, I mean we economists, we people in business, we society. And so let me work through how I think about this and give you some tools that I think will be helpful for you. So I'm going to start by asking a simple question. And that question is, why do insurance and regulation use 1 in 100 year to describe an event with a 1% probability? Why do we use that language? Well, the answer is that in a stable climate, every 100 years is basically the same. It's comparable. So if you have backward-looking data and the climate stays stable, you can assume that the future will be the same. And so backwards 100 years is future probability. And that was actually a pretty reasonable thing to do because this is the global temperature history of our planet, going back from 1850 all the way back to 10,000 BC. This is data from Antarctic ice. So there are ice cores, and each bubble of air captures a record of the temperature in that year. And what you can see is that going back all of those years, there was a very narrow band here. And I picked 10,000 BC because that's roughly when humans first settled. So this is the period of civilization. This long band of narrow temperature range is when we civilized, when we settled and created civilization. And it makes sense because a stable climate makes everything easier. The nice places stay nice. And if you keep good records, you can learn the patterns and then you can plan. And planning is the basis of civilization. It leads to savings, investment, institutions like NABE. you can then specialize in ways that become not just a generalist with a weapon, but you can become a business economist. And the same is true for plants and animals. They specialize. The longer the climate is stable, the more specialization there is. But this climate wasn't just stable, it was perfect for humans. It was ideal for humans. There were huge expanses of temperate land, and nowhere on Earth was too hot for the human body. There were places that were uncomfortable, but nowhere by being outside would be lethal to humans. And that's a remarkable feature. Now, 40 years ago, climate scientists told everyone that the world was going to get warmer. Now, they were right. And when I started this research, I thought, okay, that's fine. They've been right about that, but what else did they predict? And so I read journal articles from the 70s and 80s, and here was the list of predictions, a list of variables that at the time had no trend in 1970s and 1980s, but they said there'd be more extreme heat. The nights wouldn't cool off as much. That's one of the many ways we know it's the greenhouse effect that's doing this, is that the heat of the day doesn't escape. There'd be later winter, earlier spring. Here in New England, where I live, winter is 21 days shorter than it was in the 70s. More rapid temperature rise in one place than another, the poles in particular. In general, less mild weather and more drought and downpours, as well as more wildfire. This is a whole suite of predictions that all came true for the right reasons. And I was working in finance with Juhi and thinking, the models around us are pretty bad, and none of them have been this good for 40 years. Why aren't we using these models? So I embarked on taking climate science and making it tractable. Let me show you some maps from my endeavor called Probable Futures, which is a nonprofit organization to make climate science available to everyone. So this is a map of the number of days per year when the high temperature doesn't go past freezing. So these are days when all day long is freezing. And the legend is in the top right. If it's gray, it doesn't happen on average at all during a year. Green is less than a week. Dark blue is less than a month. Light blue is a season. Pink, light pink is between 91 and 180 days, and dark red is more than half the year. So now you understand how this works. And this map is as of 1970 to 2000, when the average temperature was 0.5 degrees above that long, stable band. And what I want you to look at here is the number of freezing days. And let's just make it, look at Germany and France as I go through this, because I'm now going to heat the atmosphere from 0.5 to 1 degree C, which was about 2017, to 1.5, to 2, to 2.5, to 3 degrees C. And what you see is that winter becomes sort of a week long in all of France or less. It becomes very short in Germany as well. And you think, boy, that's terrific. Those places will be warmer. They'll be so much more productive. That's what the economic models say, is they'll be more productive because they're warm. This is a naive assumption that is baked into a lot of models. Let me take you someplace else in the world and show you a form of this naivete. So this is the Western United States. Half of America's fruits and vegetables are grown in the Sacramento Valley there along the near inland from San Francisco. You have huge numbers of people who live here, and all of the people in this map basically get their water from snowmelt. Snowmelt is magical because it falls in the winter and it melts gradually over the course of the year. And so the snow in Provo, Utah is critically important in San Diego. And so at probablefutures.org, you can click on these maps and see the values. So at 0.5 degrees C, just outside of Provo, there's a place where there are on average 100 days a year below freezing. And you can see the distribution. In a warm year, there'd be only 62. That's the 10th percentile. And the smaller number to the right is the 90th percentile. In a cool year, there'd be 137 days. All right, what happens as we warm up? Well, those number of days shrinks and shrinks. And if we get to 2.5 degrees C, we've lost a month, basically. If we get to 3 degrees C, we've lost more than a month. And in a warm year, there are only 26 such days. So in a warm year, there are only 26 days when it snows in Utah reliably. And the rest of California, the rest of Arizona, the rest of New Mexico, and a lot of Mexico has to deal with the consequences of that. Let's talk about drought. This is the probability in a place of a 4 standard deviation drought baselined in 1970. So what was a 4 standard deviation event, unlikely to happen in your lifetime, extremely unlikely to happen in your lifetime, how likely does it become annually as we warm? Well, the jump from 0.5 to 1 is substantial. A dark orange color means it's more likely than not. And in fact, you can already see Northern California, see the places where the fires are in this map. But I want you to move your attention to the Mediterranean basin as it gets warmer. At 1.5 degrees C, you start to see this very widespread drought in the area. And if we go to 2, 2.5, and 3 degrees C, what's effectively happened is that the Sahara has subsumed most of the Mediterranean basin. And so that entire area is in permanent drought. And you can see the same is true in the other places with Mediterranean climates, South Africa, the southern parts of Australia that are similarly nice. Those places get just enough rain to be great, but if they get a bit less and it's warmer, they are in permanent drought. The consequences of this are dramatic. But I want to ask a second question, which is, why didn't humans settle before 10,000 BCE? This was not a question I contemplated. I have a PhD in economic history, which means I started in 1850. Economic history starts at best in the middle of the 19th century. Nobody goes back to 10,000 BCE. And I started wondering, well, why? Because that's actually a really important time for us to consider, because before that time, the climate wasn't stable. So I've now added on the previous history to the graph that I had before. And you can see the green line that we'll call the line of civilization, that band of civilization. Well, our earliest ancestors emerged just like us around 200,000 years ago, and they faced a climate that was relentlessly changing. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that they were nomadic. They had to move to adjust to the climate. They had to chase the nice places until 10,000 BC, when the nice places calmed down. And what you can see is from 1 million BC to 10,000 BC, there were these up and down swings in temperature caused by the regular changes in the tilt and orbit of the Earth, the axis tilting and changing. And we would now be cooling, except for the fact that we've changed the climate again. So civilization, I want to make this point again, has only existed in a stable climate, and economics and business sits on top of civilization. It is not its own entity. And what should terrify us is when our climate leaves the bounds of predictability, when we stop being able to plan, and we leave the bounds not only of our civilization, but actually of even a stable climate at all. And the reason the axis was so wide on this graph from the beginning is that there's precedent for it to be much, 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 much warmer. Now, many of you as children and many of your children were obsessed at some point in time with dinosaurs who lived roughly 80 to 100 million years ago and further earlier than that. Why, when dinosaurs were around, were there no humans? It was too hot. Our big mammalian bodies need to offload heat. The world was full of places that were too hot for us, as opposed to our perfect climate that was just right for us, where we could go anywhere on Earth. And if we leave these bounds that we're rapidly approaching, we should worry that the heating will not stop. There will not be a new equilibrium. So how unstable is it likely to get? Well, the anchor of that stability is 4 things: glaciers and sea ice, permafrost, and forests. So glaciers and sea ice reflect light that comes in so that the Earth absorbs less energy. As they go away, the Earth absorbs more energy, gets warmer on its own. And then permafrost and forests contain huge amounts of carbon that can themselves add to the atmospheric greenhouse effect. So let's look at those maps again. I want to use these maps, show you how these maps can be used in different ways. So we're going to go back to freezing days. Remember, we talked about what happened in Germany and France, and then in San Diego. But now I want you to look at Scandinavia. What happens in Scandinavia is that winter just recedes and recedes and recedes. You can see the same thing happening in Russia, that winter goes from a state of affairs to essentially a season. Why does this matter for stability? Well, because it's a proxy for how the ice is decreasing. It is too warm for ice to form, and in the summer, it's so warm that the ice shrinks. So this is a graph of the Arctic sea ice extent. So this is ice that covers the dark blue ocean with essentially a mirror. And what you can see is from 1979 to 1995, if you look at the outside of this chart, there's a green line that represents the end of winter, which is April. And in April, the sea ice extent was stable until 1995 or so, and then it starts to curve in, and then it curves in dramatically. And then look at black. The black line is September, the end of the summer, when there used to be on average about 15,000 cubic kilometers of ice, and now we're down below 4. This means that the Earth has become darker. It's like we're changing the clothes on the planet from white to black, and we're taking in more energy. That is very bad for our stability. Secondly, let's look at drought again. These are the same maps, but now I want you to look at the Amazon and see what's already happening in the Amazon is dramatic. We will reach 1.5 in the next few years likely. And what you see is that the Amazon becomes a radically different climate. For itself, this is a locally defined drought. It becomes very, very dry and hot for the Amazon. And as a result, we get fires. Now, these fires are set by humans, but they don't extinguish the way they used to. They don't burn out because the timber is so dry, the area is so different than it was before. And so now these huge stores of carbon, you can see how dense these forests are now belching their smoke and their carbon out into the atmosphere. And now I want to show you one more graph, which is the number of days above 35 degrees C or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. And you can look at the middle of the United States, but I really want to encourage you to look at Canada and see what happens in Canada. Already this has happened. So this again is at 0.5, so is the end of the 20th century. 1 degree C was at the end of the 2010s. We're already close to 1.5. Look what happens as it warms and warms and warms. You have 95-degree days in places that never, ever had them before. Now, an economic model will say, well, they're going to get more productive. Yeah, except they'll be on fire. And the reason they'll be on fire is this climate has changed. These are sometimes now referred to as zombie forests. The trees are in the wrong place. And you say, well, but there are no humans here. Who set these fires? This is the image I started with. This is lightning. There is lightning in the Arctic for the first time in human history because there is so much energy in the atmosphere. And so this is why I say we are unprepared. We have no plan, the wrong expectations, and really useless stories. And I chose to speak to this group because you tell stories. You tell important stories for people to understand their world. And right now we have two forms of stories, that the world will have more electric cars and somehow modernist buildings, or it will be apocalypse. That's essentially it. Those are the two options we're given. And economists tend to tell story number one. It's just an electrical change and maybe some transportation differences and maybe some more insulation. It is a fantasy because we are already going to have to live in a different climate. It will not be the same, but cleaner. Hollywood tells story number two, it's not useful. It's far off and demotivating. We need useful, realistic, vivid stories. And economics has really lost its way in this regard. 75 years of good things happening nonstop. This is just a simple list. We could make this list longer. It's made people make models that have themselves very little risk in them. And so our awful models presume productivity growth will persist forever. There will be no migration or political chaos, and you can exchange the climate for other goods. And lastly, that we're the only things that matter. If we stop emitting greenhouse gases, stability will resume. William Nordhaus is a proponent of this idea. It's the worst Nobel Prize in the history of the award. His models, this is the dynamic integrated climate economy model, the DICE model, basically says we can't stop productivity and warming will stop whenever we want it to. As a result, he says we'll wind up with, on average, $150,000 per person globally at 4 degrees C. 4 degrees C is worse than the maps I showed you. And so he's taking data from that thin blue stripe and extrapolating out into a future that is radically, radically different. And so the good news is that we actually have a good forecast that we can use. We can also still change what needs to change. We can avoid the unmanageable and manage the unavoidable. And so how do we do that? We do one thing, we get to zero emissions. Now, zero emissions is not a vague ESG strategy with some composite score that has lots of factors in it. It's also not my company is getting to net zero by paying someone else to get rid of the carbon. It's zero emissions from human and biotic sources. The atmosphere doesn't care who puts them into the atmosphere. And so zero will not be achieved solely by individual actions or individual corporations. And so I'm speaking with you because you have an important job at a crucial time. You can help lead a positive endeavor and leave a positive legacy. You must explain the risks to your organizations and your communities and demand better regulation, because there's no way for everybody else to coordinate all together. I understand it's hard, and getting up at 8 a.m. and having someone tell you to beg for regulation isn't the way you hope to start your day. But it's also simple. It will require mostly imagination and courage. And those are the two things that make being human special. So I don't feel badly asking you to do it. I'm going to leave it now so we can have a conversation with Stuart and Juhi. So thank you. And I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Spencer, for so vividly sharing with us the physical climate risks that lie ahead of us. So Stuart, we have about 190 countries that have signed the Paris Accord and have made commitments. Yet when I read your book, it said that we would need a 5-fold increase in the greenhouse gas emissions to actually get to the targets that these countries are committing to. So talk a little bit about the policy levers that need to be used aggressively, and how can we accelerate this transition to a low carbon economy?
Yeah, thanks very much. And first of all, I want to say that Spencer's remarks are excellent. They make the challenge ahead concrete. They show us the dangers ahead. I would just underscore that the tipping points to a dystopian future of a hothouse world that we can't live in are real. We can see them regionally in different places around the world. Australia will become unlivable. Siberia is on fire in the summers. California is never going back to being wet. It is going to be on fire every year. And these are just localized tipping points, but there are these incredibly dangerous, as Spencer said, tipping points to new dystopian future where we will never come back from in our human lifespans. So this is not just about temperatures gradually increasing and getting hotter and hotter and more difficult to live in and more difficult to live in. This is about hitting tipping points in the climate where we will never get back from, where the climate will shift to a new reality, which will be much more dangerous, much more difficult to live in. As Spencer said, we've been lucky to live in this period of incredible stability. That time is very nearly over unless we act within the next 10 years, acts maximum. That's why, as Julie said, that we need to, the governments must act immediately and not just making net zero commitments. They need to make stretch commitments in the run up to COP26, which will be happening in Glasgow. They need to extend their goals, be more ambitious, because if we just implement what we have currently, we will blow way past 1.5 degrees. And the most recent IPCC report says that we will actually be at 2.6 degrees probably by 2050. That is way off the charts. We don't want to be in that scenario in a few decades' time. So all governments need to make stretch commitments in advance of and at COP26. And what does that mean in actuality? That means implementing green industrial policy. I know the word industrial policy upset Americans, but the reality is we need to coordinate regulation, oversight, supervision, market mechanisms, so that we replicate or repair the failure of markets to include the cost of carbon in their calculations. So that is absolutely essential. All of those governments in making those stretch commitments need to also implement green industrial policy. You see that happening in China, you see it in Europe, you see the Biden administration trying to do that as well. We need to see market signals reinforced, because there are market signals already playing out that can help us make the transition. You see costs for emissions trading in Europe already increasing. COP needs to underscore those market mechanisms and say, yes, this is going to continue to rise, that we expect that these changes will continue and that we will underscore them. Let's not go, if we come out of COP26 and market expectations of radical action to address climate change that the majority of the populations are demanding we do and governments do, if we come out and don't deliver that, we will be going in exactly the wrong direction, and then disaster may follow shortly thereafter if we end up hitting tipping points in 2030 or later. Because of course, if we get to 2030 and we have not implemented the commitments, the stretch commitments I'm talking about, we will still have to make the transition, but the transition will be much steeper, much more painful, much more difficult to manage, much more societally damaging. So it's not an either or. We have to do it. It's about whether or not we do it in a managed and controlled fashion, albeit far too late. Because if I take, for instance, Sweden, which instigated a carbon tax in the 1970s, they're already essentially net neutral. They've made the transition that the rest of us have failed to do so. So maybe I stop there and we can carry on the discussion.
Thank you, Stuart. I was remiss in not reminding you to please share your questions. I do have an iPad in front of me, so I will make sure that we get to as many of those as we can. In the meantime, I want to really make this more concrete. So I'd like to ask both Spencer and Stuart to share perhaps one example of the kind of recommendation that you may be making in consulting with those who are trying to make these changes, whether it's about heat or drought or sea levels, so that we can really think about what kind of change is required and what kind of change companies are grappling with today in order to make the shift. Spencer, I'll start off with you.
Sure. Thank you, Juhi. So I spend part of my time on Probable Futures and most of my time acting pro bono as a consultant to leaders in industries who have scale and to governments as well. And some of my work, it's publicly known that I've been collaborating with McKinsey. And one of the things that we've struck upon that I think is important and I'm eager to share is the idea that climate doesn't belong in some narrow division of your company, but actually is more like money and information. It used to be the case, Juhi and I worked together back at a time when there was an IT department, there was just a few people. You may remember all of your companies had a webmaster and there was not really a chief information officer. No company would run that way today. If there's a huge information problem, it is the CEO's problem. It is a C-suite problem. The same is true with money. There's a CFO, and I'm not saying there needs to be a chief climate officer, but climate needs to be considered at the highest level, not in a corporate ghetto of some kind. And what I would say about that in particular is that climate, unlike other things that may be in ESG or elsewhere, is quantitative, is tractable, is knowable, and should be considered as a standard of care, essentially. So if you fail to consider climate, you should be liable effectively for negligence. And this should be true for regulators, in particular for ratings agencies. You should demand better information from ratings agencies. And I want to underscore this by saying people say, we only make short-term decisions. That is just not true. People make long-term decisions all the time. They are embedded in capital markets in lots of ways. Municipal bonds, mortgages are the most obvious ones, but we can all remember 2008 when mortgages went from being the most boring thing to the only thing that matters. And the assumption of 30 years from now being smooth is embedded in so much of life. And what I fear is that we're going to reach a point, and I've spent time with senior people in central banks who've looked at these maps and senior people at the biggest financial institutions said, oh my God, capital is going to dry up in so much of the world. Early, before it gets too bad, people will understand that the bad is coming and they will pull capital away. And so I think two things I tell people is finance will bring this to us faster once people acknowledge it. But the second is it has to be considered as a suite of problems that you can see through any decision. It should be part of every decision. It won't dominate every decision, but it should be part of every decision in the way you would consider information or money. And I think that's a helpful framing of it.
I would echo what Spencer is saying. Absolutely. The alignment of business to the net zero goal of every business is absolutely essential. The governments can set the guardrails, as Lael Brainerd said yesterday. We then need businesses to amplify that and to make it actual in every circumstance where they do business. And it needs CEO leadership. It needs chairman leadership. It needs the board to say, what is our net zero strategy? What are the measurables? What are the performance measurements? I want to see evidence that we're achieving it on a yearly basis. And if you don't achieve it, it should count against you in your performance management, and you should be fired in certain circumstances if you're not delivering, because you're not delivering on a key goal for the sustainability and for the future of your firm. So I agree with Spencer on that, absolutely. And there are firms, many companies that are already carrying that out, particularly in some of the European power and utility companies. You see it in Iberdrola, you see it in Scottish Power, which is my home country, of course, and that has 100% renewables now. That is not a side goal of Scottish Power. Scottish Power switched its entire business model. It now outperforms brown utilities. You see that in lots of cases where, as the ESG wave begins to build and will build and build in the years ahead, people are shifting their focus and saying, well, I want my investment to reflect my views and my concerns on climate. And the firms that make that shift through their CEOs, through their employees, through different cultures, will be part of that transition and also part of that winning coalition that we're trying to create. That's what Mark Carney is trying to create through the Global Financial Net Zero Alliance. That is what we're trying to create. And I would say on a regulatory side that there is a lot more that still needs to be done. Some regulators are already signaling, like the Swedish Central Bank, through their asset purchases and so on. I expect that, and I hope that in the not too distant future, I would say 5 or 6 years from now, that central bankers will change the capital rank ratings and so on of certain types of investment, because you're destroying your firm and you're also destroying the environment. And let's say in France, there's a legal commitment to get to net zero. Well, you have to be measured against that. And if you're not delivering it, if you're creating additional risk, the regulators will have to take a tough line. They do that with other extremely risky behavior. I see, for instance, the Basel Committee has already massively increased the charge against cryptocurrencies for banks. Why not increase that charge for brown industries, specifically coal and carbon intensive industries? I know it upsets people, but the reality is if we're going to get to anything like net zero before we hit a series of tipping points, we have to make the cost of carbon real, and we have to penalize those firms that refuse to implement net zero plans.
Excellent point, Stuart. I would highlight in a seemingly obscure paper that arrived from the New York Fed on Friday, which starts to look at climate change and the risks it poses for the financial sector. Our assumption would be that maybe 2 or 3 years out, we will be seeing climate stress tests being conducted by the Federal Reserve. I can also attest to the fact that the SEC is thinking about creating a framework for climate disclosure. So much of the locational risk that Spencer talks about needs to be quantified. We are spending a lot of time internally as a firm creating our own benchmarks to consider the kind of things that we've talked about in this conference throughout about supply chain risks. Consider those supply chain risks from the concentration of having a headquarters in an area which is severely impacted by climate. There are a number of threads that every company needs to think about in order to make these changes. You have all sent wonderful questions. So Spencer, this one is for you. The historical graphs were fascinating. What led to the reduced volatility in the climate in 10,000 BC? Is there anything we can learn from that?
It's a great question, thank you. And it's a fascinating bit of history, which is that anthropologists and archaeologists knew that humans settled when they did, but they couldn't figure out why. Nobody knew why for a long time until we had these ice core records. And so people have these hypotheses. Did humans get smarter? Did they invent something? And the answer is no, just the world got easier for them. But that discovery was made after the anthropological evidence. So it's pretty clear that the first wave of this, the first change in this was just good luck, was really good fortune. If you want to have a divine view of how the world is organized for us, you could say someone externally, there was an exogenous force that made it just right for us. There's now good evidence that the persistence of that actually had to do with human behavior, which is that humans started, once it got stable and human numbers started increasing, humans started burning down some of the forest to create savannas. Humans started marginally increasing the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, acting as unwitting geoengineers effectively, because the world would have been cooling very gradually, and humans put a bit of carbon into the atmosphere, gradually, offsetting that. So in a way, we created our own stability until we reached a scale where we could start pulling carbon out of the earth and changing the physical dynamics starting in about 1850. And so we were co-conspirators in maintaining that. The beginning of that stability was just good fortune. And then after a few hundred years, it seems that humans started marginally adding to the atmosphere to offset what would have otherwise been cooling. And I'll give you one little nice, it's a terrible anecdote, but it's fascinating, which is we now understand there were roughly 60 million people on the North American continent when the first Europeans showed up. And smallpox wiped them out. 90% of them died due to smallpox. This actually led to a cooling of the global atmosphere because those people had managed land by burning forests. And the forests regrew and carbon came out of the atmosphere. And you had these cold northern temperatures for several decades because the dynamics of the earth had changed by wiping out all of these people and allowing trees to grow back. So we were geoengineers even when it was super abstract to us, but that stability was a mix of good luck and our own behavior.
Thank you, Spencer. I'm going to keep us going. A lot of interest in the maps. Stuart, maybe I'm going to direct this one to you. With your global hat on, what do you think China and India feel in terms of pressure, and how can they push harder to get to where they need to? And Spencer, of course, please add your thoughts as well.
That's a good question. I mean, China is clearly the key actor, or alongside the United States and the European Union. I mean, it is the largest emitter. It has announced its 2060 net zero plan. And I'm, part of me, when I'm feeling optimistic, I think they can definitely do it. They have the levers. It's a state-dominated economic model. So when the banks are told don't lend to coal power, they will stop lending, and that policy ends. So, for instance, recently they've announced that the PRC have said they're no longer going to finance coal-fired power plants overseas. Well, the really big step is for them to then ultimately close the ones in China as the renewables take off. I mean, renewable power in China, whether it's solar or wind, is now directly competitive or cheaper than coal. And they're making that transition. So when I'm feeling optimistic, I think, yes, they can definitely do it. For instance, in 2020, they stood up 136 gigawatts of renewables. And that was 3 times what was put up in 2019. And that was more than all the rest of the world combined for that year. So when people say, well, they couldn't do it, it's too steep, the diffusion curve, can you steepen the adoption that fast? The answer is possibly yes, but then I worry about the design of their macro program, because they say we're going to get to 2060, but we're also going to peak in 2030. So I hear that the local governments are responding to that peaking in 2030 argument by saying, well, what we've got to do is we've got to maximize our CO2 emissions now and only start in 2030. No, of course, that would be an absolute disaster. The government needs to start pressing down on their emissions now and planning for a more aggressive reduction in 2030. They need to be careful lest they create a perverse incentive to increase greenhouse gas emissions in the next 10 years, right in the time span when the rest of us must be focused on suppressing that and bending the curve. On India, I have less to say, because unfortunately Modi is not actually delivering from a policy perspective and not focused on that. The big question is, what will he come to COP26 with? Does he have a credible plan? Is he able to execute? And the history there tends to suggest no. But at the moment, India's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions is very low. So I'm not so worried about that. What I'm worried about is the long-term stability of parts of India where it's going to get incredibly hot. In fact, McKinsey estimates that as this process plays out, that there will be increasing days in India where it's simply too hot to live. And they say that you could be, if you're standing in the shade as a healthy adult, you'll die. Now, given that many Indians work in the fields, that is an absolute disaster. Is Modi addressing that? Absolutely not.
So Juhi, may I comment on that?
Go for it, Spencer.
So there are two things. One is, as Juhi knows, I spent a lot of time in China for many years working there and maintained strong connections there. And I do think there's a naivete in China about their ability to engineer themselves out of anything. There's a strong belief in sort of the will of the people and intelligence and capital being able to overcome things. But if I can share my screen briefly, I'm going to show what Stuart's talking about. So this is a map of the number of days above what's called a 30-degree wet bulb temperature. So this is, for American audience, it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit and 54% relative humidity. It is a miserable, terrible day. And so it's actually never happened in the United States. It's probably never happened in China. It happened this is how the website looks, but at 0.5 degrees C, it happened in these very small places and then in Bangladesh. And I'll just skip ahead and show you what happens as the Earth warms, which is that China and India become unbearably hot. China has a huge problem with heat and humidity. And so this is weeks at a time at a temperature where the human body just doesn't work well at all. And so this data is publicly available, but the point is there are vulnerabilities everywhere. And most people seem to think that the vulnerabilities are somewhere else, or maybe just in India. But the vulnerabilities are all over the place, and China has tons of them. And until they embrace that idea that they themselves are vulnerable, I think we have a real problem. And the goal of this work is to make it public, to be able to see, oh my, you can't engineer your way out of this. This is a problem you can only stop preventatively.
Thank you for that. The number of questions is extraordinary. I'm going to switch us to transition risks, because this is something that many of you have asked about. So is natural gas an alternative that could help us in this transition? And are there strategies that either of you would consider recommending, either to policymakers, Stuart, or Spencer, to companies or individuals, in thinking about how to make this transition so that we are accelerating the process of decarbonization?
Spencer, do you want to take that?
Sure, happy to. The answer is no. Natural gas is a disaster, and it's terrible. It's really god awful, frankly. And there are two reasons for it. The first is, even without methane leaks, there's a hypothetical gain from switching from coal to natural gas, which is that, well, when you burn it, you get half the amount of carbon for the same amount of energy. The problem is we had to build this entire system to have natural gas be part of our lives that itself produced a whole lot of carbon emissions in doing so. And then methane, as it's accurately known, not marketed as natural gas, when it's in the atmosphere, is an 80 times more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. So if there's even a 1% of it leaking, it's much worse than coal. And what you can see is that methane emissions from the planet have been going up very fast, starting when we started fracking. And it makes a lot of sense. You break stuff up in the earth, there are leaks. Those leaks are hugely powerful. We should just stop. And so this is why I focus on this idea of zero. So natural gas was thought of as what's called a bridge fuel. And a friend of mine who's a climate scientist said, I don't think the people who say that understand how bridges work. And bridges are abrupt. You're either on a bridge or you're not. But we've built a natural gas infrastructure that will actually last for 50 years. The idea is, well, we'll transition off of the bridge. The bridge has to get you to zero. And natural gas was never a bridge to zero. It was a bridge to somewhat less. And so it's like an alcoholic drinking a few fewer drinks. It is not getting you sober. It is nowhere near sobriety. And so we would have been better off, frankly, sticking with coal and putting all the natural gas money into alternative energies that had zero greenhouse gases and making that transition. And so this is why I say the clarity of zero as a goal, as opposed to just less unsustainable, is a huge mindset change that's actually not that hard. Does something get you to stability? Does sustainability, it actually means something. It doesn't mean less unsustainable, it means sustainable. And so natural gas was never going to get you to zero, and we have to get off of it as quickly as possible.
Anything else you want to add, Stuart?
No, I think Spencer made that very clear. We do.
All right.
It's similar to the use of offsets. Offsets are useful to a point, but they're not the goal. You know, companies need to get to zero in their production processes rather than purchasing offsets, which may or may not be additive, which have their own problems, which haven't been stood up yet. I mean, offsets will play a small role, but it resonates with me because it's the similar challenge that Spencer said, namely that you really need to focus on all the mechanisms that can get the firm and the country to zero, not thinking, oh, well, I can buy this asset off somebody and therefore I can continue to pollute.
Stuart, I'm going to direct this one to you. What is the answer to a poor developing economy that relies on carbon generating businesses to survive, who says the developed world burned carbon to develop, but are now suggesting restrictions for industrialization in their economies?
Well, of course, they're right. Most of these countries didn't cause the disaster that we are now living through and will continue to live through in the decades ahead. And that's why there needs to be a fully funded transition. At a minimum, all of the COP26 governments need to pony up the $100 billion that they committed to in 2015, in which they have still failed to deliver. They've been engaging in fancy, rather problematic accountancy to try and pretend that they're providing the money. This is peanuts compared to the amount of money that's been spent on the pandemic. We ought to spend a minimum of 100 billion a year. We ought to indeed make more commitments than that. I argue that we should double it and that we should run it through the multilateral development banks so it can be run properly at arm's length from governments so that it's not just a case of self-dealing. But it's absolutely essential, and we can, in doing that, accelerate the transition, the leapfrog from lower income, lesser developed countries so that they go directly to green without passing through brown. We know we can do that. We've seen it in numerous instances. Last week, for instance, a group of investors have proposed getting financing so that they can put a large undersea cable from Morocco to Europe. Why? Because you can produce huge amounts of solar energy in Morocco, ship it to Europe, industrialize, re-green the industrialization of Europe as we go green. And in the meantime, you would have flows of income and jobs accruing to North Africa, which we must do. We must support those countries in transition, else we open the Pandora's box of vast migration of climate refugees who will not stay in their countries, as Spencer made it clear, when they're baking and face death. They're not going to stay there. They're going to come to our countries. The World Bank estimates as many as 219 million climate refugees in the next decades ahead. They say that, oh, well, just for reasons of, politics and diplomacy, that they will remain internal refugees. That's rubbish. They're going to up sticks and they're coming to our countries unless we help them transition and stabilize their economies.
Thank you for that, Stuart. Spencer, I'm going to give you the last word. We are about 30 seconds away, but I do want to get to this question. Can you speak about the anxiety that climate change news brings on teenagers? What is your message to future generations? How do we bridge the generational gap between what adults do and what kids need us to do?
Thank you. Thank you to whoever asked that question. So two short answers. One is, we found that the same education that's necessary for adults is necessary for kids, and the kids get it. It's easier for the kids to understand it. So we built Probable Futures actually for young people with a tool that's appropriate for business. And the reason is we all need to learn it together. And so one of the main things I encourage you as I'm going to assume there are no children in the audience today, but is spend time with a kid talking about this. A lot of the climate anxiety by children is that their adults don't care, that adults are leaving them with a world. If we were all facing a tragedy together, it'd be one thing. For the kids I've talked to, and I've talked to lots, it's the feeling that their parents are not actually taking care of them that is perhaps the most painful thing about it. And then the second thing I would say is we need to empower those kids. So we need those kids, and kids actually now start at a pretty young age. And so what I tell every executive is if you're making decisions in a room where no one is under 40, you're making bad decisions. And so you need to bring young people into these conversations because they will live with the consequences. And so I'll end with this, which is that investors say, oh, I'm an investor, I'm a portfolio manager, I have an iron stomach because I have to make hard decisions. This is the one thing I could never get investors to talk about because it goes home with them. Because whether you're long Coke and short Pepsi, your kid doesn't care. And so you could go home to an oasis that was away from your work. This is the one issue where that's not true. And so be open, be your whole person when you think about this. Don't just think of it as a narrow endeavor. And so take your work home because it's coming home with you, whether you like it or not, and tell your kids about it. And let's be in this together, because otherwise these kids are just going to ask their parents, well, what did you do when you knew? Like you knew, what did you do? And that will be at least as heartbreaking to them as living in a hard world, is knowing that the people who loved them didn't care.
With those wise pearls of wisdom, I want to thank both Stuart and Spencer for a thought-provoking and thoughtful discussion this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Catherine.
Hey, how are you doing? Good to
Good.
see you.
Good to see
Good,
you.
good. Are we ready to talk inflation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody care about inflation? I think inflation is still a hot topic. Okay, so this panel is titled Inflation Transitory or Not. We're going to start off talking about transitory or not right at the beginning. But there are a lot of, hefty debates going on around inflation that we want to get to as well. So let me just quickly introduce the panelists. You know both of them, but Catherine Mann, she just joined on September 1st as an external member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of England. So we'll be sure to direct all the questions about inflation in the UK. She's had many roles and we've overlapped a lot, but she's been chair of the Economic Advisory Committee of the American Bankers Association. So she and I have been on that panel together. Executive board, on the executive board of the Committee on the Status of Women in Economics Profession. Yay. And of course, NABE. So not only devoting her time to NABE for quite some time now, but also serving on the board for a time. And she's been on the advisory boards of Chicago Fed and New York Fed as well. She was global chief economist of Citi before leaving for this position at the Bank of England. And she's had various teaching positions as well. So I've got Adam Posen here. He is the president of the Peterson Institute since 2013. He's also been very kind to NABE over the years. And so we really do appreciate that. Peterson has won countless awards during his time. I think every year I get your annual email that guess what, we're #1 again. So they've really deepened their relationships in Asia and cover a lot of different countries. So welcome to both of you. I couldn't think of two better people to discuss inflation. So as I get my thoughts together on these other topics, I want to start out by asking, what is transitory? So our lives are transitory. How long is transitory?
That's a
Okay,
pretty
so
deep comment.
just to put it that way. So, you know, and I think that's a fair question. How long do we wait to see if these inflationary pressures are transitory or not? So I think that's a fair place to start. I'm going to put it to both of you, but Kathy, do you want to start with, when you think about transitory, when you're looking at the incoming data, you know, when do you finally give up and say this is no longer transitory?
Well, thanks very much for the kind introduction, and I really wish I could be with you in person. I think it's great that NABE was being able to do this conference in this hybrid format, but I wish I was there in person. And of course, thanks very much to Chris Jonas for being the master control person behind the curtain. You know, transitory or troubling, that was the title, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk through what I look at to try to get at that question of transitory or troubling. I'm going to have you visualize a matrix of data. On the rows are buckets of data that I look at. A bucket that has to do with expectations, a bucket that has to do with commodities, a bucket that has to do with labor markets, and finally, a bucket that has to do with the nature of firms, product pricing power, and so forth. That's on the rows. Those are the buckets of data. But for each one of those, there's a way to look at the data, and that's across the top. We're looking at the level. For example, level relative to pre-COVID, wages, prices, where we are in terms of expectations for inflation. The second column is growth rate. We all know that there's some really high growth rates out there on certain categories of products, used cars, that sort of thing, some wages. But the third one is really critical too, and that's the second derivative, momentum. What is happening to the momentum for prices? Or even though they might be very high growth rates, are they coming off the top? And so in some sense, you can fill in that matrix for data for any country or economic area, for the United States, for the Euro area, for the UK. And there will be some places that are going to kind of flash more than others. But I think it's critical to examine where we are with regard to the level pre-COVID and where we are on momentum. The tendency when we talk about inflation, transitory or troubling, is to look at that middle column, the growth rate. In other words, what is happening to the growth rate for energy prices? Well, they're pretty extreme. If we look at the futures for natural gas in the UK or the Euro area. But let's, think about momentum. Is it going to continue to be that rapid a growth rate? Certainly isn't the case in many other categories of the signals. And wages, I talked about wages a little bit. Some of those growth rates of very rapid growth in wages is off of a collapse during the pre-COVID, during the COVID experience. And so you've got a high growth rate, but in fact, you're not even back to the pre-COVID wage rate. Should we worry? No. What about prices? Again, I mentioned used car prices because that's been sort of a feature of the US data and also in the UK as well. Used cars prices really, double digits, high double digits. But on momentum, those prices have come off the top. So if I want to look at, as I say, you can look at any place in that. You can look at inflation expectations in the near term, sort of the levels 1 year, oh, very concerned. Households, financial markets. What about, the momentum is, let's look at a longer time period, a 5-year. Again, the signal there is not troubling. Transitory, yes. Troubling, no. So if we come down to fill in that whole matrix, in some sense, the final box, this final corner, which is momentum, business pricing strategies, that box is the critical box for evaluating whether we are in a situation of inflation being out of control. Because business prices with momentum, positive momentum, like a spiral, very concerned about that, but we're not seeing that. We don't see that. And just to finish up, in terms of the backdrop, which I think we have to evaluate when we kind of try to answer the question, are we looking at something that is transitory or troubling? We have to think about what is our prospects for demand strength going forward. We know that for many economies, a big increase in prices, so that center column, has been in core goods, and a very important ingredient in inflationary pressures is core goods, because there's been tremendous demand for core goods during the COVID fit out your house day. Going forward, we're going to have rotation. We will have rotation out of goods into services. We can talk about how much that will happen, whether all of that household savings will be deployed or maybe it won't, but there will be some rotation. And so this core goods demand strength is going to start to peter out or taper off. The second backdrop that I think is critical to try to evaluate in the context of inflation, transitory or troubling, is where is policy? What is the policy domain in 2022? We know that for most economies, there's a fiscal downshift. They will still be running deficits in many cases, but there will be much smaller deficits. And so from a momentum standpoint on fiscal policy, very much a retrenchment. In terms of monetary policy, financial markets believe that there is quite a move afoot in the United States, the Federal Reserve, to alter its asset purchases, and other markets. Prospects for the United Kingdom, financial markets have moved forward. Prospects for monetary policy tightening into 2022. And so those backdrops are ones that are not as supportive for this, what we have seen as an inflation surge. Now, I think one variable that is going to be very valuable to consider is the relative fiscal downshift in monetary policy positioning in the US, the UK, and the Euro area, because this will affect exchange rates, and exchange rates translate into inflation more or less in some countries versus another. So my final point, and my alarm is telling me I'm done. My final point is, think about where the overall trajectory of the economies are going into 2022, 2023. Are those trajectories easing up to the pre-COVID trend? UK and Euro area aren't even to the pre-COVID base, right? Are they easing up to the pre-COVID trend from below, or are they coming down to the pre-COVID trend from above? You know, the US is one of the few that has a projection where we're coming back to the pre-COVID trend from above. And that tells us something about prospects for demand strength overall going forward.
Okay, so that's a lot of evidence of why to expect that it would be transitory, but what about your thoughts and the risks around assuming that it will all be transitory?
Yeah, well, first off, thank you, Ellen. Thanks to Julia, Tom, Chris, and Nabe for having me back. It's a very solid conference. You guys made a lot of news yesterday. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity. And I'm sorry to do prelims, but I have to congratulate Catherine on joining the Monetary Policy Committee at the Bank of England. I think that's great.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And the final prelim is, as Ellen knows, since this conference was set, Diane Lim, who was very active at NABE, invited me to a hearing on Capitol Hill. So I'm going to have to bolt at 9:30 promptly, and I apologize
Oh, I
for
meant to
that.
say that, yes. Adam will exit very silently, stage right.
Falling down the stairs. And anyway, let me jump right in on the transitory. I want to pick up on one point of Catherine's in particular, that something can persist and not be troubling. And I think that that's sort of the bottom line I want to get to. That I think transitory in the Fed statements and in a number of forecaster statements has been basically 6 to 12 months. The assumption is that, and if you look at the SEP, obviously, that inflation will be back down to basically target 2.1, 2.2% on core PCE in 2022. I find that possible, but highly unlikely. Because picking up again, I focusing on one row in particular in Catherine's matrix, which is labor markets. I think there's been a lot of talk about short-term shortages, and as usual, it's like a billionaire I know who told me, I can't get anybody to cut my grass anymore. The economy is going to be in hyperinflation. You know, anytime that wages start going up, there's a lot of anecdotal angsting. And for those of us who are old enough to remember past cycles when inflation goes up, one knows to slightly discount that. Obviously, this time is different because of the transition from COVID. But what I think is what people have been not focusing on enough is that there are some genuine adjustments in labor supply and demand, more on the supply side, that are going on. And we should not expect those to work through the economy in 6 to 12 months just because that seems convenient for the Fed. In particular, I think we can think of a lot of things happening because the reservation wage has gone up for a lot of people. Now, I'm not one of those people who says, oh my God, the unemployment insurance benefits went up for a few months, therefore they've lost their will to work. That's not what I mean. What I do mean is, as has been reported in a lot of places and many of us are seeing in our lives, once you get past the transition cost of, oh, am I going back to my job or not? Which for most people pre-COVID was not something they wanted to think about. But once you've had this break imposed, it's kind of like the wake-up call that caused people to look at Asian financial markets in 1997, 98. Suddenly you say, is this really what I want? Is the cost of switching or the risk of switching that big? And I think there's been a massive reevaluation of that across a wide range of parts of the workforce. And to a lesser degree, a reevaluation by employers as well. Is it worth it to me to retain this person? Is it worth it to me versus automating, investing in automation, changing business practices? And this is something, to pick a number, that strikes me as something that could go on for a couple of years rather than a few months. And in particular, some of the processes we're seeing, which again, many of the people in this room I know have commented on, is, for example, the cream skimming from the small medium enterprise sector of employees moving into the big employers like McDonald's or Amazon or somebody who can just say, I'm creating a $15 minimum wage for my workforce. And understandably, what you get with that is people leaving the small and medium enterprises in a large number. I mean, we're going to have to sort through the data, but you're seeing Amazon, McDonald's, Bank of America, pick your large employer, who is essentially grabbing a lot of good workers. Now, is that inflationary in a persistent sense? Probably not. You get employed by Amazon, there isn't suddenly a union there. It isn't suddenly like from this point onward, once you've had this one-time bump in wages or benefits, that you're going to be able to bargain hard against Amazon. So I don't view this as the start of a long wage hike spiral. But I do view this as a process that is likely to persist and be inflationary for that term. Similarly, we're seeing a lot about the questions of people at the older end of the wage spectrum, who, if they're fortunate between their house and some small amount of assets, have seen asset appreciation. And just as we saw people come back into the workforce or stay longer in the workforce after the 2008 to 10 crisis because people had taken a hit to their retirement savings, we're now seeing people rationally decide, I may not want to work as long, or I may not switch at when I retire officially into being a greeter at Walmart because I have enough. And so I'm sorry to sound anecdotal, but these kinds of processes, these kinds of micro level changes are analogous to when we've seen major shifts in regulatory regimes or labor regimes in other countries. And they tend to be associated, this kind of churn, unsurprisingly, looks like a supply shock. And unsurprisingly, you see mismatch go up, which is what we're seeing. And unsurprisingly, that kind of friction leads to increases in wages that may not spiral, may not persist, but may take a while. And there was some good reporting in the FT today, and also a very nice data piece by Carolyn Look and some others from Bloomberg on looking back now, as many people are doing, on the US versus EU experience. And what we saw, to vastly oversimplify, but I think importantly, was that most of Western Europe, and to a large degree the UK, tied their emergency aid to workers to staying in jobs, staying associated with jobs, being furloughed, being part-time, but associated with their prior job. And the US, as is its wont, made a lot of the aid conditional on separating from your job, on being laid off, on being unemployed. In terms of generosity of spending, the US might even have been more generous than the Western Europeans. But this means that you probably have, and we're seeing, in my view, more mismatch and longer transition of getting people back into work in the US. And in some long-term perspective, it may be that that's inefficient because we want a more dynamic economy that reallocates people. But if you think of this as a one-time temporary shock, that's probably inefficient. And so to me, I think there's a coherent story about why we could see inflation persisting at, say, a 3+% core PCE level, primarily due to wage developments, although other things are going on. I see Diane Swank in the audience. She's been emphasizing, I know, and I agree with her, the upside risks from housing and from healthcare, which I know this conference talks about. So there are other factors. But just to say that the emphasis on transitory lumber or transitory other things is not there. The final point I would make is because of Delta, I think people are resetting rightly their assumptions about how much we're going to go back to status quo ante in the in-person retail, in-person hospitality sectors. That there may be some ongoing reallocation of employment out of those sectors. Now, on one hand, of course, that's disinflationary because if you dump more people on the labor market. On the other hand, assuming that there's a mismatch issue, I think on that in the transition, the inflationary side will win out. So this is why I think it is going to be transitory, not necessarily troublesome, and not spiraling upward.
All right, I'd love to get some comments from both of you around monetary policy, and I can't help but go there because when you talk about an expectation that you could see a 3% core PCE, very slow return, as we typically do see in cycles of labor supply, labor force participation rates move very slowly. You're talking about a very low unemployment rate,
yeah,
as well. Fed response in that case is earlier.
Yeah. Well, let me go briefly, and Catherine, I don't know if Catherine's allowed to speak about the Fed, but I hope she can. So in my view, the Fed has made its situation more difficult for itself. The chair did say in the last press conference, you know, the risks are weighted to the upside and there's great uncertainty, but by the nature of the dots, they're posting a 2.2 or 2.1 point forecast, with not unusually widespread, I checked with your team, not unusually widespread in the dots. And that to me locks them into having to reverse themselves, and when the forecast comes in, oh my God, at 3%, in actual inflation comes in at 3% rather than 2%. And I fear that that will provoke them into tightening more faster than they should, sooner than they should. I guess the one other thing I would say is, well, sorry, let me leave it there. Sorry.
Kathy, sort of you can make it generic if you want on sort of a monetary policy response to that, if you can't talk specifically about the Fed.
Well, I think that one should always, I think it's important to distinguish between the balance sheet policy and the policy rate policy. Those are two different instruments. How they are used in conjunction with each other or in sequence. I think there was quite a bit of commentary, strong commentary at Jackson Hole from Chair Powell that the balance sheet policy should not be interpreted as policy rate policy. It's giving any indication of policy rate policy. So I think that this is something that I know from my time at Citi, where balance sheet policy was viewed as implied tightening. I mean, if we're printing off the balance sheet, implied tightening, that was considered by the financial market participants as the same as a real tightening, and thus, yielding financial market turbulence or potential for financial market turbulence. So I think that this is an important consideration for first making, to what extent you can actually make a distinction between balance sheet and policy rate policies, whether or not the real world thinks of them as different, whether the financial markets think of them as different. And I wanted to pick up on something that Adam said about potential labor force participation, particularly of people who are older and have assets, and perhaps are feeling flush because of that. One thing that we can, say is that markets can react pretty dramatically, especially on the equity market side. And so even if you feel flush today and think that, leaving the labor force is the right thing to do, that might change and can change. And that is a way in which financial market turbulence interacts with real economic performance, both on the demand and the supply side. And so I think these are important considerations where we have to be conscious of the interrelationship between financial markets and the real economy. Ellen, this is your place in the world now to take this into consideration and really make sure that it's being fully appreciated by all of the policymakers.
Thank you. So, Adam, we've got you for 9 more minutes. I want to get to inflation expectations. There's been a lot of challenge of late of conventional Fed thinking. Do inflation expectations matter or not for future inflation? The current framework from the Fed feels like, from a Fed watcher's perspective, that everything hinges on inflation expectations. So you can leave rates low for as long as you'd like. You can get the unemployment rate as low as you could possibly get it. You can basically have carte blanche as long as inflation expectations remain anchored. Right. Because that is the, we heard from Janet Yellen spoke for us in her final year as chair. And showed her equation for inflation, and slack did not matter, inflation expectations did. So do inflation expectations matter?
Yes, but not to the degree the Fed has single-mindedly obsessed about them, I guess is the answer. So I was involved with very distinguished monetary economists, Bernanke, Mishkin, Laubach, in some of the early writing about inflation targeting. And one of the things that Ben and Rick advanced very strongly in line with what others also had been writing, Woodford, Haldane, King, was this emphasis on anchoring inflation expectations. And that makes sense because we know about the idea that monetary regimes do seem to matter quite a bit. And the idea, including in an early paper Ken Kuttner and I did, was that in the sense, if you could keep inflation expectations anchored, you could be more flexible. You could be, it's what you were just saying, Ellen, that you could be more aggressive in pursuit of, say, a dual mandate because there was less chance that inflation would spiral upwards. Since that time, I have been increasingly skeptical about the single-mindedness of this, and on various times, including I think at NABE, I have spoken briefly about this. I'm not trying to do a lit review. I'm just trying to say that this is a long-running statement, long-running issue. I think there are three ways in which the Fed has gotten carried away with this, and a number of other central banks. The first one is just simply the idea that the five-year forward, or your preferred measure of the government bond market, really conveys a lot of information dependably, I think is not supported by the data. Broadly over time, your 10-year rate or your forward-looking rate will have something to do with what they think the average inflation rate is. But as we've seen with the decline in R-star, secular stagnation and other things going on, there are big movements in these rates that have nothing to do with the central bank or are only indirectly affected by the central bank. And these can swamp the expectation effects. And we pretend that we have a very good, stable way of teasing out, with our tips and various models of what the actual inflation expectation is. And when I was at Bank of England, there was a lot of work done on that. And I just find this stuff not very robust and not very informative. I think that there's just been too much emphasis on this. And so then you get into things, as Vice Chair Clarida has advocated, like this common inflation expectations or common expectations of inflation. I can never keep it straight.
CIE,
Inflation Expectations Indicator, which I appreciate the intent, but as Ricardo Reis and others have pointed out, it's a sort of what British would call a dog's breakfast, a mix of many different things that don't necessarily go together. So the first point is just, you're fixating on something like with R-star and U-star that you can't necessarily measure that well and is subject to many other factors. The second problem with it is, of course, when you say expectations, and going back to Catherine's matrix, it's really what you care about is expectations in the real economy, not just in financial markets. You care about wage setters, price setters, households. And there's a lot of good work out there. What's his name? Gorochenko has done some leading work on this. There's a bunch of people out there, but let's go back to a very simple thing. If you go back to the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, which has had the earliest and arguably one of the most successful inflation targeting regimes with huge amounts of communication for decades, and you ask average people or households, what's the inflation rate? They don't know. And this is true in every inflation targeting central bank. You can stand on your head doing inflation reports and speeches and Fed listens conferences and so on. And the knowledge of what the actual inflation rate is or expectations, it's just not in line with the target. And I think Steve Cicchetti has also talked about some of these communications issues. So again, you want to focus on this, but what you actually care about, it's not clear that the movements in the 10-year rate or the five-year forward really influence this household expectation of inflation and what else happens. So then the third issue is just the strategic tactical one, which is strategy and tactics are different. Sorry, I shouldn't say strategic tactical. Let's call it the operational issue. In the end, there shouldn't be so much emphasis on fine tuning. And I have publicly made fun of the fact that at a certain point in the early 2000s, some inflation targeting central banks would basically be like, we forecast 2.4% inflation in a couple of years' time. So we're going to slightly change our rhetoric and threaten a 25 basis point hike, and that's going to get us down to target at 2.1 or 2.0. You know, really? No. So I think it's better to just be more humble and modest and say, we want a inflation expectations regime that isn't like the Arthur Burns Fed, but not obsess over the fine points of it. And I'm sorry, I've gone on too long, but I'll get out of the way and then Catherine can speak.
So
The final point I guess I would make beyond that is, if you think about an anchor, let's take this image, right? Anchor heavy, chain connected to boat, tide comes in and out, boat bobs up and down. You want there to be some slack in that chain. You want the chain to not be so tight that the boat doesn't get to bob up and down with the tide, or that the chain snaps. And so it might not be bad, and this is a place I think the Fed is getting it wrong, it might not be bad if there was two-sided risk on even the 5-year forward, rather than it being absolutely rock solid at one level and the Fed whacking things if it starts to move. It'd be nice if there was a little movement.
Okay, while we're whacking.
yes.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm in whacking mode.
I really, but I have to.
Kathy, let me just let Adam
Yeah.
off stage.
I apologize,
wanna be sure that
Catherine.
you're
I
on-
apologize,
don't wanna-
everyone. Blame it on Diane Lynn. Thank
I
you
don't
very
want
much.
to make you late for your testimony. Thank you,
Right.
Adam.
I wanted to make some comments before on what he had to say before he left the
Okay,
room.
so
So
Kathy,
that's why I feel bad about
As
that.
soon as Adam is out of the room, then we'll go ahead and talk about him, and we'll reverse everything that he just said.
No.
Um,
Don't have to
So
reverse it.
I want to continue
But-
on with this
yeah.
conversation on
Yeah.
inflation
Yeah.
expectations.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
know, I lived through it. Is it just
Yeah.
old folkyism that we all still think inflation expectations matter? I mean, we bought a home
Right.
in 1980 at 18% mortgage interest. And at that time, if you didn't buy it that day, it was going to be more expensive the next day.
Right.
Like, a lot of us lived through this.
Mhm.
Guaranteed everyone on the Fed has lived through this.
Yep.
So is it just old fogeyism embedded in this tight grip on inflation expectations?
So my comment on that is when Adam said consumers don't know what inflation is, that means that inflation targeting has been successful. That's sort of like the definition of what Alan Greenspan said was, when you don't care, when inflation no longer is relevant for decision making, then you are successful as a monetary policy authority. You've made it no, there are other things that are part of the decision-making process. So we can say that, you know, this is, if you don't know, and I think actually consumers do know what inflation is, but if they don't care, if they don't know, then this is successful, as this is successful policy. And we know that in countries where inflation is high and variable, people do know what inflation is, and they do make decisions based on their expectations for inflation. So I think it's important to distinguish, to make that point. The second point that I think is important with regard to inflation expectations is a point that Adam was making, was the distinction between financial markets and how they think about inflation expectations and sort of the real economy, businesses and households. Because ultimately it's a business household dance about, businesses raise their prices and, consumers boycott. It's like, I'm not gonna pay that. And that dance between businesses and households ultimately ends up, and it's about expectations. I don't expect to pay that much for X, Y, and Z, and so I don't. And so that dance, I think, is an important element of where inflation expectations end up being relevant. Now, financial markets, and this sort of says 5-year, there are households and business expectations as well. It's not just financial markets that have a sort of medium-term inflation expectations that we can measure. We can do that for households and businesses as well. Financial markets pay a lot of attention to very minute changes in underlying inflation or in data on inflation. At Citi, for example, I sort of thought this was kind of a joke, but it was very important in the end, was monthly inflation to the third digit, right? Like, what is monthly inflation? It's to the third digit. You know, it's like, how could that possibly be important? Well, when interest rates are so low, maybe the third digit does matter in terms of underlying real interest rates. So again, making a distinction, I think, between financial markets expectations and how they should be followed relative to household and business expectations and how those should be followed, I think are also important when we think about inflation expectations. And the last point that I would make about inflation expectations and why it is still relevant, I think, to be thinking about them is emerging markets, economies, central banks, in sort of like the last time we sort of looked like we had a little bit of an inflation, a little bit of robust inflation environment and potential move for tightening on monetary policy in advanced economies, some advanced economies, back in, say, 15, 16, 17. What was important about anchored expectations for emerging markets was that the central banks did not have to, many of them, did not have to respond to prospects for monetary policy tightening in important advanced economies. They did not have to do that as their currencies started to depreciate in the past without having central bank credibility, without having anchored expectations in their economies. They would have, and they did have to respond with monetary policy tightening themselves with deleterious effects on their economies. That period of time, a number of years ago, in pre-COVID, central banks in not all emerging markets, of course, but many of them did have credibility, had earned credibility, and that was revealed in inflation expectations being anchored in their economies. It's something that is an important ingredient to overall global inflation and the prospects for global inflation to be anchored in the medium term.
Thank you, Kathy. We've had a number of questions come in. One topic that I think one of the questions really speaks to is labor share of profits.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
going back to the wage discussion, right? Nominal wages have been rising.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of fiscal policy, there is a desire to raise the labor share of profits. Work that our own team has done has looked at it historically, and it looks like it's more just returning back to the share that it used to be.
Yeah.
But should we be really concerned about this, right? Or is rising labor share of profits something that would prompt businesses to, say, do capital deepening? Could it kick off higher productivity? I mean, how would you think about that?
I think it's an important question to think about the sort of labor share of income, and some of the sort of the theory behind that, or sort of the evaluation from an empirical standpoint behind that, is the extent to which it's associated with returns to rent, intellectual property, for example, or returns to capital investment. And I think the jury is still a little bit out on that. But even so, if we imagine a increasing share of income going to labor, there are two ways of thinking about that from a macro perspective. We can all do stuff with lots of different sectors, but let's just aggregate it all up to the macro economy. So we're going to have labor is going to have more income. That means profits are smaller, right? So financial instruments that are the present discounted value of the future stream of profits could be at risk, right? Smaller profits, present discounted value, future stream, smaller number. Maybe you have some equity market reaction. But before you sort of jump to that conclusion, we have to remember that higher share of income going to labor, what are they going to do with it? Do they spend it? And if they spend it, then again, let's just take the top line aggregate. They spend it, it translates into higher sales, higher GDP, higher sales. And so that present discounted value of the future stream of profits, well, you've got higher profits because you're making more income, you're making more sales if you're, company sales. So what we need to be thinking about, and I think we could do it for different sectors, and we can talk about marginal propensity to consume of different workers. We're raising the bottom of the income stream, basically $15 wage, for example, in the United States or in other countries, the bottom wage is being rising. Marginal propensity to consume is equal to 1, pretty much. So we're looking at a higher potential for demand by having a higher share of labor in overall income. So that's getting the economy to a higher growth path, because ultimately you have a situation where firms will need to invest in order to satisfy that higher rate of growth of demand that comes from the marginal propensity to consume being equal to 1 of the people who are getting higher labor, part of the higher share of labor share of income. So this is, you can tell that story. You can tell that story. Is that the story that's going to play out? Or is the story going to play out that we end up with a shrinking profit share and financial instruments that depend on the earnings projections that we currently have in place perhaps won't be borne out? So those are two different directions that we can go with a higher share of income. Obviously, one is much better for both financial markets and for the real side of the economy.
Thanks, Kathy. So we've got a minute and a half left. A couple of questions I'm going to wrap into one and tie it back to something that Adam said. So he talked about his expectation that or the risk that core PCE could be, say, persist at 3% next year, and unemployment rate very low. So the Fed would have to act earlier. If you look at financial markets, they're now pricing in a decent probability that the Fed could first hike in the fourth quarter of next year. So they've come forward a bit. And in the spirit of always hating the last question, what is your view in terms of that market pricing? Do you think there would be a reasonable probability to place on the Fed going as early as fourth quarter next year?
I'm not really comfortable, going evaluating whether or not the markets are evaluating correctly the underlying probability of Federal Reserve move. When I look at the SEP, I see a lot of dispersion. And in terms of what the different governors and FOMC members think about prospects for the underlying economy and therefore the appropriate stance of monetary policy. I see dispersion, a lot of dispersion.
So they don't know just as much as we do.
There's always a game as to whether or not the Federal Reserve has more tea leaves in its teacup than the financial markets. There's always a discussion about that.
All right, that's good. That's a good comment to end on. So Kathy, thank you so much for joining us. Thought this was a great discussion of inflation. I hope everyone enjoyed it. And thank you so much for taking the time, Kathy.
Thank you very much, Ellen, for having me, and for Nabe and Adam, sorry he had to leave, but next time we will all be in person for sure. Okay.
There's Olivier. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session on examining the impact of deficits. I'm Jeff Holland, the Vice President of Research at the Peterson Foundation, not to be confused with the Peterson Institute that Adam just represented. But I know it's very confusing. But anyways, the Peterson Foundation is interested in the trajectory of the fiscal situation here in the US. And that's in large part what we'll be discussing here at this panel. We've heard a little bit in other sessions today about some of the immediate fiscal issues going on. We'll try and go a little deeper in this session and go a little further out to talk a little bit more about the future. So to help us do that, we have two distinguished panelists. On screen, beaming in from France, is Olivier Blanchard. Olivier probably doesn't need an introduction to this group, but I'm going to give one anyways. He's a C. Fred Bergston Senior Fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics, the other one, and the Robert M. Solow Professor of Economics Emeritus at MIT, where he was previously chair of the economics department. He's also served as the director of the research department at the International Monetary Fund and as a past president of the American Economic Association. Olivier is the author of many books and articles, including 2 textbooks on macroeconomics, and he's worked on a wide set of macroeconomic issues, including the role of monetary and fiscal policy, which we'll discuss today. And here in person is Chris McReynolds, who's the managing director and head of US inflation trading at Barclays. So based in New York, Chris has oversight for the firm's market-making operations in Treasury inflation-protected securities and inflation-linked derivatives. Chris rejoined Barclays in March of 2020 after spending 4 years at Jefferies as the head of US rates. He also worked for over 10 years at JP Morgan, where he traded in various markets. Olivier and Chris will each give a brief introduction, then we'll move to questions. As a reminder, you can send questions through the NABE Connect app, and I'll try and pass those on to the participants as well. So Olivier, let me turn it over to you right now.
Good. Thank you very much for this introduction. And I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you in person. I'm still on the other side of the Atlantic. I'm going to make a few remarks just to introduce the discussion. The title of the session was, should we worry about deficits? The general answer is going to be no, with caveats. And let me just plunge into it. Let me start with general principles and then go to actual policies and whether they fit or not. I would make 3 points. The first one may be the most important in what we discuss, which is what do we think interest rates are going to do over the next few years or the next decade, say, real interest rates. And my sense is, having done quite a bit of research on this, is that we don't know exactly why. We don't know exactly the combination of factors which has played a role, but they're likely to remain low. Not quite as low as today, and we see the markets actually turning around a bit, but quite low. There could be bumps. For example, the Biden stimulus, I've argued, may well force the Fed to increase interest rates a bit, maybe more than a bit in the short run, but that shouldn't last. Let me just show you a graph, which is a graph you probably have seen in some form, which is the evolution of 10-year real rates, nominal rates minus expected inflation over the next 10 years. And what you see is that really it has happened since 1992. It would even be more stronger if I had started in 85, but initially there was a disinflation, which kind of complicates things. It's clearly not due to the global financial crisis. It is not due to the COVID crisis. It is a trend. It could reverse. There's some probability that it does, but it is small. So once you accept that it has 2 implications. The first one is that the fiscal cost of debt are likely to remain low. And anyway, governments can protect themselves by issuing long maturity bonds, which they are doing to a large extent. And then, so this is on the cost side. On the benefit side, as long as the so-called effective lower bound is constraining monetary policy really cannot help, then deficits are incredibly useful because they're the only tool we have to sustain demand if demand is weak. So the conclusion in the end is this fiscal room, if needed, and it may be needed. And that's kind of my general view of things. Then I have 2 slides going from principles to policy. since, say, the beginning of 2020, I see three phases. The first one is the intense COVID crisis when it came around March and the decisions which were taken. Then the only priority was protection of people, protection of firms. Whatever it takes was basically the motto. Macro implications were not central, it was just helping people survive what was happening. The very good news is that in contrast to what had happened in, say, 2009, 2010, actually nearly all governments just went for it. We can discuss later as to whether they did it best. I think some countries did better than others, but they did it. We should basically be ready. There'll be more pandemics in the future of events like this. We can probably do better. But that was large deficits, and the markets clearly didn't care. So in that sense, there was fiscal space exposed, even if people were not sure, but it was very ex ante. Now, during the recovery phase, which started late last year, early this year in some countries, then the focus has been slightly different, and protection is still needed, but it's phased out. It's really on sustaining demand, on the notion that maybe the economies are going to come out of the COVID crisis with low demand relative to potential. And you just want to make sure that they achieve potential. It turns out that it is actually fairly difficult to do, because what we've learned is potential is lower. We learn how tight the labor market is, despite fairly good numbers, high numbers on unemployment. But clearly there are places in the labor market where it's very, very tight. So what we can produce is clearly less for the moment than what you used to, and then it's basically a race between lower potential, lower demand. I think the assumption has been that demand would be the constraining factor, so we had to help. The Biden stimulus was very much designed on that basis, that there was a large output gap, we should go for it. My sense, it was too big. And the risk, and I'm sure we'll come back to it, is that not so much, and I think there's going to be overheating, there is overheating already. The risk is not so much inflation, but a Fed reaction and high rates. In that respect, I think the European plans have been better. They've been smaller, more contingent, given that we don't know exactly what we need to do. And I think they have been better designed. Now, let me, in the last slide, kind of take up on what Jeff said, which is looking forward, say the next 5 years, how much to spend and what deficit we should be thinking of running. I think the main issue is that, during COVID, we obsessed about COVID, but there were challenges before, and they have come out even stronger, both physically, but, emotionally. And I think at the top of the list is climate change. It's not the only one. I think the US has a lot to do on inequality, on education, on being ready for pandemics, but I'll focus on that. The second point I want to make is that if you think about what's needed, it need not imply very large deficits, because it's a mix. On the one hand, you want to have taxes, carbon taxes, and carbon border taxes. This, increases revenue. On the other hand, you need higher spending. You need subsidies to private R&D, for example. You need public R&D, public investment. You need to compensate losers. Carbon taxes are very regressive. You need to do something. So I think if you design the package optimally, it's not clear that it would lead to large green deficits by itself. I think, unfortunately, there's a political bias, which is going to be very relevant, which is that you can basically achieve a result either through taxes or through subsidies. And from the point of view of people, they love subsidies and they dislike taxes. In fact, they end up paying for it in some way through other taxes, but that's not the way they perceive it. So there's enormous opposition to things like carbon taxes or carbon prices, and people love having subsidies to buy electric cars or insulating their house. And so I think there's going to be less revenues and more spending than would be ideal, and there are going to be fairly large green deficits. So the question is, this is going to be normative. I'm not going to speculate as to actually what happens in this case. What should governments do? I think the principle is that they should do everything which makes sense. A slightly more technical statement would be that anything which has a risk-adjusted social rate of return, which is higher than the rate at which the government can borrow, should be done. Then the question is, so as far as spending goes, that's how we should be thinking about it. And there's a lot of urgency in doing some of these things. Should it be financed by debt or taxes? I think the general principles are not irrelevant, which is if there's going to be a big investment push, then that is useful in smoothing taxes. Well, I suspect that the investment push is going to be long-lasting, so the argument for smoothing is weaker. Intergenerational equity, given that we're going to leave a planet which is in less bad shape than it would otherwise have been, maybe we want future generations to pay for it. This would mean more debt. The welfare cost of debt is low when the interest rate is so low. So you would take this into consideration, come to a decision. But then there's the macro stabilization aspect, which is, well, suppose you do all this, and it leads to overheating in the sense that the green deficit is not undone. It's very big. Private demand was fairly strong, and we get overheating. In this case, I think that there are two adjustments. The first one is the Fed can adjust interest rates, and probably would, which is kind of what should be done. But if interest rates move a whole lot, that creates a number of fiscal tensions, given that we have a lot of debt. In this case, I think we basically have to be ready to increase the proportion which is financed by taxes rather than by debt, so increase the so-called pay-fors. Again, politically, I'm not sure this will happen, so it is possible that when you've done all the arithmetic and looked, it could be that there is overheating for quite a while. I'm hoping that it will not be the case, but that surely is a possibility. So these are just introductory remarks, and I'm going to stop here and be eager to take questions later. Thank you.
Thanks, Olivier. And we'll get to questions in a second. I just wanted to go over a few things. I just want to say thank you very much for having me here today. I am the comic sidekick portion of the sessions. My training, I'm a metallurgical engineer by training, and my economic academic bona fides solely rests with my minor in economics while studying at the Missouri School of Mines and Metallurgy. Now, I was required to take more than just math and science, so I thought macroeconomics sounded very good. And it really appealed to me from the beginning. And I realized that all theories have to start with ideal working conditions. And in math and engineering, we always giggled at the thought of semi-infinite planes and frictionless surfaces. But macroeconomics had a notion that I bought hook, line, and sinker. That is, markets are efficient and investors are rational. That was not sufficient enlightenment to change majors, that and micro, the thought of predicting the aspects of utility of consumption. Well, Jeff Bezos, I guess, figured it out, but I sure didn't. And yeah, fast forward a few years, I've got a fresh admitted MBA from UCLA, and I started on what turned out so far to be a 34-year career trading fixed income on Wall Street. And I love telling people what I was going to do now as a living. I was going to be a practicing economist. I was going to look at aggregate demand, potential growth, capital flows, and since this was 1987, deficits, because deficits were the capital deficit, the merchandise trade, as well as the fiscal deficit was all that the markets talked about. And so I would balance all these inputs and decide what to pay and sell for interest rate sensitive securities. Well, hubris and naivety punched me in the face because my first day of trading was a stock market crash in 1987. So it didn't take me long to realize that psychology, or better yet, a psychiatry degree would have served me better as a market maker. Rational, I think Tobin said at the time, there was no visible factors that could make a 30% difference in the value of stocks between October 15th and October 20th. Markets are emotional, sometimes they're psychotic, but they're definitely living things. And so the topic here is deficits, and some of the youngsters in the crowd may have read about some of the causes of the stock market crash of '87. But the one I remember this to the day, was the Wednesday before, And I hadn't started, like I was in the training, I was on the desk. I was going to start actually trading the following Monday, but the Wednesday before, merchandise trade came out, and it was actually not quite as bad as expected, but the exports were actually lower, and the stock market started to sell off, and that was really what the markets were interested in. And at that point in time, deficits and but now today, I don't think merchandise trade would matter any more than the weekly money supply statistics. Again, something at that time we watched with equal enthusiasm weekly as we did Dallas and Miami Vice. Now, my own simplistic view of the world likes to look at the yield of the 30-year bond, and that is sort of my R-star, because I think it incorporates inflation risk premium, term risk premium. I know most economists like to look at the 10-year. I actually prefer to look at the 30-year because I do think it encapsulates even more. But go back to the stock market crash, it started around 10%. And in large part, it was up that high because the markets were worried about the twin deficits. And when the crash started, we got the crash and bonds started rallying, basically the day I started trading, the bond market has rallied and has not looked back. A market maker's job is basically to identify a trend and fight it. So that's kind of what I've been doing for 34 years. But R-star has basically literally been on a downward trade for decades. And there are many episodes where we've had upsetting events, at least for the markets that is, and then we start worrying about the inflation deficit risk premium. In 1998 or 97, 98, we had LTCM in the emerging markets. And we went from 5.5 in the bond to 4 3/4 in short order, but we were back to 6.5 in late of 99. In the wake of the 08 financial crisis, we got bonds back to 4.5% again, because people were talking about fiscal spending, the deficits that we're going to have more borrowing. And the problem with, what people worry about when they think about deficits and why are they a problem, it's going to crowd out other investors. So it's going to basically increase demand for money. And experience has also shown the other way out of deficits is to inflate their way. So you worry about some inflation risk premium. And so, we got that in 09, but then we got the COVID problem and we got bonds down to 1%. And they got back to 242 earlier in the year. And they've actually backed up pretty nicely. I think 3 weeks ago, they're maybe 185 and now they're, 210. So, recent experience tells me that the market gets concerned with deficits, but not for very long, and certainly not long enough to derail the economy. At least that has not been the case. And I think that's where people really get concerned about when they see the high levels of deficits. It's why is it actually going to be a potential problem? And so the deficit debate will begin again in earnest because with the stimulus packages that are being discussed currently, and I think the market's still handicapping a fairly sizable package, but something closer to 2 trillion. And the odds of significantly less are actually now, I'd say, non-zero, and then ticking up weekly because we've got arguments about the debt ceiling, and so will Congress actually have the resolve to pass everything? But yeah, the deficit really just matters because, to me, the deficit has mattered this entire time because I think the reason the effective lower bound is where we are is because, especially since 2008, I think the markets realize that the enormous amount of debt outstanding could lead to a deflationary track. And I agree with that because that actually is that's the worst outcome for everyone. So I think the Fed has been using all its tools for this reason. And I believe that the asset price appreciation that the Fed response has given us and the leverage in the system has certainly been, bankrolled by the Fed. The toolkit that the Fed really has is the financial markets. And to this end, investors are acting rationally and put money where the Fed and expect the Fed to potentially bail them out if there's an issue. And they have stepped, 2008, 2009. And again, with they got markets functioning again very quickly in the back of COVID. What else am I going to say here? I think that the one could actually argue that the Fed has not been credible for the last 15 years or so, because if they want 2% PCE, so if you figure the PCE CPI wedge is around 230, then the 30-year break even should be 230 as a neutral Fed, but it's been significantly below that for most of the time. In fact, getting prints of 5%, stimulus packages, et cetera, can barely get the thing to the 30-year break even to 2.25. So I also like to think that some inflation risk premium, what would be incredible, not what would make the Fed not believable. Go back to 2004, 30-year break evens were 3%. No one said that the Fed was not credible at that time. That was not an issue. So I think that all along, deficits have really mattered to the market, and it's just that the way they matter has changed. So it used to be that we used to worry about deficits crowding out investment and driving up real yields. And now we worry about deficits because we created a feed the beast scenario. So that's why the Fed stays at the effective lower bound. They've had to stay at the effective lower bound, even though maybe they wouldn't necessarily have to. Another point I'd like to make, and it was a good point earlier about driving asset prices up, keeping people out of the might not come back. But what if the cost of retirement were in CPI? So if one has assets, I think for most of the people in this room, the Fed reaction functions serve most of us fairly well. What about the people cleaning the room? Probably not so much. If you got 10-year real yield is -1%, 30-year real yield is -0.3, it makes it pretty hard to save something from your earnings. And I would not call asset prices here an irrational exuberant response to the Fed. I think that the Fed puts them here. But the other thing I'd definitely like to say is that markets are fickle, and a thing doesn't matter until it does. So with that, I just want to also say that it turns out I didn't actually embark on a career as a practicing economist, but I do have a somewhat unique theory on economics, and that is the market is always wrong. That's why the prices keep changing. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I know you just said you're not a budget expert, but I'm going to ask you a budget question anyways. We've been talking about deficits and some of the impact that they have on economic indicators, inflation, interest rates, and so on. Let's talk about some of the numbers and the accumulation of deficits, so meaning the debt. So or if you can speak for markets, do you have any concerns with US debt to GDP at 100% right now? Now, how much fiscal space does the US have? Or, as one member of the audience asked, how much debt is too much?
It's not 100%. I mean, it's not where we are now. What would make it become too much? I think that the markets would have to get, they don't look at the level. And they've seen the history of Japan. And it hasn't, their debt ratio is much higher even still, but the markets, it hasn't bothered them because they haven't had, you've got to crowd out other investors, and there seems to be money for everyone just looking at the stock markets, right? So I think that I don't think I could actually say, and that's what also the realizations of trading would hit me, because I guarantee there were times in my life I was like, look at the budget deficit and start hitting bids, because like this is insane. Something has to give, and then the market comes right back. And I do think so. I mean, we used to talk in the 80s. We talk about bond vigilantes, and the bond vigilantes are dead. They got subsumed by a risk parity and the effective lower bound. But now the bond vigilantes are they're deflationistas. So people start grabbing long, like anytime anything looks bad, people start going to the long bond. And I think it's because the deficits are so large, they know that we'll be in a deflationary trap if something does, if we're not there. So I guess my answer, to fully answer your question, I think it's the markets are relying on the Fed reaction function. And so deficit, so long as they trust in that, then the level of deficit is a long way from being a level that would cause concern.
Care to choose a tipping point? That's okay.
I would say something, but it would be made up.
Fair enough.
I'm not above that. But.
So Olivier, do you want to weigh in on this? Do you have any concerns
Oh.
with the size of the debt now?
No, I'm not, because what really matters from a mechanical point of view is debt service, right? The ability to actually cover debt service and not have debt ratios increase. And debt service is not the same when the interest rate is 10% and when the interest rate is 0%. And if my assumption that interest rates are going to remain very low, then debt service is perfectly tractable. We don't have to do anything crazy to keep debt ratios under control. I think there is still a whole lot of room to play with. Again, there are psychological aspects, and Chris was talking about it. You know, if markets see debt increase, they may decide that that's really the end of the world, and that may happen just like that because they decide that they are scared. They put a spread. The spread makes that dynamics even worse, and then things go from bad to worse. But I think from a more rational point of view, and I understand, you know, Chris was clear about the fact that the way markets think about deficits and the way academics like me think about deficits is different. But from a mechanical arithmetic point of view, debt service is low. It's very likely to remain low, and therefore I think there's a whole lot of fiscal space.
So you bring up an interesting question about the appropriate metric. So maybe debt to GDP isn't the metric that we want to use for debt sustainability anymore. I think you just suggested maybe interest or interest as a share of GDP. What are your thoughts about how to measure fiscal sustainability?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, you have to take into account anything which can happen and the uncertainty and so on. But the major variable I think that you have to think about is debt service. Can you basically generate a primary surplus so that you take care of the debt service? That's the way I think about it. If I were to design rules, which is, you know, a game which is being played on this side of the ocean at this stage in Brussels, I would basically design rules which would be around debt service, which is having the primary surplus move in line with debt service. So as long as the interest rate remains low, you don't have to do much. If for some reason, and there's some probability that the interest rates increase quite a bit, in which case you'd have to do something then. It's not just the level of debt service, it's the uncertainty about debt service, right? It could be, and we have to be ready for it, that for some reason the interest rate will increase a lot. I don't think it will, but it could. In which case we have to be ready because this is the time when debt could explode and then we would be in trouble. But the short answer to you is, yeah, debt service much better than debt.
Okay, so if we're thinking about interest costs to the federal government, and Chris, I'll turn this to you. So where do you see the longer run path of interest rates? Will they stay as low as they are for an extended period of time? You mentioned that there are no bond vigilantes anymore either. So what's the constraint these days?
The constraint for, I think that rates will stay very low for quite some time, because I think that the Fed is going to keep rates low. I mean, the tapering is going to start, but they've taken a lot of securities out of the market. And I think to go back to the previous question, I think if you want to think about the metric, it's, debt service ex Fed. So like, look how much money and interest payments go back to the Fed. So is that really to the open market? So I mean, it really, it's, are we going to get to a point where we crowd out investors? And as I said, I'm not kidding you. Like I'd rather short the market than go along it. And I have been generally for 34 years been, it's going the other direction. It's been a bull market, but I also think that 1% long bonds is ridiculous. And I think that just for my way of thinking, capital's supposed to cost something. If capital costs zero, you're always going to have an overcapacity problem. Like people will always be storing something if capital doesn't cost anything. So I don't think it's terrible for capital to cost a little bit of money. And I think, and it was interesting too, about a year or so ago when like there was chatter that Fed might think about negative interest rates, and you saw what that did to the bank stocks and that sort of thing. As soon as they got out of that conversation, like the KBF took off immediately. So I think the Fed realized for sure that negative interest rates ain't great. Look what it's done for Europe over the years. I mean, I think that rates themselves, we might get some more term premium, but again, even if the bond were back to 2.5 or 3, like 100 basis points from where it is right now, I don't see that as crowding out other investors. So I don't see like what I would call a significant backup, something that actually makes people stop investing, or people or the government just crowds out all the source of money. And like that's what you have to think about, is like what level of interest rates, given everything else, makes government, not just our government, any government borrowing, where does that take? Oh, wow, they're actually taking all the marginal dollars now and then some.
Well, what about thinking that the other way around? Projections of deficits are that they will rise substantially in the future, that we're looking at a debt 30 years from now that's twice the size of the economy. Is it working the other way around, where the government is borrowing so much that lenders will demand a higher rate?
We might get there. But I think so far, the evidence has been that the Fed has stepped in. They've kept we've been at the effective lower bound for way too long. Because I think the markets should get used to having to pay something for capital. But I think that they've, to some degree, they've now been hoisted by their own petard. Like they can't really get too tight. So it would take the markets to get to a point where like, wow, this is just something that we can't sustain. But I think we're a long way away from that.
And so Olivier,
even though like intellectually, like it appeals to me. It's like, would I lend money to me if I couldn't service it? No, like.
That does make you wonder. But so Olivier, you've sort of framed this a little differently. You've got the famous R-G construct. So it's saying that, as long as interest rates are lower than your growth rate, then you can afford to borrow. But how do you view that in light of what's going on in the US in terms of the primary deficits? So it seems like that makes sense if you have no or low primary deficits. But in the US, currently we're running deficits to the 3% range, and again, it's slated to grow over time. So how do you think about the R-G framework in light of countries that have large primary deficits?
Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to the primary deficit you can afford and keep your debt, constant as a ratio of GDP. And in the US, at this stage, we're above that, and the forecasts are that we would be above that for quite a while. And I think in this case that this would affect so-called R-star, which is that at some point, the more debt, the more crowding out, the higher R star. So I think that if we embarked on a sequence of very, very large deficits, so more than 3%, and we kept at it for a long time, then R would increase quite a bit, and R minus G would be much less attractive, and there would be issues. Let me go back to the yield curve and do something that an academic should never do when he's talking to somebody who is actually trading these bonds or giving advice, which is I'm surprised by the shape of the yield curve at this point. I really feel that the Biden stimulus program was too big, and all the evidence that I've seen since its implementation makes me think that indeed it was. I think the room for output to increase without inflation was much smaller than they had assumed. And I think that we have at various margins overheating, and we may have more. My reaction to this is not that we're going to get high inflation, because I think the Fed, although it has been too dovish in my sense, is going to step in. And so it seems to me that at some stage, namely the next, say, 18 months, the Fed is going to have to increase interest rates. We know it intends to, but more than it actually says it will or expects it will. So I would have expected a bump in the yield curve at the 1 to 3 years maturity. Eventually, this should go away, and we should go back to the long run R star. We're not quite sure what it is. But I see absolutely none of that. I don't see markets being very scared about this. Is it because they think inflation would nicely go away, that there will not be overheating, or something else? So this is maybe more, this is not so much an answer than a question to Chris. Why don't I see my bump? I want to see my bump.
It's not for me trying to not get it there, I promise you. I've thought that real yields have been too low for quite some time in all this, and it goes. But there's just too much money everywhere to get put to work, and I think that's also driven people to NFTs and everything else. Like, well, what else am I going to buy? 10-year real, after inflation, I'll lose 1% per year for the next 10 years. That doesn't sound great. I'll lose 30 basis points per year for the next 30 years. I'm locking up my money for 30 years. So am I getting negative 30 bips after inflation? That doesn't get it. But I also think, in the 80s, I'd say it was about performance for money managers. Now it's maximizing assets under management. So yeah, more assets under management, the bigger the number, the better they do. So it drives me crazy that they're here. And I don't have a good answer for you. I don't think they should be here, but the market disagrees with me vociferously.
There's a question from the audience about R star also, asking about the thesis saying the main cause in the decline in R star is inequality, and wondering, I think this is to you, Olivier, whether you agree with that. And then does the rise in inequality give fiscal room to the government, even with the large debt and the current interest rates?
So again, we have a long list of suspects behind the decrease in R star. Some of them having to do with risk aversion, some of them having to do with investment, some of them having to do with saving. So there is indeed an argument that saving has increased or shifted, if you want, at a given interest rate because of increased inequality. And there's a paper which was presented at Jackson Hole by Tiff Meehan and others, which argues that not only could it be, but they do numbers and they say, well, a good part of a decrease in R star might be due to inequality because the rich just save much more than the poor. I think they have oversold the quantitative result, but I suspect that there's something there. There's something else, which is, I think that indeed saving is where we have to look. Why is there so much saving? And much of it is precautionary rather than life cycle. And there are two ways. If we wanted to decrease saving and increase our star, which might be desirable, we could either decrease inequality, but that's a fairly tough one, in the political context. But the other one, which I think would work much better, would be to provide more social insurance. So, to take an example, if we gave Medicare for all, we implemented Medicare for all, then I think a good part of saving in the US would no longer happen. A lot of people save because of health risks. And this would do two things. It would be very good in itself, at least that's what I think. But from a macro point of view, it would help move demand up, increase our star, and I think on that would be a good thing. But an inequality, if we could eliminate inequality, it would be great. And we would get big effects on saving. But I don't quite know how to do this politically. We can do a bit. It's not going to be enough.
Let me shift gears a little because there's a number of questions about the debt limit. Some of these are directed directly to you, Chris. The underlying question, I think, is why are financial markets seemingly unconcerned about the debt ceiling? Some of the other questions asking about that are how do we as economists best inform the public about this, about the intricacies of debt, the debt ceiling, et cetera? Is there any concern that there are vulnerabilities from China or other foreign investors deciding not to buy treasuries?
They've always worked. This is not the first time we've had argument about the debt ceiling. And so every other time something happens at the last minute or thereabouts to make things work out. And I think that the markets are probably complacent a little bit, that they will always come to the rescue, but maybe they're not overly complacent because the Fed's always come to the rescue, and they probably imagine that something will come, that things will get worked out at the last minute. We really haven't seen any evidence of foreign official holders or anyone outside the border slow up their asset allocation to treasuries because of worries about non-payments. I think no one really expects that to actually ever come to fruition. It would be interesting to see what happens if
interesting to say the least.
Did.
Yes,
but it's I really hasn't. It's always worked out before. It's like mom and dad. Hey, it always worked out before. I'm sure it'll work out again.
I hope.
But yeah, right. But how do you explain that to your? It is a risk, and I think it's a tail risk that that the markets probably consistently underprice.
All right, so switching back. So Olivier, there are a few questions to you. Essentially, how do you reconcile the apparent contradiction between your suggestion that governments should do everything that makes sense and your suggestion that the US fiscal response to COVID was too big?
Yeah, because it didn't make sense, is the short answer. And when the Biden stimulus plan was designed, the question was, how much do we need to push demand? And they basically presented a plan which was 3 times in size what my estimate, but the estimate of most economists was the output gap. So they basically, did 3 times as much as seemed to be needed. So in that sense, whatever it takes doesn't mean do crazy stuff or do too much. It means do what you need to do. And my sense is that they just did too much. It may not turn out catastrophic. It may be okay. Again, there might be a bit of inflation, which we're seeing. There might be a bit of bump in rates. I think probably that's much worse is small, but there was really no reason to have such a big plan. in order to get the economy back to potential. And it's creating, part of what we're seeing around the world, which is the disruptions of supply chains, the rationing of some goods and so on, is partly due to overheating of the US economy. So it went in the right direction, no question about it, but I just think it was too big.
And so along similar lines, there's been a question about your comment regarding rethinking automatic stabilizers. What do you have in mind when you say rethink automatic stabilizers?
We have a crazy system in which the automatic stabilizers haven't been designed as such. They're just the incidental result of progressivity of the income tax rate, of the level of the income tax rate. So some countries have very strong automatic stabilizers. Some countries have very weak ones. Nobody ever thought, okay, so we need to do macro stabilization when there is a drop in demand, which there was at the start of COVID. We would like to have something in which we can give money to people quickly. And remember how hard it was at the beginning of COVID to actually find ways of getting money, dollars, in the pockets of people who needed it. That was just, we didn't have the right information. We didn't know who to send the checks to. We should have a system like this, which is when for some reason, there is a need to actually send checks to people. This can be done by pushing a button. And we just don't have that. And, it was costly at the beginning of COVID. We sent checks to people who absolutely did not need it, as well as not sending checks or checks which took forever to people who actually needed them. We in this case is the US, did a terrible job. France, did a much better job because, we have a much better, much heavier, but much better administration. And we could actually get funds to the people who needed it right away. So in the US, there's a major issue of not having the right tool to react quickly when we need to do something. It doesn't happen too often, but it happens.
All right, well, I think that takes us to the end. So you two get to avoid the question I was going to ask you about MMT. So anyways, sorry, we don't have time for it. Thank you both, Olivier and Chris. Please join me in thanking our panelists for tonight.
And thank you, Julia Coronado, Madam Vice President-elect, for inviting me here. I've really enjoyed myself this weekend.
So if you have not yet donated, feel free to go to nabe.com/donate and take us the rest of the way home. Now I'd like to acknowledge all of the past presidents are here. Will you stand up, please, and receive your round of applause? Also acknowledge the work of our outgoing board members, Eugenio Aliman, Pat Bahari, Megan Green, Michael Luca, and Holly Wade. I think only Eugenio and Holly are with us in person. I know the others are with us virtually and in spirit. But if Holly and Eugenio would come forward, we have your outgoing board member plaques. Whenever someone leaves, someone comes on board. So at this point, I'd like to acknowledge our incoming NABE directors, Elaine Buckbird of General Motors, who before. Stand up when Carlos Herrera, Mervyn Jabarish, Dana Peterson, and incoming Vice President Julia Coronado. One more award to give out, and that is the NABE Outlook Award for the best forecaster over the 12-month period ending Q2 of 2021. And you got to be pretty good if you were a good forecaster this year, for sure. So it's my pleasure to present this award. The winners were from Morgan Stanley, Ellen Zentner and Robert Rosner. You want to tell everybody how you did it?
No. It was an accident. I'm kidding. Robert Rosner on my team is my senior economist, and he's the current president of the New York chapter. So I'm already grooming the next generation to come up behind me on NABE. So I'm sure he's going to be on the board before long as well. But we can't, unfortunately, because he's a mini me, we can't both be here at the same time. So he's holding down the fort, but truly appreciate it.
Thanks. And thanks for not pointing out how that forecast stacked up against the Fed forecast. That was very much appreciated. Speaking of awards, now I'd like to call up to the stage former NABE president and the person who has so many ribbons on her badge that she has to take it off lest she be blown away off the stage by a slight breeze. Diana Swank. Diane, it's all yours to moderate the next session.
Yeah, I keep adding, I guess I've been a NABE member a long time. I actually joined NABE when I was in college. So I might even, I'm close to one of the longest members, not the oldest member here, but anyways, well, it's my true delight to be able to moderate this panel, this session right now with Jerry Conter. Jerry and I have been talking. Jerry's first name is actually Jerome, something he shares with Jay Powell, but he goes by Jerry, and he let Jerome Powell, Jay Powell know that he goes by Jerry instead of Jay. But he kind of likes our current Fed chairman right now because there's low interest rates and the housing market's doing very well. So I think that's great. Jerry's a great guy, and you're going to learn a lot from him. He is the founder and president of Conter Quality Homes, which he established in 1977 in his hometown of Savannah, Georgia. The company builds a broad range of homes and range of designs, and also custom builds. 2,000 single family homes you've built and 500 multifamily homes, I think I've got on here. He's been active his entire career in the National Association for Home Builders, and he's going to be coming in as the chairman of the National Association for Home Builders, and we're really thrilled to have him here. I wanted to put one little thing that I noticed on his bio in there because it was so important to my daughter, is that he also was on the board of the Humane Society, and we found our mutual love of dogs. He showed me his picture of a dog that's no longer with him before he showed me his grandchildren's pictures. So I thought that was a pretty good testimony to how much you love dogs as much as my daughter does, and I do, although I am now with the dog. My daughter left us. She trains dogs, but she didn't train my husband very well. So we have an untrained husband with a dog that's trained him. So I want to ask Jerry to come on up and join me.
Thank you.
Well, I wanted to, I've gotten the pleasure of talking to Jerry several times now, and we've spent a great time talking before we got in here, but I wanted to start out with some of the things one, it was so great to see you in person versus our Teams meeting and meeting you this way. But I wanted to start out with, you're really at the intersection of all that's going on in terms of the economy today, the supply chain disruptions, the labor issues that we're dealing with, the surge in demand in response to the pandemic. So if you could sort of start us out with, we'll start out with the single family market. and what you see going on there. What kind of homes are, people building? How have they changed over the pandemic? And I think you said you have, what, 55 homes under construction right now?
Fortunately, we've actually finished about 5 since we talked
Oh,
last
wow.
time. So.
That was about a week ago. So you got those ones completed. Okay, good. So you got some completed now. And I want you to talk about that. And I also want you to talk about, how things are affecting your business model, the margins, and how you're pricing these homes as well.
Okay.
Just a few things to start with.
It's not exactly a fun time to be in the home building and development business right now. Obviously, there are tons of challenges. And I feel very fortunate that we've been able to weather the storm so far. The biggest disruptor is not just the cost of material, but the effect that the supply chain disruptions have had on delivering the product. My cycle time has doubled.
Wow.
Used to be, we would, our actual build time after receiving a building permit and doing the paperwork was anywhere from 90 to 120 days. When we were still writing contracts, we were writing them for 240 days. And still missing closings in some cases. So when you can't control the process, it makes it very difficult to control the pricing also. Just like most of your speakers have mentioned today, and I don't know what they talked about yesterday, but the inputs are about 20% up from what they were 18 months ago. We typically pre-sell most of our product. On the single family side, we are primarily a production home builder. We develop our own communities, put in the infrastructure, build models, and then sell from the models. And typically about 80% of our production is in pre-sales. So those are fixed contracts, or at least they were for a great portion of the first 3 months of 2021. So in January, February, and March of this year, we sold about 50 some odd houses, and probably 35 of them were fixed contracts. From the day we started selling these houses, our lumber prices at the time that we began to frame these houses was up typically about $25,000 per house.
Wow.
And that doesn't sound like a lot, except that the average sales price was about $300,000. So if they're up 20%, the inputs across the board, which amounted to about $25,000 of additional cost, it lays pretty heavy on your margins. You alluded to what kind of margins do we work on? Typically, we try to gross 16%. But we consider marketing bricks and sticks, so that includes marketing costs, et cetera. It just doesn't include some of our fixed overhead salaries for field superintendents, office space, et cetera. We're getting hurt by about 6% on the margins on those 35 houses.
Wow.
That's pretty strong. We started putting in a lumber escalator clause in our contracts on the last 15 or so that we built. We actually hoped that we would lose sales. People would decide that they couldn't go forward because it took too long to get the house finished, because we could sell the house in 2 days for $40,000, $50,000 more than we had a firm contract on. Well, we did not try to encourage that, however, because we felt that moral was not the right thing to do. Lumber costs have come down significantly. we had a spike in 2020, about 3/4 of the way through the year. And they had gone up to historic levels, which at the time was $750 per 1,000 board feet of random length lumber from about 325. We met with Secretary Ross immediately after that meeting. When I say we, NHB's leadership, the National Association of Home Builders leadership, met with Secretary Ross. Immediately that spike went down. And he actually alluded to maybe there was some collusion going on, which is unusual for a Secretary of Commerce to say, but it went down immediately. We thought we were good. That was like that was like the rain before the real storm. By January of last year, maybe February of this year, I'm sorry, January or February, random board length prices went up to $1,600 per 1,000 board feet. So that's a run up from 325 to 1,600, with an incredible increase. Timber producers were not making any additional money. Lumber companies, lumber distributors were not really making any more money. It was all at the mill level, all at the mill level. Subsequently, I don't know what we started pricing lumber every 2 weeks from our suppliers. So on Monday, I wasn't there when the pricing reset, so I don't know what it is today, but it's hovering somewhere around $500 per 1,000 random board length. In the scheme of things, that seems like a bargain, and certainly our pricing today is accommodated that pricing increase. However, panelization, that's a much more consolidated market. When I say panelization, I'm talking about plywood, OSB, the things that you put on the outside of the house, on the roof of the house, on the floor of the house, if it's a 2-story home. In April of last year, I was buying a sheet, 15-30-second plywood for $7.48 a sheet. It reached a high of $60 a sheet, a 500+% increase.
That was on, you got a multifamily home. You're working on one right now, right?
Yeah, we're doing a 250 unit. For those that speak HUD speak here, I don't know how many of you are familiar with HUD, but we're doing a 221 D4 project, which is a market rate project. It's rate locked on the front end, sort of like a pre-closed permanent loan that you would do on a house. Takes about a year to go through the process, but you rate lock on the front end. You certify your cost also on the front end. And then the bank that you're doing business, has already pre-sold the bonds, and they've got the investor that's going to take out the loan at the end. HUD simply insures it. It is market rate. It's not income restricted. However, the product that we build is geared more towards workforce housing, what I call the missing middle, the folks that don't qualify for a voucher program, but still need to find a slightly more affordable multifamily unit. At one point, we just started framing, we're just beginning to go vertical. We've been working on site work for the last 6 months. At one point, we were $3.5 million upside down on the lumber estimate. And probably half of that was in the panels. So now it's down to about $750,000 upside down, but now we're beginning to see other inputs go up. We'll probably ultimately be somewhere, we're keeping our fingers crossed, it will be about $1.5 million over budget. Loan's a $25 million loan. So on the multifamily sector, it's more pronounced, again, from a standpoint of the scope of those inputs. Small increases have a much greater impact on the total price. So multifamily is extremely strong still. There is, under the current administration, there is going to be more emphasis particularly on agency loans, like HUD loans are going to be more geared towards people below the median income. It probably will squeeze out some of the funds that go into market rate programs that are done at HUD, unfortunately, because they do a great service to the housing affordability problem that we have in the country. The current Secretary of HUD has already indicated her emphasis to be geared primarily to very low income families, but you will still continue to have the missing middle, the people that can't afford a house and don't qualify for direct support, whether it's voucher program or a LIHTC apartment complex, low income housing tax credit based apartment complex.
So with the housing price case shiller came out today at 19.7%, up from a year ago, still accelerating. And one of the sessions I was in yesterday, they were talking about builders had been 90% of builders were increasing their prices in June. And by now, in August, it was 60% of builders were increasing their prices. Are things starting to hit that wall at the top? Is there starting to get some pushback, or is there, I mean, we know supply is still incredibly constrained.
And the last thing you said is the reason why the market is cooling a little bit, but there is, in my opinion, sustained demand. You know, we're sitting with right now our chief economist at NAHB. We talk quite a bit on a regular basis. That's one of the advantages of being a senior leader at the association. And typically what he's seeing on a macro level matches what we're seeing in a, directly in the field. So I feel pretty confident with the statistics that he's been putting out. It's a different recession that we are coming out of than the Great Recession of 2010. The millennials are just now really making up household formation. And if you look at the demographics long term, the demographics are pointing towards a long-term sustained housing market. Affordability is going to get worse. It already has. That affordability gap is going to slow down the market, but we didn't have an entry-level market for 10 years. You know, you had millennials living in the basement of their parents' house for lots of reasons. Partly because of the inability to accumulate down payment, partly because of the way that they work. You and I had some discussions about this, and I have in my business a principal, my son, who is on the leading edge of the millennials. He'll turn 40 in December. I think 41 is considered the official leading edge of millennials. So I kind of can identify with all of his fraternity brothers that I knew when he was in college, and my daughter is 36, so she's a little more in the heart of that. they work differently, you know, they delay household formation significantly, 10 years at least from our generation. In most cases, they don't go to work for a firm that they're going to stay with. There's a lot of lateral movement from one place to another as they build their resume until they finally hit to a point where they know that they're going to be somewhat permanent in where they are going to be. Then they begin to do household formation. And we're now seeing that because that demographic is so large. The millennials is so large, even with the headwinds of the affordability gap and the down payment requirements, they're now beginning to make household formation and they're figuring out ways to buy homes. So even though there's headwind that's slowing down the overall market to some extent, you've got a new segment, the most important segment, the entry-level segment, that, you know, gives old timers, the boomers, the ability to retire and downsize, because now they've got somebody that will buy their house. So I see a very strong, sustained market, at least for the next 48 months.
One of the residuals of the pandemic was people actually were able to save money, and they using that to buy homes now as a down payment. And I mean, I think about the subprime crisis and the fear that some people had of buying homes in the immediate aftermath of it, but also how the subprime crisis distorted the labor market for millennials too, because they took any job rather than taking the right job match because they didn't have a choice, graduating into a pretty hard job market.
So
they've now caught up a little bit.
I agree completely. Even in my own lifestyle, my wife said, I don't understand why our credit card bill is so low. Never went out to eat. So yeah, no, it's very true what you say. I do believe also that the press or the media has greatly exaggerated the aspiration to home ownership negatively.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of research. NHB's done a lot of research. There's still a strong aspiration to move to home ownership. It's fundamentally in this country's population, and the fact that millennials bought later was not because they didn't aspire to home ownership. It just wasn't their time. And now we're beginning to see that happen. Also, there's a disconnect about our statistics show that the suburbs, just like previous generations, millennials have chosen to live closer to the urban core in most cases, but now the ones that are buying are moving out because that's where they can find affordability.
Yeah.
So they're repeating the same thing that happened in the boomer generation, just delayed 10 years.
Yeah. So what has changed though? We were talking about this a little bit, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about the rental market in a minute too, but in terms of the demand for housing and what people want in a home now, I mean, clearly they want a home office and things like that. So how has that changed?
Much more flex space for sure. And absolutely, they want a home office. You know, it's still left to be seen how much remote working will stabilize. Certainly, there are some companies now that are demanding people to come back to the office. But there's going to be a segment of the population for sure that will continue to work remotely. I don't know if that's 20% or 50%. I tend to believe, again, anecdotally, I believe it's more on the former than the latter. But that segment, you know, if you build 1 million houses a year, that's 200,000 that are going to be thinking about that and how they want to change their home. They definitely, you know, there was a tendency in the 90s of cocooning. Everybody wanted a home theater. They wanted to do everything in their own home. That is still a factor, but it's a different type of cocooning. It's not for socialization. It's for being forced to work in a different way. And who is the primary caregiver if it's a nuclear family and they have children, and or if it's a single parent household and they have children, even more of a challenge, and more of a challenge for what type of housing that they would pick. So those are the factors that are driving the change, but it's a slow change. First of all, you have to remember the overall housing stock, existing housing versus new homes that can be built in any given year. It's a fraction, a very small fraction. It's not a fraction of the total number of houses that are sold, but it is a fraction of the existing housing stock that will be there at the end of each year. So it'll be a long time before we see significant change in the totality of the housing stock. On the multifamily side, it is definitely the lifestyle aspirational rental economy. The same reason that people are buying jet cards right now is the same reason they want a multifamily complex that looks like that looks like they went on vacation. That's a resort type setting.
Is it the rental market's booming right now, and rents are going up again, and there's more density being spread around, it looks like, in suburban areas and things like that. But there's a lot of talk about the build to rent market on the single family side too. How much is that really an issue? Is that being blown up in the press?
I think it's being blown up in the press. But there's two reasons. For, we talked about this a little bit earlier today. It's the rental market on single family homes is a very difficult management issue. As a multifamily homeowner, multifamily owner, we're building a portfolio. We only build for our own account. We hope to have our portfolio to about 1,000 units in the next 36 months. My wife is actually has the two hardest jobs in our company. We really are a family business. So she runs our property management company, and she runs our customer service company on the single family side. She has absolutely the two worst jobs in the company.
And you're still married. You've been married a long time.
Yeah, we got married in 1977. So this is our 44th year. This summer will be our 44th year of marriage. And that pillow talk is the only time we ever argue, when she tells me about some interesting story about a tenant, and my response is just throw them out. And she says, you can't talk like that. But yeah, she is in charge of that part of the company. And I wish she were here, because she could spout the statistics quicker than I can. But the turn is what makes that single family rental side so hard. If you're renting a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,000 square foot home, even if you build it in a community of those, and those people, those tenants, I shouldn't say those people, those tenants are more likely to buy a house quicker than the apartment dweller. And then you've got an accelerated amount of turn, getting the unit ready for the next tenant, and a significantly more expensive turn that you've got to eventually, those rental prices will have to get so high. And again, high is all relative, higher than the market for traditional apartment complexes, that they're unsustainable. Again, that's just my personal anecdotal opinion. But the bigger problem to that is lot inventory is a major problem for home builders right now. When I am developing a new neighborhood, we've got right now a community that is getting close to being platted, final platted. We're pushing stone on the streets, and I can tell you that I get calls all the time from apartment or single family, multifamily owners, people that want to buy the lots, have you build all the houses, and they turn it into a rental community. I have no desire to sell my lot inventory off. Why would I sell it to somebody to do that instead of leveraging it for our single family construction business? And then you've got the national home builders that are competing the same way for lot inventory. There's the number of developers that are just in the lot business are greatly diminished. So many of them got washed out in 2010 that
So it's
now,
consolidated now.
if you don't control your own lot inventory, you're not going to be very successful in the home building business.
So in terms of, let's go back to like 2010, 2009 and today. What did you learn from that period that has affected how you're doing things today?
That's a great question, because everything about our company changed after that. Prior to 2010, in our community, it didn't start in 2009. It was 2010 was when we really saw the effect. We were a production home builder that was more concentrated on entry level. We were building about 120 houses a year. In 2010, we went from 120 to 15.
Wow.
Sales. So fortunately, we had already begun to diversify our company into multifamily, and we were well capitalized, and it did not change my lifestyle, but it certainly did change my opinion on how many lots we would have in front of us at any given time, what type of homes we would build. And we moved up almost exclusively to the move up market. It was kind of a no-brainer. We could build 60 houses instead of 120, do about 75% of the dollar volume, and increase our margins. And so we did that. And we're just now beginning to go back and put our feet in what is the new entry level market, but instead of being $160,000 product, it'll be more like starting at 225. And that's in our market, which would when I speak these numbers, it really doesn't mean anything except how it is relative to what other houses are in our market.
Right.
So if your members here are from the Northeast, they're going to go, how can you build a house for $350,000? A 4,000 square foot house
4,000 square foot house.
for
Yeah, I was still trying to figure that one out.
$360,000, when in our marketplace it's $650,000 for a production 4,000 square foot house. It's just, so I'm giving you numbers that probably don't mean a lot to a lot of the people in this room.
The change in the numbers do though.
But the change in the numbers do.
Yeah, they understand changes. They got math.
So,
covered, I
yeah.
think. So one of the things we talked a lot about as well is the supply chain issues. And I want you to go a little more into that, because I think you said when we were at lunch, you talked about the appliances sort of being at the cross center of where autos were on chips, but
Yeah.
also not being able to get appliances. And I've talked to builders who have gone into a Home Depot to buy appliances and stuff. They kept stuff on order at the same time because they hope to be able to use it at the end of the year when it comes in because the backlogs are so bad.
So, we had earlier talked last week or 2 weeks ago about windows, and that's a greatest
Windows, yeah.
example that I can give you real quickly. So on this apartment complex that we're just now starting to go vertical on, we are using impact resistant glass because we're in a high wind zone, being on the coast. So you've got two choices. You can either shutter the windows or you can put impact resistant glass in. Impact resistant glass macroly is not a ton of it produced compared to the overall windows that get produced. The original company that we were going to buy them from, that we priced into our project, they're out of business. So we are now buying them from a larger company, and the window order went up about $75,000 for the whole project. So the order for the windows is about $470,000 for all of the windows that are going into all these apartments. The earliest they can get any of them to us is 20 weeks.
What would have been if it was regular windows?
10 weeks or
Wow,
less.
So double, more than double.
So if you veer off of the most common product in any of those supply sectors, the timeline is going to be extended significantly because they're putting their focus on where they sell the most stuff. But it's rolling, so shingles now have a shortage. They didn't have 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I can't get shingles, but I can get plywood now, OSB, which I couldn't get before. Not only did you have to pay $60 a sheet, it was not available. You had to wait until it came. So it's a rolling input problem. You don't know what it's going to be next week, the next week, or the next week. And certainly you can't inventory it because it's subject to damage or theft. So with these windows, fortunately, we're building garages in this apartment complex, rental garages. And we're going to get one of those buildings finished so that we can put all the windows in and lock it up.
One way to do it, the cheaper way to store it. It's
Yeah.
true. So one of the things, before I get to some of the questions, there's some great questions coming in here, things that I know that you care about. But one of the things we talked about was, we spent a lot of time this morning on climate change and how rapid it is. And I was struck by some of the comments you made about how efficient homes were and where the problems were. And just wanted you to make some comments on that issue.
Another favorite topic. So if you're building to a code that's less than 10 years old, you're already building sustainably. We just talked about, I alluded to the fact that we're in a high wind zone, the strapping requirements that I have to do in the current code is significantly more sustainable than anything that was built more than 10 years ago. So we have a very active codes committee at NAHB, and they look at every single code recommendation, new code recommendation. And I will tell you, again, I'm a little jaded, and I'm sure I'm biased, so you can put that in, your thought process. But the codes process has to some extent been hijacked by manufacturers. So they want, they want to market, they create a new product, they get it added to the code. It adds cost. The best example I can use is arc fault preventers. Anybody know what an arc fault preventer is? Okay. So currently you have a GFIC receptacle in any wet areas. That means ground fault interrupter, so that you don't throw a fan in the bathtub and electrocute yourself. It trips before you can get electrocuted. We've long ago had lots of GFI requirements. Any wet area in a garage, it's got to be GFI protected. In a kitchen, it's got to be GFI protected. In a bathroom, it's got to be GFI protected. For an outside receptacle, it has to be GFI protected. Well, now they started requiring arc fault. That has to do with if you overload it, it doesn't allow the receptacle itself to heat up so fast that it will cause a fire. We didn't have a lot of fires from GFI protected receptacles before. So you have to put them in the kitchen. They're very sensitive. So not only do they cost money, but every time we put one in a kitchen, and we get, I would say that 10% of the customers that we get call us and tell us that their refrigerator tripped the circuit breaker and that all their freezer material is ruined, that they lost $200 worth of groceries. It's a hard, there used to be an exception to receptacles that were permanently plugged in. There's not anymore, because they want to sell one more arc fault preventer, and it's added significant cost to the house. So that's the problem with the codes process in general. It's always put based on life safety or sustainability is the reason that you should do it. It makes sense, in my opinion, that if you don't have a reasonable payback period, that you should at least look at that as to whether you add it to the code or not. So if you've already got, if you've got houses that in the last 10 years are significantly more sustainable and energy efficient than the rest of the housing stock, and Rob can tell me whether this is right or somebody else in the room. Y'all are all economists. I must tell you, I am very humbled to be speaking before this group because most of you are much better educated than I am. But let's say that total housing stock is 100 million households and apartments. That's probably somewhat close. Am I close? 140? Okay. That's even better for this example. 140 million houses and apartments are built currently. And on a good year, we're building about 1 million. This year, maybe we'll hit 1 million too, but we're building about 1 million new houses. So we're not replacing the aging housing stock very rapidly. You know, that's like, in any given year, it's 0.6% of the total housing stock, right? Yet we're putting a burden on new houses in the cost, continuing to increase that affordability gap. So what does that do? That pushes people to existing housing stock.
Which are less efficient.
That are less efficient. That's not the way you get to net zero. Okay? It's the opposite way of getting to net zero, because you got more people sustaining older housing stock instead of replacing it. So it's a flawed, in my opinion, it's a flawed strategy to burden new housing with some of the things that are now very popular to be talking about. It's just, I think that subsidies should go to existing housing stock. You get much more bang for your buck, and you'll get a lot more energy efficiency and a lot less carbon footprint if you go that route, rather than continuing to burden new housing stock that is already significantly more sustainable and energy efficient than the existing housing stock.
So I know labor is a big issue, and there's a lot of questions on here about immigration policy. We lost, immigration fell by 60%, I think, between 2016 and 2019, and then the pandemic hit. what are your views on immigration and how immigration policy could change to be a positive for your industry? I know you're pro-immigration.
Yeah, I would say that I know that I am, and I would suspect that the majority of our members are believe that we need immigration reform. We need a guest work policy that works for housing. You know, if you know what the limits are on the current guest work program for our agriculture and housing, it's like a drop in the bucket. It's like 40,000 people that they'll let in on a guest worker program, and we're short 400,000. So it's not that greatly needs to be reformed. Nobody has the political will, I don't think, in the current political environment that we live in to do that. But NHB continues to strive to encourage that. We also have an education arm called HBI, Home Builders Institute, and we're doing some great things to try and train the workforce. For organic workforce growth, we've got to change the culture of education in this country. That's really a slow boat to turn. Every child should not be college bound. We can learn a lot from what happens in Europe because there's great respect. You know, in a lot of countries in Europe, you either go to college or you go to university. College is basically technical skills and university is liberal arts skills, but both are considered a pathway that you should choose when you're in high school. And so everybody has some type of secondary education. It's either college or university. And, you know, that's probably why Germany still manufactures things in their country where we don't. Everything goes offshore because there's a lot of pride in working with your hands in other places. And everybody's not meant to go to college. So we've got to change that cultural bias. I can assure you that there's more opportunity in the construction trade business for someone that goes to a trade school than there probably is for most of them when they get out of college. And the best examples I can use, just to give you an idea how much money can be made, we have a framing crew. They are Hispanic. They're legal, but they're Hispanic, and they're predominantly family members. And a 5-man crew frames a 4,000 square foot house in 5 working days. Last year, I probably paid those 5 guys, they split it up how they see fit, but I probably paid the prime subcontractor $500,000 last year. Now, I know what young people fresh out of law school make as an associate, and they have a 3-year postgraduate degree. They don't make the kind of money that these framers are making. So there's a lot, and you know, it's like the joke about the plumber that goes to see a doctor, and his friend is sitting next to him who was also a doctor, and he gives him the bill and he looks at it, he says, "Oh my God, I can't believe this is that much. How can you charge this much? I'm a doctor, I don't charge this much." He said, "Yeah, I didn't charge this much when I was a doctor either."
Well, we're running out of time now, but I want to ask you one last question that's on here because it's been the debate of this entire conference. And that is, so we talked about housing prices still accelerating, 19.7% up on the Case-Shiller index today. Do you see inflation as transitory, or is it just leveling up and going to slow down as we get into?
I tend to agree with the Fed. I think that it is primarily transitory. It has a risk. And there is a ton of greed out there right now. When I referred to the, the mill level or, the people that control the panelization, there's no way you can justify that increase. And there's been a ton of consolidation in that market. So there's fewer players, so it's much easier to keep the prices inflated. So there is a lot of greed going on right now. But I do believe it is transitory. I think we've reached a new normal though. We're going to have an affordability gap for a long time, and we're going to have to figure out other ways to produce houses cheaper. We're going to see the median size of the house go back down again. That's one way that you're going to start. We're going to see a different type of house that's built. Our industry needs to embrace technology, but that has never been a strong suit of the home building industry. Although, we have this missing gap of employment. Our average member is 59 years old with NAHB. So and new home builders, as far as management, have a big barrier to entry into the home building business. It used to be, when I was young, it was very easy to go out, get a construction loan, build a house, you sell that one house, then you get another construction loan, you sell two, you build one for yourself, you sell another one, and all of a sudden you were a builder. That doesn't happen anymore. With the constraints that Dodd-Frank after 2010 put on construction financing, and the difference of, and some consolidation within our own business and larger builders, although 80% of the homes built in America are still built by small builders, in spite of how big the big builders have gotten, the nationals have gotten. But we're missing that middle and not replacing it fast enough. So we've got to figure out a way, again, to get those middle people in, and they will be more technology savvy. I'm very fortunate in that I had already mentioned I've got a millennial as a principal in my business, and I can assure you that on the IT side of what we do, it is leap years away of what it would be if I hadn't brought him into our business. I couldn't, I've got an iPad that looks like it's an appendage to my right hand normally. I purposely left it upstairs in the room, but I couldn't run my business without an iPad today. So if we get more young, youthful people in our industry across the board, even on the blue collar side of the people that work with their hands in the field, they're going to be far more likely to embrace technology. And then maybe we can start making some movement towards finally looking at other ways to build houses other than the same way we've done it forever.
And another argument for immigration as well. So, well, thank you, Jerry. You were great. We really appreciate your insights. And I know we're over time now, so I don't know I'm going to give it back over to you, Dave, I think. But everyone, please thank Jerry Conter so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
At McKinsey & Company and a leader of the McKinsey Global Institute. Thank you very much. And they've just finished a paper on risk, resilience, and rebalancing of global supply chains. So we'll discuss that first. And then Ronnie Chatterjee, the chief economist of the Department of Commerce, and on leave as a professor at Duke's Fuqua School of Business. Susan, I'm just going to let you get started.
Well, fantastic. Thank you all. This is the first big group I've been to since the pandemic started. So it is wonderful to see all your faces and so many familiar ones. I'm going to start by just setting the scene for, if we can pull up the slides. I'm going to go back. Okay. For what we found in our research. So this is research we actually started before the pandemic, back when we thought the US-China trade war was the biggest shock we could imagine. Little did we know that we had something bigger that was going to disrupt supply chains even more. The first point I want to start with is we call them supply chains, but they are complex networks. This shows you the known tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers of Dell and Lenovo. Each little dot and each little line is a connection. You can see that they have roughly 6,000 tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers each. They actually share about 2,000 of those. And because you've got such complex network, what it means is that when a shock hits any one of those nodes, it's going to propagate across the network in unknown ways and could actually be amplified. So when we talk about building resilience and the risks to supply chains, keep this picture in mind. So we did a survey of supply chain executives to find out how often do you get a shock that shuts down manufacturing production for different lengths of time. And it varies by industry, but on average, this chart shows you that every other year, the average company will have a shutdown of at least 10% of their product base for 1 to 2 weeks. They'll have a shutdown 1 to 2 months every 3.7 years. So what you can see is that these shocks are not infrequent events. There's a whole host of things that are either geophysical events. We've got climate-related acute weather events. We have a global pandemic. We have geopolitical strife, whether it's a financial crisis, a trade war, potential military conflicts. We have different types of malicious actors in the system. So counterfeiting products is on the rise, cyber attacks are on the rise, and then there are just the plain vanilla idiosyncratic shocks that any company could face. So it could be a man-made industrial accident, it could be a supplier bankruptcy and whatnot. And when you take this whole broad array of risks, what you find is that companies are being hit repeatedly. Now, all of this costs a lot. We then modeled out financially for different industries based on the frequency of shocks in that industry, how much profits are lost. And what we find is that on average, 42% of 1 year's EBITDA would be wiped out over the course of a decade in expected value terms. So that's really a lot. When you think about CFOs that are concerned about missing their earnings projections by 1 or 2 cents, this is a huge hit. But we did this calculation to give companies some kind of idea on how much could they be spending on building resilience and still come out over a multi-year period ahead. And that doesn't take into account some of the massive supply chain disruptions we've seen over the last 18 months. Now, one of the hot topics is our supply chains moving around the world. So one of the trends we saw before the pandemic, since 2012, you've seen the share of trade within a geographic region growing as a share of overall international trade. So that means trade within the Americas, within Europe, and within Asia. So for a long time, with the entry of China and other emerging markets into the global trading system, trade became more international, it became more long haul. There was trade across regions. But since 2012, that's actually been reversed. So this is a trend that many companies are thinking about. Can we free up cash flow? Can we reduce at least transportation risk by making supply chains closer to our home base, which is not to say reshoring, but sometimes nearshoring. We did a calculation because everyone wants to know, will supply chains trade? And I think that there are often 2 simplistic camps. There are people who say, no, remember chart 1, this is super complex. There's no way these things are moving. They were put in place for good reason. And others who say, no, bring it all home, reshore everything. And so we come up with sort of a middle of the road estimate. But when we look industry by industry and take into account the cost of moving, so how many fixed costs are in the industry, the need to access raw materials or very specialized talent that's not everywhere, we came up with a ballpark estimate of maybe 15 to 25% of global trade could shift to different sets of countries over the next 5 years. To put it in perspective, if we look backwards, what we found was that about half that much, about 10% of global supply chains shifted to incorporate different countries. So this would be a much bigger shift than what we've seen historically. And this is what companies are right now thinking about. How do we make this work? Is this something we want to do? Or are there a host of other actions we can take, like holding more inventory, simplifying our product design, sharing components across products? There are many other ways to build resilience. So I'll leave you, because we are business economists, with some questions that companies are thinking about, and really CEOs and boards. You know, first of all, do we have sufficient visibility into our supply chains? And are we tracing how that visibility is evolving over time? A shocking number of companies, of course, they know their tier one suppliers that they're buying from, but they have no visibility beyond that. And suppliers often don't want to give that information, because then the company can actually do an end run around them. So this is a huge thing. Digital technologies obviously help a lot, but first, just getting visibility into that network. And there are public databases, like I showed you on that first chart, that was from Bloomberg, that you can actually put this together yourself. Second, are we even measuring our most significant risks in our supply chain? Do we know whether our supply chains are more or less resilient than last year? What metrics are we using? We've got all sorts of metrics for efficiency and profitability, but do we have a single metric or a series of metrics that indicates how resilient or how at risk our operations are? The fourth is, what opportunities or risks could the changing policy environment create for us? There will be winners and losers. Governments around the world, of course, here in the United States with Build Back Better, are creating different opportunities for companies. And then finally, do we have the talent that we need to continuously monitor and manage trade and geopolitical risks? And a lot of executives are focusing on this, because they're finding out, particularly when you move to digitizing supply chain transactions, that they don't have the talent they need. So that's an overview. Ronnie's now going to tell us all about what's going on in the US.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks so much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. If I stand here, can you hear me okay? Okay, there's not some weird double feedback here. So first of all, I'm Ronnie Chatterjee. In this current role, I'm the chief economist at the Department of Commerce. But honestly, as I told Michael and Susan long ago, they should actually just call me the chief supply chain officer at the Department of Commerce, because since I started, supply chains have been my life. And I'm coming to you in a slightly different capacity. I teach at a business school as my day job. I'm on leave. And so do a lot of work, obviously, on supply chain management and strategy. But here I want to share with you a little bit about how government is thinking about this, and particularly the Biden administration. I think that might be interesting as you think about the work you're doing. I'll try to be brief, because I know we learn the most from these sessions, from the questions and the answers, as well as Michael's moderation. I do want to say thank you to NABE, the National Association of Business Economists, because one, just for giving me a chance to come to a conference again. Thank you. It's good to be here with you all. It feels a little strange, one of the first I've done, but it's fantastic. There's also individual members of the community, from Julia, I see Chad Motre, I see Holly, Elaine, a lot of folks who have provided, Duncan somewhere in there, who have provided to me a lot of great insight and friendship. And so this is a community that I wasn't as involved in before I started at Commerce, frankly, but it's one that I hope to continue my involvement throughout my job here and when I go back to Duke at some point in the future. The first thing I want to tell you is I think supply chains are a new and really key challenge for policymakers in the US government. When I worked in the Obama administration, I was at the Council of Economic Advisors. And if you would have asked me who covered supply chains, I would have kind of looked around and not known where to direct you. It wasn't a topic that we organize ourselves around. After all, you have a health economist and an energy economist. You might have someone who covers Fed issues and taxation, but we often didn't think about someone covering supply chains. In this role, however, we have across the government many people who are fashioning themselves as supply chain experts. I counted in the Commerce Department alone 15 different work groups working on different aspects of supply chain. You find this in the Department of Defense, HHS, Treasury, all around the government, and of course in the White House at the National Economic Council and the CEA. I think it's telling that if you go to the business school like Duke or the other schools you're familiar with, there often be a required class in supply chain management, or at least a really popular elective. Do people recognize that when they look around the world? Now let me ask you, in a public policy school or an undergrad econ major, is supply chain usually part of the required curriculum? I don't think so. And honestly, I never thought about it until I started this job about that gap. And I think it's significant because when you think about what the playbook is for public policy and supply chains, you start to ask yourself a lot of questions. And those are the questions as a chief economist at Commerce that I've been grappling with because there's not these off-the-shelf solutions for a lot of these issues in government. First, I mean, take the excellent presentation that Susan gave, resilience. This is something that we defined quite a bit in the private sector. I think Susan would probably agree with me, different companies have different definitions of resilience. But now take it from the government perspective. How should the US government or any other government around the world define supply chain resilience as a matter of policy? What does it mean to have a public policy focused on making supply chains resilient? Which supply chains are being prioritized? What kinds of policy levers are being used? And honestly, we have a lot more ability to stimulate demand than we have to do things on the supply side. It's another thing I've been learning a lot about in this job. The last thing I'll say about supply chains is that when you think about the nature of the problem, so much of the stuff I'm doing now is about the short-term chips issue, the short-term crisis in lumber, around prices, around steel, around all these other disruptions in the supply chain. But the issues that are really at the heart of this are really long-term issues. And I think that setting up government to both have the capabilities, the data, and the insights to solve these issues over the long term is a big challenge. And there's a lot of folks working on it. So point number one, I think you'll hear a lot more about supply chains going forward from the government side, both here and around the world. The second thing I want to say is on the data and insight piece. So the first thing when I came into Commerce and they told me I'd be looking at supply chains, I said, okay, where's all the data? And you quickly realize that there's really great data on individuals as workers, their wages, there's great data on firms, there's even great data on industry, aggregated by different codes. I've worked with a lot of this data in the past, but nobody really knows what the supply chain data is supposed to be. Yes, the BEA is working on sort of global value chains analysis, and there's lots of other relevant data sets here. But in terms of putting that to use for policy, there's a lot of gaps. There's a lot of private sector organizations who are using, let's say, machine learning. And please forgive me, I know everyone just shouts machine learning and then you're expected to be impressed now. I think hopefully we're over that, but they're really using machine learning, okay? And what they're trying to do is use things like NLP to analyze, the text from newspaper articles and figure out what threats might be going on in the supply chain. So there's a mapping and a monitoring and intervention piece that what these organizations are doing that I think is really interesting. But that capability still hasn't penetrated into the government complex. And you think about supply chain policy, you have to have those tools, and the government hasn't built them up yet. The other thing I'll say is you need a theory of the case. If you took Econ 101 like I did, and I think everyone in this room probably did, you thought about sort of externalities. So what is the theory? Is it a public goods argument? Is it some sort of underinvestment for government to be involved in supply chains? A lot of folks kind of wave their hands around some sort of externality related to national security. They talk about issues with just-in-time capitalism and quarterly profits, but articulating really precisely what the government's role is also going to be a really important part of figuring out what data you need to have, and something we've been trying to build up in the Commerce Department. And that's going to happen both in internal data sets that we could use differently, new data sets that we could acquire, and also interaction with the private sector and folks like you to understand what we should be tracking that we're not. And so my second point is thinking about the data and capabilities the government is going to need to have to be fit for purpose. The third point I want to make is what's really exciting for me about supply chains. It's one of the few areas I've worked on personally that is both domestic and international in its nature. A lot of times we're pretty siloed, both in economics and also in the government. And if you think about the way that supply chain discussions are organized, 50% of my time is actually talking to our allies and partners. Because when you think about something like the chips issue, well, other countries around the world are worried about exactly the same thing that we are. And a lot of the things that are being considered, and we'll talk about the CHIPS Act in the Q&A, are also being contemplated in different forms across the world. Now we start to have really interesting questions about what kinds of coordination would be beneficial between the United States, its partners, and its allies around both R&D on the upstream and downstream investments in manufacturing. Because if we all invest in the same nodes, if we all invest in the same R&D problems, you're going to have overcapacity in some areas, and you're going to have duplicative knowledge and fewer spillovers. And so thinking about the international piece of how we coordinate around this has been really important. It's not a coincidence that tomorrow the secretary will go to the TTC in Pittsburgh to have a high-level dialogue with the Europeans, and one of the key tracks will be on supply chain. It's not a coincidence that last Friday, we had a meeting of the Quad, a new group of nations, Japan, Australia, India, and the United States, stood up to deal with Indo-Pacific related issues, and a topic on the agenda was supply chains. It's not a coincidence that the UN General Assembly meetings also featured conversations on supply chain. The OECD is talking about supply chains. So when you think about these issues in the international context, it opens up a whole line of work that at least economists like me hadn't done before. On the domestic side, of course, a lot of the issues are familiar to people in the audience. I'm thinking a lot from the perspective of our Economic Development Administration, EDA, in making investments around the country in terms of domestic manufacturing, particularly advanced manufacturing, and thinking about the role that those investments might make in shoring up supply chain resilience in the United States. And so this mix between thinking about sort of targeted investments in the US around manufacturing, supply chain resilience from that perspective, along with the geopolitical kind of situation, is a really interesting thing to consider. So that's kind of the third thing I want to touch on. Just two more, and then I'd love to have some questions and comments. I wish it were true that I could just solve this once and then have the solution to all the supply chain issues. So I joked early on with the secretary, I came in and lumber prices were at an all-time high. You all remember this, lumber prices increased 300% during the pandemic. And if you plot sort of lumber prices along with Ronnie Chatterjee starting at Commerce, you'll see a very interesting pattern. Right after I joined, the prices started to drop precipitously, okay? Now, unfortunately for me, my secretary knows the difference between correlation and causation. And so she does not credit me with that. But it was interesting that the prices came down about 300% as soon as I started. And now they've come up again in recent weeks again, though not nearly to the levels that they were before. I tried to understand the supply chain in lumber, which is complex, but far simpler than something like semiconductors, for example. I tried to understand who the major players were, what the market structure was, where the capacity utilization was, and there was a lot more transparent information, frankly, because we have things like futures market contracts. That understanding of what was happening in lumber prices, driven, I think, quite a bit by a lot of demand around home renovation, people moving into or building new houses, issues around sort of the shift to durable goods and other kinds of consumption. I think a lot of that was driving that run up in lumber prices. At the same time, sawmill capacity had been sort of pulled back during the pandemic, and it took a while for a somewhat capital intensive industry to build back up. I wish I could take that same playbook and bring it to semiconductors, but it's very different. First of all, the semiconductor supply chain spans the entire world. When the Delta variant swept through Southeast Asia, in Malaysia and Vietnam in particular, we found out there are key vulnerabilities in our supply chain. Those factories were shut down due to COVID protocols, and we saw a whole part of the semiconductor supply chain for automobiles go down with it. Much more complicated, much more difficult, and Duncan and others know this, to get actual data on what's going on in the semiconductor market, and thus much more difficult to solve. If you talk about capital intensive, one time I mentioned capital intensive sort of lumber industry, and a semiconductor person laughed in my face and said, if you want to hear capital intensive, let me tell you about my industry, right? So there's a huge difference between how you think about market structure and the incentives for these different kinds of markets. And so we're trying to solve a different problem across different markets, whether it's steel, lumber, semis. Part of this, at least in the government, is organized around something called the Supply Chain Disruptions Working Group. And I'll make that my last point, which is the Biden administration is trying to stand up several initiatives to address supply chain issues. The task force that I mentioned was launched on June 8th. Secretary Raimondo, my boss, as well as Secretary Vilsack from the Ag Department, Secretary Buttigieg from Transportation are the point principals on that task force. Secretary Buttigieg, of course, is dealing with transportation and logistics issues, and Secretary Vilsack with food and ag, our secretary with lumber, steel, and semiconductors. Those industries have formed sort of the crux of our efforts to build a data hub to try to understand what's happening in these industries and come up with can-based solutions. We've made changes around, for example, how we think about trucking, how we think about ports. We've also just recently, as many of you know from the semiconductor industry, released a federal register notice to get more information on what's going on in the supply chain. And hopefully companies are going to fill this out and we'll have more transparency in the supply chain in semiconductors. So we're trying to stand up several kinds of initiatives, also do a lot of convenings to figure out how to deal with these issues. But in the end of the day, I think the theory of the case is that industry is going to have the answers to these questions. At the end of the day, they're going to know much more about supply chains than we ever could. And so in a lot of our work, we're really playing a convenient role to nudge towards transparency, not necessarily pulling a lever on the government side itself. Though as we're thinking about other tools that we might have at our disposal, those things become more possible. The last piece I'll say is today, the secretary gave a speech at noon on competitiveness. And you all have heard these kinds of speeches before. We know the main kind of components of competitiveness, national competitiveness, the US, let's say, versus other countries. When you think about this, though, I think supply chains and supply chain resilience is a part of competitiveness that is somewhat new to the conversation. And so I encouraged her, and she has mentioned this in many different speeches, this is a big part of how we think about competitiveness today. And so I think for all of us in this community and other communities beyond this, thinking about supply chains in the context of US competitiveness and competitiveness around the world would be something that would all be recommended. So let me stop there. Thank you again for giving me a chance to present, and I look forward to your questions and comments.
So Ronnie, you brought it up, so I'll give Susan the first chance to respond, but chips is obviously one of the biggest bottlenecks going on globally. And it's not just the loss of the single plant making chips for autos that is the most obvious, but it's through the entire supply chain for chips. So I want to give Susan a chance to respond to some of your earlier comments.
Well, so I will defer to Ronnie on the US CHIPS Act, but look, the semiconductor industry is indeed very capital intensive. And in terms of US national security, what we found is, wow, all the world's advanced chips are made in 2 locations, Taiwan and South Korea, and 80% are in Taiwan. So I don't need to tell you about the geopolitical risk involved there. So it's going to be a long-term issue to sort it out. I think that the short-term supply chain issues with semiconductors are well known. The swings in demand with no demand for automobiles and high demand for automobiles have done a number. I think the growth in consumer electronics. So one of the things we saw on the consumer side during the pandemic was a big shift in spending away from services because we couldn't go out towards things like home electronics and office. And that created a surge in demand. So, you know, the short-term fluctuations will eventually be worked out. But I think longer term, there's a big strategic issue that Ronnie can tell us more about the CHIPS Act, about rebuilding US production in the most advanced chips, which are not made here at all right now. And it's going to be a big push and a lot of investment. I think Intel's announced $20 billion. TSMC has announced $10 or $20 billion. So tens of billions of dollars are going to go into reestablishing that on US soil.
Yes, I mean, Susan has hit all the key points. I'll add a couple things. One is I saw many people taking a picture of one of Susan's slides that I also really liked in the preparation, which was Dell and Lenovo's supply chain. And there's so many things to take away from that chart. But one thing to take away from Susan's slide there is that there's not as much overlap between the suppliers as I might have thought. And this is endemic across a lot of different kinds of supply chains, particularly ones that don't have, let's say, a standardized set of components in a manufactured good. And so that makes this very complicated. When it comes to chips, refers to a legislation that was passed by the Senate under something called the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. I'm not the branding guy in the House, but it's called USICA. So, you know, it used to be called Endless Frontiers, now it's called USICA. And it passed the Senate with bipartisan support. And what CHIPS does is provide $50 billion in incentives to have semiconductor manufacturing fabs here in the United States. And it's currently being sort of deliberated on by the House. And you may have heard there's some other things going on this week in Congress that matter a lot too. So we're very confident that it's going to get done, but there's a lot of other things going on. When you think about chips, though, this gives us a chance to try to change the calculus in terms of where these manufacturing facilities are located. And it has both geopolitical and national security implications, as Susan articulated well. It also has just economic security implications when you think of the kind of jobs that we create in these fabs. I think one thing that I think about a lot is other countries are doing the same thing. So the Europeans have talked about a mega fab, which would employ 100,000 people. I had to look at that just to make sure it wasn't a typo, but 100,000 people across the EU. And so when you think about those kinds of investments that other countries are making, other regions are making, the US 50 billion, well, large in our context, you certainly need to think about sort of leveraging that to get additional investment. Otherwise, it's not going to necessarily be appropriate enough for the scale of the challenge. Chips fundamentally is a long-term play. It takes years to build a fab, and the short-term issues we're facing, the decommits, the over-ordering, the things people are talking about in the press, that is not going to be addressed by chips. I think chips will help us solve a longer-term problem that you're going to see more demand for chips in areas like electric vehicles. If you think your car has a lot of chips now, just wait till 10 years from now when 40% of Ford's fleet is electric. If you think about chips that go into pacemakers, cash registers, 5G networking equipment, you're going to have demand all across the economy. As Susan pointed out, sometimes on the legacy or mature nodes, and sometimes on the leading edge. That distinction is going to be really important in terms of how we think about where investments are made as well. Many of the shortages being talked about today are related to mature node semiconductors. And traditionally, when we think about innovation policy, we're also thinking about the leading edge. So balancing that is going to be another key thing to look at when you think about chips.
So we're going to switch from chips to ships, because another one of the big bottlenecks that's going on is ships backed up out of the major ports off of the West Coast of the United States in particular, but it hits the East Coast as well. And, we've got significant parts of the ASEAN that are basically in recession right now. China looks like it's drifting south, and there are big problems there getting things out. We have a whole nother session on China after Janet Yellen speaks. So you're going to have to wait around for the answers to that one, folks. But some comments on just the logistics, and it goes beyond ships. I mean, it's trucking shortages. It's a wider range of transportation problems.
So I can jump in first, and Susan can pick up. I think the Wall Street Journal had a great article on this for many who saw it yesterday that I think summarized the situation really effectively. If you look at the number of ships that are sort of anchored outside LA and Long Beach, which are operated by two different entities, that number has been rising since July. It had gone up in the early part of the year, there was a dip, and then it's been going up ever since. And one of the challenges discussed in the article, which I think is really important, is the coordination game between all the different players involved in our supply chain. You have the shippers, you have the longshoremen that work on the docks, you have the warehouse workers, right? You have the truckers. And there's been this effort to try to increase the amount of hours that folks work on the docks to be able to unload more containers. But it is this chicken and egg problem, because the truckers aren't showing up for their appointments, because when they do, right, because of dwell time, they have to wait around a long time, and they're saying they missed their next appointment. And longshoremen would work another shift, but they have to first make sure that we can move the containers that are already in the warehouse onto the trucks. But if you can't build the confidence between the truckers to take the containers at the right time, then the longshoremen can't work to take the containers off the ship into the warehouse, and then the shippers won't commit to be there and get their ship unloaded. So these are all different parts of the chain. They're all owned by different entities, different interests. And so aligning those incentives is a really big challenge. There are many other things. I mean, the shift to durable good consumption, I think, primarily drove some of this early on. But now these coordination challenges are making it more challenging, I think, to deal with. So those are my initial thoughts. I'd love to hear from Susan on it too.
Yeah, I agree with everything Ronnie said. I'd say maybe to be additive, you've got the same problem with air freight, where you've got fewer international long-haul passenger jets, which were actually carrying a lot of cargo in their belly. You've got problems with just the containers themselves. So the shift to e-commerce by customers has meant that many of the containers that get loaded onto rail and then end up at a warehouse, the warehouse for e-commerce sites have run out of room. So they're actually using the containers as warehouse storage. So those containers are not going back. So it is a massive logistical problem. Just this summer, we had China shut down one of its major ports for 10 days because of a COVID case. And all of this has global ripple effects. I know just as a consumer going to the store, you still find stockouts of bizarre things like the teriyaki marinade that I like has been out all summer, right? So this is just going on and on. Thankfully, toilet paper's back, but it's surprising. I think a year ago, we were saying, oh, it's gonna take a year to work out supply chains given the massive shocks. But it's longer than that. And it's hitting all sorts of different products. And I don't think there's a clear end in sight, but hopefully by the beginning of next year, we're going to see more smoothness in how logistics and shipping and rail and all the intermodal transport actually work.
So as I said, it's not just the international supply chain logistics that are messed up. I mean, rail, barge, trucking in the United States are all in short supply right now. Now, there's a perennial shortage of truck drivers in the United States. So that's a common, line, but, the labor side of the bottlenecks for supply chains. Let's talk about that a bit. We'll start with Susan.
Yeah, labor is key. And the interesting thing is, so the Port of Long Beach has been trying to automate. So in different parts of the world, we're moving to pretty much fully automated ports that unload and load ships. And the longshoremen protested. Now we have a labor shortage. So it is hastening some use of technology, but labor is still key in all of these industries. And we've seen a reduction in labor force participation, as you've heard throughout this conference. There are folks who have just simply dropped out, whether it was for the benefits or reassessment of what they wanted to do. And so the issue of labor shortages is going to be a critical driver, I think, in different industries, including trucking, as you point out.
And I would only add, I think a lot about the shortage issue in trucking, but also in skilled trades, electricians, welders, millwrights. But I also want to put out that I think job quality is something that's important to think about. I talked to a lot of folks who have flamed out of trucking after a year, who've left the business. And there's a lot of Uber drivers with a CDL. And what's interesting to me is trying to understand how professions are designed, how jobs are designed, and how that might be also linked to how we get more people into these positions. Part of our training infrastructure for our community colleges is really strong in many parts of the US. I think the other piece to work on is the retention issue, which you see quite a bit of turnover in some of these professions. So at least those are two parts of the puzzle I think we need to work on the labor shortage issue.
This one's for Ronnie from the audience. How can federal statistical agencies do a better job of reaggregating, disaggregating, or developing useful statistics to assist business and government in doing a better job examining and addressing supply chain issues?
That's great. I couldn't have planted a better question than that. That's thank you very much. I appreciate that. But I think about it a lot, and I guess I'll tell you what's been surprising to me. I've seen so much innovation among our folks in the statistical agencies in a way that, as an academic who used that data, I didn't fully appreciate. I'll give you one example. Many of you know the census has the household pulse survey and the business pulse survey. I mean, I don't know if you agree in this room the same way I thought, but I think it's pretty amazing. I mean, and again, I work now for there, so maybe I don't want to be shilling for it, but I just think as a person who's looking at this data, what they stood up during the pandemic, I thought was pretty impressive. They hadn't done those kind of survey-based instruments before. It was very different than the administrative surveys they had done, and doing this real-time stuff with mobile phones released some really interesting data. We have to be thinking more like that when we think about supply chains as well. So we have to be creative in how we collect that data, number one. Number two, I think we have data that's already being collected, like what the BEA is doing on global value chains. But folks like me who are seeing the policy implications of that need to be sort of working with that data, giving feedback to understand how it actually might be used. And when you design any product, and data is similar to other products in this way, you need user feedback to understand what you're collecting and how it's being used. And the third piece, I think, is collaboration with the private sector. I mean, the tools being developed around supply chain management and transparency in the private sector are amazing in many cases. And a lot of those folks, I think, as they begin to have conversations with government folks, there's potential partnerships in terms of how we could use those tools as well. Definitely obstacles to work out in procurement, contracting, all that kind of stuff. But I think it's too useful knowledge not to use. Those are the things we can do with the federal statistical agencies, in my view.
So Susan, I'm going to combine two of these questions. Would moving factories back to the US help us gain more control over our supply chains or just increase manufacturing costs? But maybe more importantly, do you think multinationals who control extended international supply chains will shorten their value chains?
So two great questions. So simply moving production to the US does not necessarily build resilience. And in fact, it can worsen resilience. I know one of the major consumer product goods manufacturers has a massive plant in Alabama, right in Tornado Alley. They know they've got to build secondary facilities somewhere, but at the moment they're sitting on a ton of risk because it's so centralized. Now, I think though that companies are actively reassessing what they're doing. So a public example is Stanley Black & Decker revisited its supply chains, found that it had all sorts of unnecessary trade and time built into getting inputs together, and is moving towards a much more regionalized model that's going to shorten delivery times, free up cash flow from all that inventory on the water, as they call it, and hopefully improve resilience. But it really comes down to an analysis product by product. One of the things about supply chains is that they are not perfectly efficient. These things were often put in place like barnacles on a ship over the last 10 to 15 years, and conditions have changed, whether it's labor costs in different parts of the world, technology has changed, transportation costs have changed, energy prices have changed. So what was optimal 10 years ago is not necessarily optimal today. But it really is a very granular analysis that companies are doing to figure out, okay, if I were redesigning this today, what would it look like? And then what's the price of moving? What's the cost of, say, building in a secondary supplier? And does it make sense? So at the end of the day, yes, I can see anecdotally movement is afoot. Is it going to be big enough to move national data numbers? We'll see. I think it's going to take years to play out because these are long-term investments. But it really comes down to product by product deciding where suppliers are best located. I do think that Central America and Mexico stand to gain. I think Morocco and Turkey stand to gain. I think many of the, or more of the emerging markets outside of Asia, which is obviously very dominant in manufacturing, are looking at this opportunity. India would be another place that are trying to pick up foreign direct investment and production.
Ronnie, how would we do a better job of developing infrastructure in the US to manufacture these high-intensity items like semiconductors and other high-end inputs, putting more of our resources into develop workforce capable of mitigating supply chain issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think about it, and this is what the Economic Development Administration, EDA, and Commerce spends a lot of time thinking about it. I think about it from a regional perspective. I mean, if you think about what CHIPS could do in terms of getting more of these fabs to be located in the United States, it's not just putting that fab in a particular part of the country, it's about building the ecosystem around it. Okay, so what does that actually mean, right? I think one thing it means is that USG and state governments and local governments need to have a plan in place to build around it that's cohesive and coherent. You think about the funding that comes from the National Science Foundation, the NIH, agencies like Commerce. To the extent that there's a strategy behind that, thinking about, for example, advanced manufacturing, right? You could get much more alignment to build that workforce, the capital, all that stuff around a particular location. So I think, to me, it's through a regional lens. It takes coordination through the US government and all levels of government to get it done. One program that'll be notable to folks that was also part of the package that was in the Senate that was passed is called Regional Tech Hubs. So many of you know that during the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan, EDA and Commerce got $3 billion to put out through regional economic development grants, a large number compared to their recent history. Now, under technology hubs, they would get potentially up to $10 billion, depending on the legislative proposal you're looking at, to build tech hubs around key technologies, exactly like this issue around semiconductors and advanced manufacturing. It's going to be programs like that that complement the CHIPS Act that really make these ecosystems work, and that's what I expect to see more of.
So I'm going to follow up on some of the comments you just made about who might gain. So the question is, the next global supply floor after China, will it be Africa or other areas? You know, as someone who's spent a lot of time in China personally over the last 15 years, I have a really serious question as to whether I'll ever go back, ever be allowed to go back, ever, you know, how those things will work out. And it's clear to me that I need to spend more time in the Philippines, in Vietnam, in Indonesia, Malaysia, because I think the ASEAN to me is the next growth area. But what about Africa, Latin America, other areas?
So I'd say a couple things. First, remember that most foreign companies operating in China, 70% are selling to the Chinese market. So they're there to tap those billion consumers. So that's not going anywhere. Well, unless a policy changes, right? But there's no economic case for moving any of that. So you're talking about a small share of foreign production in China. Now, what I hear all the time is there's no substitute, right? Because these supply chains, the industrial hubs, the infrastructure, the shipping, the talent, it's been built up over 25 years. So there's no other single country in the world that has the scale and the infrastructure that has been built up. So then companies are thinking, well, you know, then you're talking about many different smaller places like the Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, India, which is not a small place, but it doesn't have the infrastructure right now, or going to Central America. So I do think that I think that we'll start to see more production going to a wider array of developing countries. Africa, near and dear to my heart. I would love to say I think Africa is the next big global supply chain player, but I would probably not be accurate if I said that. Maybe that's an even longer term play. And in terms of Latin America, I really think it's the Central American nations that are thinking about whether they can band together. They've already got a regional trade agreement because they're very small economies, to see if there's a play there.
I think we have time to squeeze in one more question before the powers that be run us off the stage. The questioner asks, it seems the quickest way for the administration to help suppliers with costs is to end tariffs and quotas on steel and aluminum, Canadian lumber, thousands of other items.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a fair question. I think keep an eye on these negotiations that are going on right now with the EU. right? And this is what the meeting tomorrow is about and what ongoing negotiations will be on 232. Canadian softwood lumber, I mean, if you look at that as a percentage, those 80 CVD duties as a percentage of the price increases in lumber, they're quite small. So I think the steel issue is one to keep a closer eye on. And you see a lot of the trade policy discussions that are happening right now, I think are going to fill in the blanks on some of these issues. So more to come there. I think much more important on steel than some of the other topics we talked about.
Susan, what's your view on tariffs?
I'm an economist, what can I say? They should come down. I think the economic logic is clear. I'm not a political scientist, so.
All right. Thank Ronnie and Susan for the comments. Now we'll make way for the
biased. But if there were ever a person that needs no introduction, it would be Secretary Yellen. And she especially does not need an introduction to this audience, where this is her 6th appearance over a 25-year period. It is my honor, though, to introduce her today. I will keep my remarks brief, as otherwise we would have no time to hear from the Secretary herself if I were to provide a comprehensive bio. Secretary Yellen first spoke to NABE in March 1996, when she was on the Board of Governors at the Federal Reserve. Then again in September 1997, when she was CEA chair, and she addressed the continuing importance of trade liberalization. In 2006, when she was president of the San Francisco Fed, she spoke at the policy conference. And in 2010, she received NABE's Adam Smith Award and gave an accompanying speech. And most recently, in 2016, she spoke at our annual meeting in Cleveland, and we are now honored again by her taking time out of her extremely demanding and busy schedule to join us today. So lift up your mojitos and clap your hands because she manages the mint.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Constance. Thank you, everybody. Much appreciated. It's a pleasure to be with you. Over the last year and a half, the world has faced a shock due to COVID-19 that many of us did not see coming. Even those that did likely could not have imagined the depth of the crisis, the loss of lives and livelihoods. Given the success of economic support programs and early vaccination efforts, the US economy is recovering. The American Rescue Plan, passed 7 months ago, continues to provide support for families and for businesses struggling with the impact of the pandemic. But our economic recovery will face significant risks until we've moved decisively past the pandemic. That's why a top priority for the Biden administration continues to be to urge all Americans to get vaccinated. The sudden shock of the pandemic also brought to the fore many of America's longstanding socioeconomic challenges. The economic pain from the pandemic has been disproportionately borne by those least able to bear that pain, reflecting structural factors and that many low-income jobs were not amenable to remote work. Inequality has been increasing for decades, and households with lower levels of income and wealth, including many minority households, were dangerously exposed to hardship as COVID set in. Underinvestment in public infrastructure and education left many households without the knowledge or tools such as broadband to make the most of those job opportunities still available despite the pandemic. At the same time, our country has failed for too long to confront the challenge of climate change. These are long-standing problems, problems that have been growing for decades, yet ones that we have perennially put aside for future policymakers to solve. In the coming days, Congress will need to tackle the pressing questions of whether to avert a government shutdown and whether to raise the debt limit. A government shutdown would impair our ability to respond to the pandemic and disrupt normal government operations. As painful as this would be, failing to address the debt limit and defaulting on our national obligations would be far worse, likely provoking an historic financial collapse and causing our economy to fall into recession. Congress will also very soon vote on a bipartisan infrastructure package and the reconciliation bill, which together hold enormous consequence for the future of the US economy. We face the question, where do we want the US economy to go from here? I'd like to describe today my perspective on the starkly different paths that lie before us and say what I believe is at stake in the decisions Congress will make this fall. We have a window of opportunity to act on the Biden administration's Build Back Better proposals to secure America's future prosperity, competitiveness, and economic sustainability. While all policy actions present difficult trade-offs, the long-term gains from enacting this agenda far exceed any costs. Let me start by discussing what happens if we just continue down the path we've followed for far too long, delaying or avoiding initiatives, either on the spending or tax side, necessary to address America's long-run structural challenges. The cost of inaction is all too clear. We're left to bear the ongoing burdens of long-standing problems and their ever-worsening consequences. First, sticking with the status quo means that we see neither the investment structure nor human capital that would enhance our ability to compete globally in the 21st century. Prior to the pandemic, competing budget pressures have meant categories of spending related to US competitiveness have been continually compressed. In particular, non-defense discretionary spending, which includes spending on education, training, research, and transportation, had been gradually falling as a share of our economy, especially over the past decade. While the average from 1962 to 2010 was nearly 4% of GDP, this category of spending had fallen to around 3% of GDP before the pandemic and was expected to fall even further over the next decade. In practice, this means that we haven't made the public investments needed to adequately maintain or modernize our infrastructure. Nor have we made critical investments in R&D and education needed to maintain our competitive edge. Failure to invest in public infrastructure has direct adverse consequences for the everyday life of all Americans. To mention only two of many possible examples, the Environmental Protection Agency estimated that America's drinking water treatment and distribution systems need nearly $500 billion in investment over the next 20 years. And a Department of Education survey reported that over half of America's public schools need to be repaired, renovated, or modernized. Inadequate infrastructure also depresses labor productivity, which places a drag on America's competitive global position. Broadband access is just one example of an infrastructure investment that could boost productivity. The reliance on broadband during the pandemic vividly illustrates the potential gains to productivity from broadband access. Economic research has shown how broadband access boosts employment and wages. Yet tens of millions of Americans lack access, and estimates suggest nearly half of all Americans are unable to use the internet at broadband speeds. Second, continuing with the status quo would also mean failing to address the mounting threats from climate change, creating risks across the economy and hindering America's progress in the race for low carbon technologies. We are not as prepared as we ought to be for the increasingly frequent and deadly impacts of climate-related weather events. Households and businesses around the country are already experiencing adverse impacts from climate change, heat waves, wildfires, and more frequent and severe tropical storms, among others. This summer alone, nearly 1/3 of Americans experienced extreme weather events. Climate scientists have been clear that these adverse effects will worsen and that action is critical. We are also not investing sufficiently in the technologies and good jobs that will address climate change, leaving us less equipped to lead the global economic transformation underway. For example, China has more than 2 times as many electric vehicles as the United States, as well as a robust and growing electric vehicle manufacturing sector and associated supply chain. Third, with the status quo, we do not address the long-standing impediments and inequities that limit economic opportunities and make everyday life more challenging for many Americans. Workers, particularly lower wage earners, have seen wage growth stagnate over several decades, despite overall rising productivity and national income. From 1948 to 1973, median family income rose about 3% per year, in line with the rate of growth in labor productivity. Since then, median family income has risen only 0.6% per year, nearly a percentage point per year more slowly than overall growth in labor productivity, as gains in income have disproportionately benefited the top of the income distribution. At the same time, disparities across racial groups remain wide. In 2019, the median income of a Black household was only about 60% that of a white household, and the median wealth of a Black household was only about 10% of that of a white household. There are several contributors to these troubling trends. Wage stagnation and low labor force participation among low-skilled workers reflects a decline in bargaining power and the real minimum wage, as well as failures to invest in education and critical infrastructure. A lack of support for childcare impedes labor force participation among women. A longstanding racial wealth gap, combined with inadequate investments in education and other structural inequities facing communities of color, inhibits the ability of minorities to invest in the skills and the knowledge needed to seize economic opportunities. And discrimination in the labor market continues to be a barrier. Critically, inequality and the lack of opportunity for many Americans harms all Americans. Addressing inequities in the labor market and across the economy directly benefits disadvantaged groups and indirectly benefits us all, as increased engagement with the labor force and higher productivity boost GDP. Economic research has suggested that decreasing barriers to fully engaging in the labor market have been a major source of economic growth for decades. We have a long way to go until the job is done. And finally, with the status quo, we're stuck with a tax code that fails to address the concentration of wealth and income inequality. Not only is the United States in the bottom quartile of advanced countries in terms of overall tax revenue as a percent of GDP, but we're at the very bottom in corporate tax revenue as a share of GDP. Capital income received by investors faces tax rates far lower than the burdens that fall on labor income, with some capital income escaping tax entirely due to the step-up of basis at the end of life and other loopholes. At the same time, an understaffed and under-resourced IRS has resulted in a tax gap that is estimated at $7 trillion over the next decade. Many taxpayers, especially wealthy taxpayers with opaque income sources, are able to evade paying taxes that are due under the existing tax code. That diminishes revenue, it lowers progressivity, and it harms the competitiveness of compliant taxpayers and businesses. Without critical policy steps to reverse these trends, we risk a prolonged future period of lower growth and productivity, and we can lose our competitive edge in the global economy. There is a better path. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda contains a needed and integrated set of investments in the future of America to ensure the success of our businesses, productivity of our workers, and inclusiveness of our system. Congress is considering these proposals as it decides on a program of new long-term investments in social safety net programs and climate change incentives to be implemented over the next 10 years, along with a bill to invest in hard infrastructure. These investments would be fully paid for through higher taxes on large profitable corporations and the highest income taxpayers, improved enforcement of our existing tax laws, and through savings from reforms to healthcare and gains from economic growth. By enacting this Build Back Better package, Congress can facilitate the long overdue investments required to modernize our nation's infrastructure. The investments in the president's agenda would be a sweeping overhaul of our national infrastructure, including in a new electric grid and power structure, new passenger and freight rail systems, roads and bridges that have been in disrepair and unsafe for decades, modern transit systems and airports, upgrades to ports and waterways, electric vehicles, broadband, new schools, and clean drinking water, environmental remediation projects, as well as the initial steps to help mitigate the impact of climate change. A key part of the Biden administration's Build Back Better agenda proposes for the first time major initiatives to green the economy. These initiatives respond to the climate change challenge with investments in new energy infrastructure and support for R&D that will incentivize innovation in renewable energy technologies. They also provide important investments in resilience to adapt to the devastating impacts that climate change is already wreaking in our communities. The president's Build Back Better agenda also proposes new programs and initiatives that would support families and enable greater inclusion in the workforce and social mobility, helping the disadvantaged and boosting economic growth. For example, wider access to childcare and paid leave allows more parents, especially women, to return to the workforce and earn a paycheck. More affordable tuition will enable workers to land jobs that pay higher wages. More affordable housing means they can buy assets that start to build generational wealth. And an expanded child tax credit will reduce child poverty and, along with universal childhood education, will help families to provide their children with greatly expanded opportunity. And we're proposing a fairer tax code to help pay for these things, while ending decades where our tax regime favored capital at the expense of labor. One proposal is to reform the corporate tax system. With corporate taxes at an historical low of 1% of GDP, we believe the corporate sector can contribute to this effort by bearing its fair share. We propose simply to return the corporate tax rate partway toward historic norms, while also addressing the offshoring and profit shifting incentives that are embedded in current US law. Under the administration's proposal, the corporate tax rate would still be lower than at any point since World War II, other than the years after 2017. These reforms will help pay for the investments I previously discussed: a better trained workforce, better infrastructure to transport goods and services, and support for workers that will increase labor force participation. These are investments that will benefit all businesses. At the same time, we want to end the global race to the bottom in corporate taxation. As part of this effort, we're working with countries around the world to establish a global minimum corporate tax to remove incentives for tax competition, instead fostering an integrated global economy undistorted by locational decisions motivated by tax avoidance and a fair sharing of the tax burden among businesses and workers. We've also proposed a series of tax reforms that ensure that wealthy individuals pay their fair share. No taxpayer earning under $400,000 will face a tax increase. Rather, the typical American household will experience large tax cuts due to expansions in the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, and the dependent care tax credit. We also seek to address the large problem of tax evasion, which has stacked the deck for decades against responsible and compliant taxpayers. The initiatives I just outlined are necessary to reshape the US economy, maintain our strong contribution to the global economy, and continue American leadership in the future. Of course, our own prosperity is also linked to the global economy, and in the coming weeks, I will be addressing our ongoing international economic priorities. Many people who appreciate the merits of the agenda I've just outlined have become reluctant to support it out of concern it would lead to an overheated economy and inflation or a debt problem. Let me briefly explain why I believe these concerns do not provide a compelling rationale for inaction. The Biden administration has deliberately put forward a package that pays for itself over time. That means that with the set of revenue increases included in the plan, we will not experiencing a worsening US debt burden in comparison with the status quo. Key elements of the revenue package are simply good policy, including steps to ensure that all taxpayers pay the taxes they owe. Moreover, with interest rates near zero, investments to support future economic growth make economic sense and financial sense. Financial market participants and economists generally agree that debt sustainability is simply not an issue for the foreseeable future. Likewise, concerns about the inflationary impacts of these proposals are, in my view, misplaced. Inflation has indeed been elevated this year, largely reflecting supply disruptions associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. These supply disruptions will likely fade. Again, this view is not solely my own. It is widely shared among economists and financial market participants. The gradual multi-year path of proposed outlays and investments and the fact that new revenues are raised along the way means that there is no meaningful impact on the short-run impetus to economic activity and inflation. In fact, 17 Nobel Prize-winning economists recently concluded that in addition to boosting economic growth, President Biden's plan will reduce long-term inflationary pressures by expanding the capacity of the economy. Over the course of American history, we have seen inflection points where policymakers had the courage to think big and act big to address long-standing flaws in the prevailing economic landscape. Maybe none is more poignant than the years just before and after World War I. Countering a wave of populism, a progressive movement ushered in a fairer income tax, strengthened anti-monopoly laws, created the Federal Reserve, and provided women the right to vote. Then, amidst the Great Depression, the New Deal created Social Security, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, and the Fair Labor Standards Act. That legislation, some of it controversial in its time, continues to provide opportunity, assurance, and stability that Americans count on every day. We face a similarly significant moment today where Congress can think big and act big to decisively send us down a better path. Though not without risks and trade-offs, President Biden's vision will allow us to make public investments needed to grow our economy, enhance competitiveness, create good jobs, and make our economy more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. So let me be clear, we have no time to waste. There is no better time than today to act boldly to ensure a more prosperous and sustainable future for Americans. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We're getting a number of questions.
Okay.
So, but I'm gonna take the moderator's prerogative and start with one of my own as chief economist at KPMG.
Fantastic.
We're very interested in taxes. And so I wonder if you could talk a minute about the global tax and making that uniform. It's very ambitious, and I think there were a lot of naysayers in the beginning. You have made outstanding progress, and I understand Ireland has just come on board. So I guess my question is, what is the timing when we think this might be implemented? And how do you think it will impact multinational corporations?
You bet. So thanks so much for that question. This has been an important priority for President Biden and for me during my, I think, going on 8 months at Treasury. So let me just start with a little background, which is that, you know, the way we see it, if you look at corporate tax rates globally, what you see is a steady downward progression over many decades. Mm-hmm. And what to my mind that reflects is a competitive race to the bottom. As one country cuts its taxes and business flocks to that location, other countries feel similarly bound to keep business on its shores by cutting their tax rates too. And the bottom line, the long-term effect of that decades-long process is that corporate tax rates are very low and corporations are paying very little in tax revenue to the United States and other countries. But in the United States, it's declined to 1% of GDP, which is an historic low. And the purpose of the international agreement that we've been negotiating, I see really is an attempt to stop this race to the bottom. And, you know, factors of production that are immobile, like labor that has less ability to move, they're easier to tax. And factors that are mobile, like capital, are much harder to tax. And I think that's what this reflects. And to my mind, it means that an unfair burden of taxation is falling on labor as opposed to capital. And so the way to really stop this is for countries to hold hands with one another and say, look, this is harming all of us because it's depriving us of the revenue we need to invest in our economy, in our people, in our businesses, in our infrastructure. And at the end of the day, that's not good for business. That actually harms business. You know, as I've talked to business people, they've all told me it's imperative we have to invest in infrastructure. We have crumbling roads and bridges. Our airports aren't up to global standards. Our rail and public transport is way behind the times. We really need this to transport goods and services and to be competitive. And we need a well-trained workforce, and we're not investing in our schools and in training. So at the end of the day, I think business too is harmed by a system that deprives the government of revenue it needs to make public investments to make our economy work. So fundamentally, that's what this is about. Now, to get to the actual question that you asked me about the timing and what's happening, there are two pieces of the international agreement. One part of the agreement is that countries, and we're now close to 140 countries that have been talking to one another through an OECD process. These countries are going to agree to establish a minimum rate of taxation. Now, it doesn't mean that every country has to have that rate of taxation, but at least a minimum that will stop countries from competing as tax havens and trying to attract business purely on the basis of low taxes. And we've agreed so far to a minimum of at least 15%. So in order to accomplish that, in the reconciliation legislation that Congress is currently considering, we actually ourselves already, we're the only country in the world that has any global minimum tax. Our minimum tax is 10.5%. So with a corporate rate of 21%, if this is half the domestic corporate tax rate. But it works in a very perverse way because the minimum tax we've established doesn't operate on a country by country basis. It's blended. And a perverse effect of this blending of taxes from high and low jurisdictions is that it becomes tax advantageous to either be in low tax jurisdictions or in high tax jurisdiction. It's an America last tax policy that harms business in the United States. So we need to switch our GILTI to a country by country rather than a blended basis. And also we need to be at least, but we would like to see substantially above the global minimum. So the administration proposed a GILTI tax of 21%. House Ways and Means in the bill that they passed have put it at 16.5%. Senate Finance is looking at something slightly higher. And we'll see where it all shakes out. But my hope is that when reconciliation passes, we will come into compliance with this regime. And we're looking for political agreement to be achieved at the G20 summit at the end of October. And then countries will quickly put this into place. You mentioned Ireland. For the European Union to implement it requires unanimity among countries that they will go along with it. And while many countries in the EU are eager to do this and are very supportive of this effort, Ireland has long had a lower tax rate. And I think they think of this as an existential question. But I believe in the end that they will come along with this. There are a few other holdouts, Estonia and Hungary, and we're really working hard to find ways to bring them on board. So I'm very optimistic that this will get done. And I really think this is an historic change in the system. I should say also that if a country decides, nah, we don't want to be part of this system, we'd rather go on being a tax haven. The agreement contains a very clever enforcement mechanism that will make it exceptionally difficult for holdouts to go on being tax havens.
So I'm going to ask one short follow-up question. I assume this is for the statutory rates, and I would also imagine there are provisions to make sure the effective and statutory rates are similar. How is that detail going to work?
I'm not sure what specifically you have in mind, but we're also trying to close loopholes, including loopholes in this system. Part of the reason that effective rates have been so low is that there's so much use of loopholes and tax havens, and this will partly serve to close that.
Fantastic. So we're getting a number of questions. And I think one thing that we have been talking about at this conference is the new ways of working and this shift to working more at home. You mentioned broadband. You also mentioned electricity investment. And obviously, if we have a workforce that is spending more time working at home and less time using infrastructure to commute to their offices, they're going to need different infrastructure for that economy to work. How agile is this plan in addressing any shifts in the structure of our economy due to COVID?
So we hope to be agile in addressing the issues that you just mentioned. Broadband is a huge consideration. It's a great focus, and nothing could have brought home to us our deficits when it comes to broadband than the pandemic itself. Now, already Congress in the American Rescue Plan passed a program called the Capital Projects Program that allocates $20 billion for broadband. Treasury is implementing that program. The ARP allocated $350 billion to state and local governments, partly to help them meet the deficits that they were suffering because of the downturn in the economy, to give them the tools to address the pandemic. But state and local governments are also allowed to use these funds for broadband, for sewers, and for water treatment. And many state and local governments are really focused on expanding access to broadband. And finally, the infrastructure bill that is also now working its way through Congress also has a focus on broadband. So there will be, I trust, really adequate, ample funding to bring broadband to every home in the country. I think it is important for us to be agile. The economy is changing in critical ways. As people commute less and work more at home, it's clear that different things are going to be needed. And there can be benefits in terms of climate change that you mentioned. And I think we saw that during the pandemic when there was a downturn in emissions, not only due to the recession, but just the fact that people were commuting less. So that's important. There will be, these packages contain very important investments in climate change to go to all renewable electricity by 2035, investments in electric vehicles, in research and development, improvements in our electric grid. So I'd say, you know, there are many, many important priorities. If you ask me to pick one, the most important priority in Build Back Better, I would really have to say addressing climate change through this set of investments.
So we had a couple of sessions on climate, and obviously this is an issue that every one of us in this room is incentivized to address and care about, right? Because our choices are rather stark, right? It's either face some difficult choices in terms of shifting our economy, or eventually face extinction. Maybe you haven't said it that starkly, but I probably feel like I'm in a position where I can say it that starkly. And so, you know, I guess you talked about this being a comprehensive plan. And so how do you see the interplay of that shift to a carbon neutral economy, productivity, raising consumption and reducing wealth inequality, and sort of what sort of path does that put us on in terms of potential GDP eventually? And what are maybe some of the frictions to getting there that you think we are going to have to overcome?
Well, I think climate change and investments that go along with it do provide tools to creating high-paying jobs that are involved in putting that into play and making sure that communities that have been underprivileged have a fair share of the investments and access to the jobs that these investments will create. So it will be a very major program and provide many, many opportunities, I think, to address longstanding labor market problems. I should also emphasize that we see the problem is global, and I've talked about what we're doing at home, but we also have a tremendous focus on what we need to do internationally. The Treasury represents the United States and the World Bank, the IMF, and the multilateral development banks. We're very focused on transferring the resources that have been promised under the Paris Agreement to the developing world to make sure that investments can take place there. And we're looking to the multilateral development banks to play a really critical role. And of course, we very much recognize at Treasury that private capital and generating massive private capital flows into sustainable investments in the United States and globally will be critical to success. And so we're focused on making sure that that investors have the information they need to evaluate these investments and to pursue them. We're looking to COP26, which is coming up in Glasgow, to make further progress on that, and a role that the international institutions, financial institutions, can play in trying to facilitate that process as well.
Wonderful. So let's talk a little bit about wealth inequality and solving that, and what solving that looks like for consumption, for growth, and for our economy overall. We've had almost 2 decades of subpar investment. And of course, we've had 2 decades of really subpar productivity growth. Do you see an interplay in reducing wealth inequality, increasing consumption and productivity, and how do you see that playing out for the economy?
Well, that's a big and complicated question, but let me just say that the program that I described which is a linked series of investments in infrastructure, in people, in R&D. I mean, when you think about what drives economic growth at the end of the day, it's something that comes from the supply side of the economy. People, the quality of the labor force, their training, their skills, the technology that we have, capital investment. These are the critical ingredients. And really, that's what Build Back Better is focused on. I think the improvements that we see we're planning in paid leave, in access to childcare, expansion of the child tax credit. When you compare the United States with other developed countries, once upon a time, women's labor force participation was highest in the US. That is no longer true. Women's labor force participation has been declining, and it's now many developed countries outstrip us. And when researchers try to understand what's causing that, a critical ingredient ends up being support, especially for women who work. And we really fall short relative to many countries in providing access to paid leave, childcare, and the like. So just take that one thing. We believe that this package has the potential to boost labor force participation, which is of course an element of growth. Investing in children and making sure that children get the education and training that they need. The payoffs to that take a long time to accrue. You don't see them in 1 or 2 years, but research clearly shows that, for example, early childhood education, quality childcare make a huge difference to life prospects. And, you know, this agenda includes 2 years of early childhood education. It will be universal. You know, investment in workforce training. There's a proposal here for universal community college so that workers who don't want to get a college education have meaningful training that can lead to careers with some upward mobility rather than dead-end jobs. Look, investment in people and in human capital and skills is really key to economic growth. And then, you know, support for research and development. I mean, if you compare where we are now in the United States relative to the 1960s in terms of public support for research and development, it's simply fallen by a substantial amount. And every study I'm aware of course, private R&D makes a huge difference, but some of the most fundamental innovations that enable technological change throughout our economy are financed by the government, that infrastructure. So we're really focused on all of the channels that economists think of as being crucial to economic growth. You know, in writing down our midterm review, our mid-session review, we had to really decide what will we incorporate as the payoff to these investments if they're put into place in terms of our growth forecasts. And we wanted to be conservative and really only include things where we could do the math and could see a clear payoff. And anyone who's done growth accounting arithmetic knows that a tenth is a big addition. And, you know, people like to say, oh, yes, our potential GDP growth will rise from 2 to 3 or 4 or 5. Well, you know, we wrote in 2/10. We think that's conservative. And we wanted to be conservative, but I think it's easy to count up 2/10. And while it really doesn't sound like very much, when 2/10 compounds over time, it is a major boost to the economy.
Wonderful. Well, We thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you so much for, thanks so much for having me. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Janet?
Thank you.
Janet? Janet?
Who's yelling now? Doves on the left, hawks on the right, crosstalk in the flock trying to fight mid-flight. But here comes yelling with that inside voice. Never mind the mild manner policies make noise.
Our last panel of the day. Just a quick reminder that you will be getting an appraisal form by email. So we'd love to have you fill that out and help us make the policy conference in Washington in March another great event. So thanks everybody for coming, and I'll turn it over to our moderator, Theodore Littleton of Refinitiv.
Check it. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All right. So if you could choose only one country to follow over the past several years for the most interesting headlines, you could have done a lot worse than picking China. Among many other things, we've seen trade battles with the United States, the bringing to heel of the mushrooming tech industries, the advent of COVID-19, many political developments that have concerned human rights groups, and the maybe disorderly collapse of property developer Evergrande. All this has been set against the backdrop of President Xi Jinping's programs of social control and common prosperity. Some of these huge national issues have created great concerns for foreign businesses operating in China, who are attempting to navigate a more turbulent regulatory environment along with the effects of China's strict COVID-0 policy. Here to discuss some of these developments are Lyric Hughes-Hale and Leland Miller. Reciting their full lists of accomplishments and activities will probably make some of you miss your flights, so I'll just highlight a few. Hopefully they'll tell us more in a minute, and you can always, of course, get fuller bios on your NABE Connect app. Lyric is editor-in-chief of EconView, producer of the Hale Report podcast, co-founder of Women in International Trade, and member of the Association for Asian Studies and many other groups. Leland is co-founder and chief executive officer of China Beige Book International and a frequent TV commentator. Among his numerous academic achievements include a master's in Chinese history from Oxford University and a graduate Chinese language fellowship from Zhonghai University in Taiwan. Both are members of the Council on Foreign Relations and prolific contributors to the nation's top media outlets. Welcome, and thank you both for your participation here today. Remember, as we've been doing all conference, that as we speak, you can submit questions via the NABE Connect app. We have a great many topics that we could discuss, so also keep in mind that you can vote on which questions you would most like to have addressed, and we'll try to address as many as possible, time permitting. Okay. I like it. Okay. Okay. So before we begin, could you tell us a little bit more about your current projects, about EconView and so forth?
Right. EconView is an economic newsletter. A lot of our contributors are some of your fellow economists, but mostly independent thinkers taking on new topics. And I welcome you to visit the website. We also have podcasts. And I think the last one I did was with Robert Shapiro here in Washington, who is a very well-known economist and advisor to presidents and so forth. So, but my personal focus has and always will be, I think, on China and the Chinese economy, and I've written for Foreign Affairs and so forth. So I'm looking forward to your questions and to also what Leland has to say. Yeah.
Okay, and Leland, could you tell us about China Beige Book?
Sure. China Beige Book is the largest private data collection effort in the world inside the Chinese economy. About 12 years ago, we looked at what was out there and what data sources were available for investors and for companies trying to get into China and do good things inside it. And we saw a huge black hole. Other than sparse official data, other government information. So what we wanted to do was something different. And we wanted to look at the biases that were, say, in the state PMI versus the private PMI. We wanted to see what was not being tracked at all by official data. What was happening in the credit markets that had very little coverage from official data or otherwise. What's happening in inflation, job growth, et cetera. And we track all of this across the entire economy. We track tens of thousands of firms per year. We track the entire expanse of China across manufacturing and services and retail, finance, agriculture, commodities, property, et cetera. And then we track 37 subsectors inside those sectors, breaking it down by firm size. What's happening at large firms versus SMEs? What's happening at private firms versus state firms? What happens at foreign-owned firms versus Chinese-owned firms? And what we have done is, over the course of the past decade, assembled a bottoms-up look at what's happening across the large expanse of the Chinese economy.
Okay, so let's dig in. Maybe you could start us off, Leland. While there have been so many headlines coming out of China just the past few weeks, the ever-present threat remains COVID-19. Could you give us a general overview of how the COVID zero policy is affecting foreign-owned businesses in China and those who depend on supply lines running through China?
Well, when you declare a success story, the bar for success for COVID is very, very low. So by that standard, I think that China's done a pretty phenomenal job so far, but they have done it with a toolkit that almost no one else in the galaxy is able to wield. So what has been fortunate is that when they see a case, they can shut down part of a city or an entire city or a city block or an airport or 6 airports or a port. And what that has been very successful in doing so far is stamping out COVID where it's caught almost immediately. It has had less of an effect than I think people had predicted so far. I thought there'd be more of a macro effect, certainly more of a macro effect admitted by the government. But I think that the real worry is that COVID's not over. And when you saw the Spanish flu, it had 3 waves, 3 years of waves back in 1918. And the question is, are we done yet? I think the answer is no on that. And if we get a more contagious version, then the question will shift from how has China done to will this model work with a more contagious version of the virus? We don't know the answer to that yet, but if we do see it, then China's successes could quickly flip the other direction.
But with the trends as they are, and most other countries in the world planning to live with the virus, do you think that China's strategy would be sustainable?
It's sustainable until it's not sustainable. They've clearly committed to it. You know, when there were a handful of even party officials who mentioned in state media that there was a question over whether this was the right strategy, they were immediately cracked down on harshly. Their comments disappeared from print. So there's no question that the party sees this as a strategy going forward. And I think that this will be the strategy going forward, considering the next year, months away, you've got the Beijing Olympics, where there's going to be very, very tight constraints around COVID entry and acceptability of there being any COVID that's not cracked down on. And then at the end of the year, you've got something even more important, which is the 20th Party Congress, which is the twice a decade party Congress where the party elite get together, and every 10 years, they're supposed to name a new general secretary of the party. Now, no one is expecting that to happen this year, since Xi Jinping has essentially laid the groundwork for being either president for a long time or president for life. But the dynamics around that party Congress are going to be extremely sensitive. So we're expecting travel to be shut down. I'm not planning. I heard Michael in the other session saying he may not be going back ever again. You know, if I go back, it certainly won't be before 2023. We expect everything to be very, very, very tight between now and at least the end of the party Congress in fall 2022.
And beyond, I agree with that. Also, it's too soon for any country really to, I think, declare victory. We've all been humbled by past events. But I think the collateral damage of COVID-19, you have the 2 largest economies in the world, and we can't visit each other. If you have a company, since we're going to be talking about our subject is American companies in China, you can't go and visit. You can't see your facilities. You can't have those offline conversations. to understand what's going on. And that's true at the business level and it's true at the governmental level. So imagine not being able to visit your family members for that period of time. I think this leads us to potential problems with communications that could have even worse consequences than COVID-19.
So you've mentioned that it can be more difficult to run a business, obviously.
Yeah, can't visit your plant, can't talk to your managers. How do you know what's really going on there? Communications are controlled and you have to be reticent about having certain conversations between the US and China now, especially with your employees there. So I think it's created a whole host of difficulties and drags on productivity that we don't quite know yet how bad they are because we can't go there. The Beige Book, that is a wonderful resource to be able to collect information, but it's hard to do without that human element. I think that's really missing now.
So is it at all possible to start up a new business remotely?
Remotely in China? With, I think that you have to look at the different issues with the Great Wall of Internet Wall of China. I'm not really sure how you could do that. If you're thinking of finding a new supplier, well, there are all kinds of problems with suppliers right now in China. They're not, I think it would be quite difficult, but I'm sure that there are some special opportunities if you could find them.
So
special. Yes. Have to find that niche. Right.
Kind of hot off the presses topic. Among the many events of the past few weeks, for those of you who haven't been keeping track, for a couple of years now, China had been holding 2 Canadian citizens since shortly after Huawei's CFO was detained in Canada at the behest of the United States. And just last week, the United States reached a deal with her that allowed her to return to China. And within hours, the 2 Michaels were sent back on their way to Canada. The short time intervals involved lent themselves easily to being interpreted as a hostage situation, more or less. So some have gone further and said that the subtext of the short interval is that China is making little pretense about the situation and that it may use the tactic again in the future. How is this going to affect businesses' confidence in being able to operate in China? Are people going to want to go back once travel restrictions are lifted?
Well, there is an issue of executive security, and in a world of changing regulations, I think everybody has to be concerned about that and about conferences and so forth coming up. But if you study Chinese history, this was not at all surprising. Robert Elegant has a beautiful phrase for it, the writer: China is a realm without diplomats. And hostage taking, 500 years ago, they come to a treaty and then they keep a couple princesses with them. So this is normal diplomatic practice in China. It's nothing new.
On the regulatory front, we've heard a few examples lately of the Chinese government coming down on markets that might seem to outside observers as idiosyncratic. There was a ban on entertainment acts with males who had what was described as feminine characteristics. Children are limited to 3 specific hours during the week for playing online games.
Good luck with that.
At a stroke, they eliminated the $140 billion private tutoring industry. But how capricious is it really, Leland? Could a CEO just read through Xi Jinping thought and get out ahead of any regulation or understand where it's going to fall?
Well, I don't think any CEO did. Hindsight's 20/20, and I think you can look at this as saying common prosperity is against anything that looks like it's empowering billionaires, it's empowering the rich, it's for distributing wealth, not wealth inequality. So you can look back and say, okay, some of this was more obvious in retrospect. I don't know anyone who predicted that these campaigns would be as severe and intense and sudden as they were. I think that's been a major surprise. Now, looking at that, you can simply make some guesses about where they may go next. So clearly that there was a push against consumer-facing technology, but the government has a program to build up hard tech, so semiconductors and others. Those are safer bets compared to some of the stuff that Alibaba, Tencent, and others are doing. On the other hand, if you're trying to guess where they may hit next, they've hit gambling, they've hit some luxury. Maybe they're going to hit cosmetics. It's the type of thing that would fit very squarely into the type of sectors that the party is targeting right now. It's for the rich, for the indulgent, the westernized, the capitalist-driven sectors. So you've got a major issue that we're at the beginning of this, and we just don't know how intense it's going to be. But there's another dynamic too, and I don't want to shift off that too much, but when we talk about regulatory crackdowns, we're typically talking about what's happening in the tech sector or in the education sector. But in China, regulation takes a lot of forms, and one of them is the government descending upon banks, for instance, and saying, we're going to change your risk tolerance. We're going to change the landscape in terms of what you're going to be doing for the next year. Now, of course, this happens all the time in a state centralized system. The government has chosen sectors, it sees weakness, it sometimes stimulates. But what we're seeing right now, particularly in China Beige Book data, is fascinating. We're seeing some of the tightest conditions that we've ever seen in over a decade of tracking the economy. It's very easy to look at property and say, okay, well, this has sort of been building up for a long time. But how did this happen in property? Well, in the second quarter, we saw bank loan rejections skyrocket to the highest level we've ever seen. Banks were rejecting property firms and they were driving them outside of it. Now, where were they driving them? The shadow banking sector. And our data in the second quarter and the third quarter of 2021 showed that there was some of the highest levels of shadow bank borrowing by property firms. Now, what's a sign of distress in the property sector? It's not the 2 or 4 or 6 defaults that the government allows at any given time. The real tell of stress in the property sector, long before the Evergrande headlines, was where firms are raising capital, how desperate are they for that capital, how much are they paying for that capital, and where are they accessing it? Are they being forced out of the banking system to do it? All those were just flashing red starting in the second quarter of this year, even more so now. Next quarter, I'm going to go on a huge limb and say it's going to be a disaster, the property sector, considering all the headwinds and the fallout from Evergrande. So you've got this policy crackdown that I think everyone has a very good grasp of. But very separate from that, you've got this financial sector de-risking, which is another form of crackdown. And just to sort of encapsulate that beyond property, when you look at what's happened in 2021, it looks different than any other year we've ever tracked. You hear a lot about the deleveraging campaigns of 2016 and 2017 and 2018, about how Chinese government cracked down on risk and shadow banking. Some of that's true. There was a shadow banking crackdown in 2016, 2017.
The 3 red lines, weren't those January of this year?
Yeah, and those are the type of regulatory moves that they were pushing. But we've never seen credit charts, access to capital charts, which were sliding like this. I guess for you guys, it would be this, downhill across everything. So typically you see, say, large firms are borrowing, but SMEs don't have access. Maybe state firms are borrowing, but private firms don't access. Manufacturers can get access to capital, but farmers can't. Every one of our charts right now is just going like this. There is a major financial sector de-risking campaign that is going on throughout the economy. It is going on for private and state firms. It's going on at large and small firms, and it's going on outside the property sector, although that's the most obvious place that we're seeing the fallout right now.
Well, the sectors, I believe, fall into 2 groups. The first is what they call the 3 mountains. It's healthcare, education, and housing, because those sectors are seen as taking a disproportionate share of income and making poorer people poorer. So that's why they've been targeted. And the other, if you look, the second basket is any firm that collects data. There's no doubt that the Chinese government wants to be in control of all of the personal data. And they are. And I'm wondering if all of this, they see something in that data, Leland, that we haven't seen, that we don't get yet, and that they're foreseeing more economic turmoil than we imagine right now. And so this is a preventative measure to obviate that. So that's why it concerns me more, not just what it is. And by the way, American companies in China, I would send you to the uschina.org website, and they did a survey of all of their members of American companies in China. And guess what? They're all staying, and 40% of them plan on increasing their investment in China next year. So in spite of all these issues, business is there. It kind of reminds me, I don't know if you've probably heard it before, but the Woody Allen joke. Guy goes to his psychiatrist and he complains that his brother thinks he's a chicken. And so the psychiatrist said, well, why don't you bring him in for help? He said, I can't do that. We need the eggs. So that is the story of US business in China. We need the eggs and so do they. So we're continuing to play out this game. But the other thing I'm hearing here in Washington is that really it's the problems in China are one thing for American companies, but the problems in Washington are another area that they don't feel that they're getting the support that they expected with the change in administration, that's been very slow to come. So I'd be interested in your, thoughts about that as well. But, it's difficult there. I can't underestimate the power shortage issue for American companies there, and also pricing. It's not just regulations, but pricing is being dictated. And that goes to why there is a power shortage. If your inputs are more expensive, but you're not allowed to charge more, you're going to slow down. So that's what's causing this. So there are some policy issues that are very problematic right now that seep through to every sector.
Can I jump off that?
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. So Lyric said a lot of things that were interesting and jumping off points there, but she said one particular thing that I wanted to jump in for, and that is the party may view this a little bit differently than everybody else does, which means foreign investors, economists in this room, and I think that's right. And the sort of the tone of this conversation is very negative right now. It's negative because China's growth is slowing. We have an implosion of Evergrande playing out. We have all these other issues in the US-China relationship. But let me put a slight positive spin on this story, which you probably haven't heard before. And that is, how does Xi Jinping grade his own stewardship of the economy in 2021? Now, everywhere I look, I see the idea that China's made a policy mistake. There's panic going on. There's RR cuts that show that panic. And here, let's look at it from another angle. For a long time, the party has been promising to step in and de-risk the financial system because of excess risk and ever expanding credit. What we're seeing in our data very clearly is that they're stepping in and they're dealing with this right now. We don't know that it's going to be a done deal, but we're seeing it stepping in right now to an extent that we have never seen before. It's very noticeable in the data quarter after quarter after quarter. For a long time, the party has promised that they were going to step in and do something to cap excess risk in the property sector. Well, guess what? They're stepping in and they're doing that right now. It's not pretty. You're seeing the fallout through Evergrande, and you're going to see ripples cascade through the property sector and beyond for quarters from now. But they're stepping in and doing that. When we first entered the year, the big question that I got time after time after time was, what about these enormous inflationary challenges China's going to have to deal with? Well, if you look at our data right now, we have very tame, very modest price growth, very modest wage growth. To the extent that there was an inflationary challenge at the beginning of the year, the party was able to conquer it. So it's important to look at this from a slightly different viewpoint when you're trying to understand what might be going through the mindset of the leadership over in China. Because over here, it looks like chaos, it looks like wealth destruction, and some of it's true, some of that's true. But a lot of this also is a carry through of policy promises that have not been acted on for years and years and years. And now they're moving on them. And there's only one reason in the world that Beijing would be moving on these promises, on these long pledged plans. It's if right now they think the pain associated with moving on them is less than they will be dealing with if they don't move quick enough. So I think we are at a very interesting time. I've used the term paradigm shift, which I know is a term hated by economists in particular. Policy guys love it. Economists say, show me the data, show me the data. Why is it a paradigm shift? Well, I can say we're seeing it in the data. This is a very interesting time to be watching China.
You mentioned Evergrande. We're still not quite sure what the government exactly is going to do about Evergrande, right? We have a comment here saying, can you please comment on the implications of a possible default?
Well, I think there are levels of investors and debtors. And so I would assume that the state-owned banks have first call on the prime assets, and they will be fine, and also they're state-owned banks. So I think the real issue is all of the small investors, because really the way that Evergrande worked was if you wanted to buy an apartment before it was even built, you made a deposit. So what will happen to that? Will it, as part of common prosperity in housing, will that be nationalized in some way? Will those investors be protected? I'm not sure. What I worry about is, in general, I really agree with Leland that it's the financial sector that has the risk. I really agree with that. And I worry, is the debt going to be, is there going to be an event, not Evergrande, but more additional events that will mean that China devalues the yuan? That's, I think, the elephant in the room. And what would cause that? I have read papers that say that a lot of Chinese companies have dollar-denominated debt. Even though they don't have export operations or currency risk, they decided to invest in a shadow banking kind of investment scheme. So we don't know. There's so much we don't know about what the debt looks like in China. So I think as an American company, I would look at a scenario for a devaluation. During the 1997-98 Asian financial crisis, China held fast and did not devalue, and that kept us from a race to the bottom, a currency war. But now, you know, does the Biden administration, if they're named a currency manipulator, do they care? Probably not. So it is the tried and true economic method if you've got this issue of debt and it's particularly not denominated in your own currency, to devalue. So I'm going to be tracking that during the next year.
The one thing that perhaps is pushing back against the devaluation idea, which is very attractive from an economic standpoint, is that the last several years have seen sort of the melding of Xi Jinping and the Chinese economy and the Chinese state, both through the state constitution and others. So you wonder how much a devaluation will be a personal blow to the party, an embarrassment to Xi personally. I think that's another factor to wrap into all this. Right. So that's one thing. The only other point I would make, building on what Lyric had said, is that Evergrande is a seismic event, but it's a seismic event inside China's property sector. And the idea that it's going to ripple out, now, there will be ripples, but the idea that it will cause contagion and this will be China's Lehman moment, that's not something I'm personally worried about, for the simple fact that China's a non-commercial financial system. And what does that mean? That means that it has tools that Western economies and Western policymakers don't have. China owns or controls all the counterparties in the economy. So if it wants to stop contagion and tells lenders to lend, they will. If it wants to tell borrowers to borrow, they will. If it wants to tell suppliers to deliver, they will. If it wants to tell bondholders to negotiate, it will. So the systemic risks of Evergrande are less worrisome for me. But what this does signify is that why are they doing this now? And they haven't done this for long. Why are they allowing some of this pain? And I think that the overall view here has to be that Beijing's own view of its own economic growth model has come to an end. When they look forward, they think that the idea of continuing to build growth for growth's sake carries too much risk. That's why they're doing financial sector de-risking. That's why they're doing property sector de-risking. That's why there is such an intense rectification campaign going on right now. There's a very big shift going on right now. And so the question is less about Evergrande and what Evergrande is going to do to China than what Evergrande symbolizes in terms of a course change for the leadership. And I think that's where we are going to be talking about for the next 6, 12, 18 months going forward.
What the government can't tell people to do is consume. And there's been no fiscal stimulus like we had here, post-COVID. And they can't tell them to have more babies, although they're trying to do that. So those challenges in this environment, Chinese consumption has fallen, and also the Chinese birth rate has as well. So there's now a 3-child policy, but everybody, all my girlfriends in China just laugh at that. That is not, and that's not a change that you can make in a year or two. That's a generational change. So I think that, yeah, lots of issues.
Watch consumption.
Watch consumption, exactly. So if the question is really, if consumers in China don't consume, are we the consumers of last resort? I guess so. Yeah.
And that gets politically toxic, right? Because
Right.
then we don't want to take all their imports, or at least our politicians don't want to take all their imports. So then you get into trade and you get into policy.
Exactly. It goes in a circle. You're chasing your tail.
Right.
So on the 3-child policy, George Soros recently made waves by saying that Chinese investors are in for a rude awakening and that President Xi doesn't understand markets. He also mentioned that their property bubble was coming to an end in part because the birth rate was desperately low and the government was unable to reverse that. Is China going to develop a chronic labor shortage, and how is that going to affect its appeal for American-owned businesses?
Well, I think that George Soros's message was heard in some quarters. Even though they don't like him, they listen to him. And September 22nd, I noticed that the Ministry of Commerce of China and the NDRC came out with a statement about fostering foreign investment in China, and that they welcomed it and there was no change in their policy, and so that they plan to continue to give all assistance to American companies and for all foreign companies within China, because that's a source of technology, it's a source of capital. And now that they're not going to foreign capital markets and everybody's being delisted and brought home, it could be that they think foreign direct investment is the best path for them and the most controllable path. And I think that's probably true. Yeah. Once you build a plant there, it's kind of hard to take it back to Tennessee.
Or get your money out.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So let's go from there to trade policy. Leland, it's still sort of early days, but has there been a significant shift in the approach of the new administration, or are they still formulating their China policy?
There's going to be a big China policy announcement in the not distant future. Here, the pressures are as such. When President Biden got into office, he essentially handed off China policy to Congress, and they've been working on China policy for months and months and months, and they haven't been able to get their heads around a bill that both the Senate and the House agree on. And in the meantime, President Biden's policy has been considered relatively tough, but it has been basically giving the thumbs up and occasional baby thumbs down to Trump executive orders. So you basically had the Trump trade deal continue, you've had Trump executive orders mostly continue, and now people are getting agitated. And I think the administration is under a lot of pressure to define what China policy looks under a Biden administration and not just what just continues on from Trump. And so there's a couple of things that are going to be coming soon. I don't want to jump the gun too much here, but there's talk of a 301 investigation on Chinese subsidies. There's another focus that's going to be on overseas investment and whether the United States is pushing too much capital towards China. What does that mean? Is too much going to the party, the military? So they're going to be looking at that closer. There's export controls, which have been worked on for months and months and months, but we haven't seen released. But I think what interests most people is trade and tariffs. And those are the big headlines everyone grapples onto. So I think the way you can look at it is Section 301 is going to be the new stick the administration brings out to say, hey, look, we are tough on China. But guess what? We don't like some of these Trump tariffs. We think that his 301 investigation was perverted by a sidetracking around the trade deficit and not IP theft and coercion. And so we're going to do our own 301. That's our stick. And maybe along the way, we could pull back some tariffs and that are more harmful to US consumers. So the idea here, in theory, will be, we're going to put a few more sticks in play. We're going to put a few more carrots in play. And this is sort of, I think this is something that they're working on, getting ready for prime time. The question, of course, will be, when are they going to release it? And how tough can you be, or I guess how soft can you be with China in the public's eyes when you've got some big political events next year in China and the United States, but most importantly, the United States midterms. So I think that the Biden administration is working out this, but the overriding desire they have is to craft something that they can call their own and not have accusations that they're either A, weak, or B, just inheriting Trump's policy. So we're going to be expecting some more things in the coming weeks.
Well, I think everybody's understaffed in that area, and that's an issue as well. But what I see is a shift from trade issues to national security issues. And that's something that really concerns me, because in this era that I've described of very difficult communications, I worry that this could lead to some accident. And that's a risk that American companies have to look at. And I think that the vociferousness is greater on the US side than it is on the Chinese side. I think the Chinese, in a way, are playing defense because of they're focused on their own economy and also the 20th Party Congress in the fall. They're focused on the Olympics. I don't think they're going to try to do anything, before that happens. But in the meantime, I do worry that this national security focus is first and foremost now here in Washington.
Okay, we'll get to national security a bit more in a second, but a bit more on trade. Leland mentioned IP theft. Lyric, one of the main sticking points of the trade battles of the past administration has been technology transfer. Where do you think American policies are headed? What will be the Chinese response? How are American companies going to deal with the fallout?
Well, I just noticed some new regulations in China, a new plan for IPR, basically intellectual property rights, a new plan from this year to 2035 to protect property rights. I began as a Japan hand, and I remember back in the days when everybody thought the Japanese were coming and stealing all of our secrets. What was the answer to that? That's a developmental issue. As soon as they had their own IP that was worthwhile, of course, they built their own moats around that and their own laws. So I think that's what will happen in China too. They'll want to, and those laws will apply to foreign as well as domestic firms. So I think they realize that that's been the #1 concern of a number of American companies. And now on the other hand, if you're told by Washington, you can't transfer that technology, that makes it also very difficult. So I think it's a big area for concern but I think some changes are coming.
Leland, we've had a couple of questions on the dual circulation policy. What role do American companies play in that, and are they welcomed?
So my view of dual circulation is that it is the same nonsense repackaged into a box that's been sent out for 10, 15 years. So the idea is we're going to focus more internally, more internal reliance, but we're also going to, have great exports and keep that going. I mean, what does that actually mean? I mean, it's a great slogan to throw on the front of state media, but what does it actually mean? The proof's always in the pudding here. Obviously, China is more focused on internal reliance because it has felt that it has been attacked by the US on the trade side. It has had its advanced semiconductor and other manufacturing corridors closed to it by US export regulations. So there's a very real desire. I think that before maybe some of this was rhetoric, but it's a very real desire right now in China to say we have to allow less leverage to others over us by being more reliant on ourselves. But again, that's a wonderful slogan. How's that going to work in practice? If you look at what's happening in semiconductors, China does not have the ability to build the advanced chips unless the US opens the gates, gives light back, either relaxes the provisions it has right now or allows backdoor licenses via the Commerce Department to give these technologies to China. So there are certain things that they certainly can focus inward more on. And there's certain things that they're simply not going to be able to do it alone. So I look at things like that, these dual circulations and other things. You try to look inside them, where's the substance? And I'm not sure that there's a lot new there. Although, you know, obviously everyone likes to bandy about the slogan because it's the party's new plan.
I call it the having your cake and eating it too economic policy.
That's what it
It's
is.
basically what it is. You know, one thing we haven't touched on, just to bring up, is energy, climate change, and how that is the central focus, I think. John Kerry at the State Department has kind of parallel track that he's following in diplomacy. And what I really think it's all about, first of all, when we put American companies in China, not only did we get cheaper labor, but we got fewer EPA restrictions. We exported our pollution, basically. That's the reality of what happened. So now China does have these significant issues. And I think the battle's going to be about not climate change. Climate change is just code for energy. We are now self-sufficient in carbon energy here in this country. It's a miracle. So my question is, will we develop technology to make electric vehicles and so forth, the creation of those batteries, which are so environmentally intensive right now? Are we going to have the equivalent of fracking for the electric car industry? And are we in China, what does electric cars mean when there's no electricity? And should we be developing a multi-tiered energy strategy? Should we be dependent on electric only because it can be hacked? We've seen that. Whereas if you've got your gas in your tank in your car, you can still keep going. So energy is going to be, I think, this successful energy policy, which also relates to climate change, is, I think, something that was dealt with in the energy breakout session this morning. And I think there's a recording of it. And I would highly recommend you, I think that was the most interesting session of this conference, was what that really means, climate change, energy, electrification, and how the US and China are going to compete on energy. That is, every sector needs energy.
Are businesses that establish themselves in China under pressure regarding human rights and climate issues, whether it's carbon intensity or Uyghurs in Xinjiang? Do they face much pressure from, yes, US companies, do they face pressure back home?
Well, there used to be a way that you could audit, for example, supply chains and labor, and those audit chains, that was shut down, I think a couple of months ago. So it's really hard to know. Everybody's in the same boat. Where that labor came from, there's no really way to trace it, easily. So, and then I haven't heard of any special problems with climate change with American companies in China, but I have heard of special problems with lack of electricity and power.
And look, there's a dirty little secret here on the US side, which is it is a major priority of the Biden administration to be strong against forced labor in Xinjiang. And it's a major priority of the Biden administration to be pro-green energy revolution. And that's a real problem when the vast majority of green inputs, silicon, comes from China. So there is a big battle within the Progressive Caucus on what's more important and how do you thread the needle? The answer is, who knows?
And
Really
the
hard.
minerals we need for electrification are all in China. And I heard at the session today, it takes in the United States 25 years to get a mine really going. So it's not that we don't have them, but we don't have the mines. They're still in China. So we're joined at the hip. Yeah.
And the polysilicon versus human rights question is still playing out. And that's why we haven't heard many announcements from the administration on it recently.
How does the Chinese public receive foreign-owned businesses today? not particularly care, or is there some hostility there?
Say that again?
How does the Chinese public receive foreign-owned businesses?
That's a good question.
Yeah, sometimes I think a lot of times they're not really aware they're a foreign-owned business if they've gone mainstream. But also if they're caught doing something, or particularly anything to do with Taiwan, if the CEO says the country of Taiwan or does something like that, there is a huge backlash. And so companies have to be careful to look at their drop-down menus, how they classify Hong Kong and Taiwan. So mobs, social media mobs on China really go for that. That seems to be the biggest issue, I think, with American companies.
And I guess we shouldn't forget, earlier this year, one of the big issues was American companies talking about the importance of being tough against forced labor. And then there was an enormous state-guided Chinese public reaction against Nike and Adidas and H&M and some of these other companies. So to answer your question, now that I've had a second to think about it and hear what Lyric had to say, I think the answer is that in general, it's not a problem, but oh boy, if you cross a couple of different red lines, then the state will just say, sick them, and you got a problem on your hands.
Exactly, yeah. Crisis management.
But companies can basically see where the red lines are?
They never see where the red lines are. So it's, because the red lines change. So for a long time, people thought you could just hazily talk about forced labor and then not have the Americans crack down and not have the Chinese notice. Well, that changed dramatically earlier this year. And H&M basically got kicked out of China for the most part, and other companies using textiles were badly beaten down for a couple of months. So the problem is that the red lines are changing, and that the overall China is paying much more attention to the leverage points it has on the United States, because it doesn't have anywhere near as much leverage over the US as the US has over China. So the Chinese government is paying much more attention to the leverage points it has over the United States. And one of the major leverage points is over US businesses. And so I think that is going to be used more and more and more going forward.
Okay, trade conflicts are one thing, military conflicts are another. Businesses actually operating in China are obviously heavily discounting the possibility of a major conflict. But are they doing anything to hedge their bets, especially in light of what's happened recently in Afghanistan?
I think an economically weak China is much more dangerous than an economically strong China, just strategically. So what I would follow is, how bad does the economics get? Could we see a recession in China next year? Will all of the difficulties of enacting all these policies, it's just like drinking from a fire hose. Every day I wake up and there's a new one in my inbox. Is that going to overwhelm? Are there going to be policy errors? Is there going to be non-compliance? So I worry about China becoming economically weak and what that would mean and how that could affect foreign policy.
Okay, we have a question here saying that there's been scattered talk of multinationals moving production out of China. Is that happening on a large scale, or are companies diversifying their supply chains?
It's almost no, people are trying to get redundancy, is what I hear from clients. They want redundancy, and there are many more opportunities throughout Asia because it's more integrated now, in places like Vietnam. That was happening, anyway, that they were doing that. But yeah, can you make a contingency plans for a Cold War, a hot war, or a trade war, or a currency war? There are a lot of contingencies, a lot of scenarios that I think we have to think about. Yeah.
I would answer similarly, just from a different angle, simply saying that over the past several years, there has been a slow recognition. Yes, there's been talk about moving supply chains out and taking that more seriously. Up until a couple of years ago, it wasn't really taken that seriously by most of the corporates we speak to, because there was always too much of a focus on maximizing profits, earnings per share. That's what shareholders wanted. When you started getting into the age of the trade war, supply chain breakdowns, and COVID. Then all of a sudden, people are saying, well, wait a second, worst case scenarios are out there, and we need to have a contingency plan. So I think that there was more talk about the idea of contingency planning and having a plan B and plan C and producing in the Vietnams and Malaysias if you weren't before. The problem is that most of the people that could do that easily did it a long time ago. And most of the production that's in China right now, not all of it, but a lot of it is for the Chinese consumer. And so, and then a lot of it, something like Apple, they can't just take their stuff and move it to another country very easily. So a lot of it that remains now, there's not that much they can do quickly about or anytime soon.
Yeah, in that survey I mentioned, the US-China membership survey, only 2% of companies had moved any of their operations back to the US onshore, 2% during COVID. So it's a lot of talk about it, but it's a lot harder to do.
So I see we've got a yellow light, which, as you know, means go very fast. So, so let's just close with a general question about how you see the business climate for foreign-owned businesses developing in the future.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, thank you. Well, look,
Maybe to run out the clock.
the challenges are going up. I mean, there's no other way of looking at it. But the vast majority of companies that are in China right now are not there. There's a lot of still reliance on Chinese supply chains, but most of the companies are there for the long haul, and they're there for the Chinese consumer. So if you are there as a long-term investor in China, you just have to keep your head down and say the right things and keep on the good side of both the West and China. It's not easy, but I think that we're going one direction in terms of tenseness of the relationship. This wasn't a Trump thing. It's not a Biden thing. We are going to see a long-term deterioration, continued deterioration of this relationship, no matter which party, no matter what president's in office. And as a result, the risks of operating in China and the potential for there to be truly bad things happening have gone up, which means you need to be putting a lot more thought into how to run your China businesses and how to create contingency plans for it.
And in an authoritarian system with a single person at the head, you have a single point of failure as well. So we don't know really what's going on politically in China beneath the surface, if there is a new Bo Xilai out there, and what could happen to completely and radically change everything we've just talked about. Yeah, so I think it is complex, getting much more complex almost on a daily basis. I will say, after I was around doing this after Tiananmen Square, and the really anomalous thing to me was that US investment in China, that was 1989. In 1990, US investment soared because the situation, I think, resolved itself. So there was certainty, and so people went in. So I think we're looking for resolution, business like certainty more than anything else. So maybe after all this plays out, and after the midterms, and after she gets another 5 years and that's all settled, maybe everything calms down.
Okay, well, this is such a huge topic. I got through about half of my questions. Maybe we can have the two of you back next year. Thank you very much for being here. Leland Miller.
Thank you.
All of you as well.